Hello friends. This is Marvel Fiction. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Thor and Avengers uncovered a dark secret of Olympians' world? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video. The sleek black car caught people's attention immediately. The paint job had yet to be ruined by the large amount of dust and pebbles that was often thrown up by vehicles. The rims reflected the bright midday sun, so bright they blinded whoever looked. The windows were a dark tint, as dark as it could legally be. Inside they could see the light outline of two men. The car drove through the center of the small town and everyone watched as it headed down the road to the Trentsons' farm. The farm had a long drive, but it was clear to see where everybody had headed. A large group of about 30 people, young and old, gathered around parked cars while 5 daring ones began forward into the large mass of metal that had crashed into the farmland. They all instantly looked up at the sound of the car approaching and scowled. Course the feds had to stick their nose in it, one muttered to his friends, who nodded in agreement. My cousin down in New Mexico said that after a satellite crashed, the feds came, and then a robot leveled the town, the other said. They all fell silent as 2 men came out. Both wore black suits, sunglasses, hip holsters, and had badges on their belts. They still managed to look different though. One was tall, about 6'3", with black hair that was neither messy or neat, a nice tan, and he wore Ray-Bans, not your typical Fed sunglasses. The other one though was about 5'11", with sandy blonde hair, slightly tanned skin, and purple-tinted glasses. The blonde one had a rather stoic look about him, while the black-haired one seemed slightly more approachable. Which one of you is Richard Trentson? The black-haired one asked as he removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his pocket. His eyes were a stunning green that seemed to be able to stare right through you. That'd be me. A middle-aged man came out of the group of men. And you are? I'm Agent Jackson. The black-haired one pulled out a badge and showed it to the man. And this is Agent Barton. The blonde-haired one showed a badge as well, of S.H.I.E.L.D. I ain't ever heard of a S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Trentson squinted at the badge. Not many people have, Agent Barton said as he tucked his badge away. We need everyone to leave this area immediately. This is now federal land. You can't just take his land off him, someone called from the crowd. Agent Jackson pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. We're just renting it for the moment. This will more than compensate. The man looked at the amount of money. It was more than enough. He nodded his head and turned towards everybody. Right, clear out, give the good gentlemen what they want, Mr. Trentson said. You just gonna throw away your land like that? One of the women asked. They're just renting it, the man smiled at the crowd. I'll have it back in good time, won't I, fellas? Of course, sir, the black-haired man sent him a smile. It'll just be this hectare. People cleared out after that. The very happy farmer got into his banged-up pickup truck and drove away quickly towards the farmhouse that could just be spotted on the rise. Once everyone had cleared out, Clint Barton and Percy Jackson started walking towards the large amount of debris. This can't be a satellite crash. Percy stared at the twisted heap of metal. If it was, the FBI would be taking care of it. Clint entered the heap. It's throwing off signals like a satellite though. Maybe Stark tried to build his own rocket ship, Percy said sarcastically as he too entered the mess of metal. Wouldn't put it past him. Clint veered off the left. Can you feel that? Percy stopped for a moment. He could feel the hum of something. It was like someone had decided to turn on a large machine. Percy began walking forward again and felt the hum become stronger. He climbed over a rather large sheet of metal and landed on the other side. When he saw what rested in the dirt though, he called out to Clint. That isn't good, Clint said with a slight frown. You don't suppose he just decided to leave it, do you? Percy asked truthfully. He knelt in the dirt and gazed at the hammer of Thor. His brow furrowed as he gazed at it. Look, it's moving. Clint knelt down as well and touched the hammer. He could feel the vibrations running off it in waves. It didn't do this in New Mexico. Maybe he's trying to call it, Percy mused, but it's not going to him. Clint stood up and brushed off his hands. Call it in. We can't have townspeople seeing it. If Thor calls it back after one day, Fury will get mad. Percy crossed his arms over his chest. Thor takes this thing to dinner, Clint huffed. He wouldn't leave it in a field in Texas. I'll call it in. The field had been transformed. A large tent now covered Thor's hammer. The debris had been removed. Turned out it was part of a farm shed over a mile away, leaving the hammer to rest in the middle. A series of little tents had been put up around on the ground. One was for command, another for utilities and toilets, and the final one for accommodation. The case of Thor's hammer had fallen onto Percy's and Clint's shoulders. No one had seen Thor for the past 2 weeks. The hammer had first been seen 9 days ago. It didn't seem good. Maybe Odin banished him again, Percy said as he leant against the railing of a walkway. For doing what? Clint asked as he looked at the hammer. Spending too much on Earth? I don't know, Percy shrugged, he just wouldn't leave his hammer. We'll figure it out, Clint clapped him on the shoulder and left. Percy remained to observe the hammer for a moment longer. The hammer continued to shake against the ground as if it wanted to move. Percy found himself staring at the hammer like he was trying to figure out a riddle. He supposed he could call down Hermes and ask for help, but he didn't want to waste the god's time. It had been 2 months since he had seen the god and Percy had no idea what he had been up to. After Percy had left the gods and made amends with his past, he had barely kept contact with anyone. Annabeth had moved back to San Francisco with her boyfriend after finishing the plans for Stark's mansion. Talia was with the hunters and the gods let him be. Nico would drop in one weekends. His cousin had explained he did in fact have a life in Italy, who knew? Only someone worthy can pick up that hammer. Thor had a good laugh watching us trying to pick it up, Clint had explained to Percy. Apparently to explain the power of Mjolnir has placed the hammer on a table and told the Avengers to try and pick it up. Natasha and Clint hadn't even tried, but apparently Tony had a field day trying to pick it up. Would Percy be worthy? He wanted to go down and grip the leather handle but he contained himself. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. So he leant on the railing and stared at the hammer. Where could Thor be? He had just disappeared so suddenly. Of course it was still a low-lying operation. None of the other Avengers knew of the Thor's apparent disappearance. As far as they were concerned, Thor was in Asgard. No one noted Clint's leave either. He, after all, was a super spy. Natasha was off working a solo mission up in Westchester Country, a simple observe mission to the mutant school. He played with the hilt of his sword and continued to lean on the rail. It wasn't like there was anything he could do. Facial scanners were working around the clock, agents were looking through available security footage and people were questioning townspeople. It might seem like a lot just for a stupid little hammer, but a missing god of thunder could cause some troubles in the future. Agent Jackson, one of the agents who had sent to guard the area, walked up on the gangway. Shift change. Percy groaned internally before nodding. Just because he ran the show didn't mean he'd get off patrol duty. He dug into his pocket and clipped in his earpiece before leaving. Seeing as it was a small operation, one person would guard the outer fence while another would do rounds on the inside buildings. It was now Percy's turn for the outer ring. At least the weather's nice, Percy mused as he exited into the night. He could see Clint in the distance up on a roof, oiling his arrows and doing maintenance on his bow. It was about 1 in the morning and the rest of the agents had gone to bed. The camp had shut down for the night and the only source of light was from the skylights high up in the sky. I bet you I can hit that apple in the field over. Clint broke through his feed, and Percy's keen eyes could just make out the shape of a tree in the darkness. It was obviously an apple tree, taking from Clint's wager. You can make it and we both know it, Percy replied as he began walking across the fence line. Too true, Clint supplied. When Percy reached the outermost area of the fence, he pulled out his sword and used it to light his way. The floodlights didn't light this area, but the sword provided a great source of light. As he walked, he spun it in nice little neat arcs, relishing the feeling of the sword in his hand. It made him feel safe. His green eyes scanned the dark fields, looking for movement in the grass. Already, 3 different groups of teenagers had tried to see what was going on. Percy had been on shift during one of those times and had been forced to drive them back to their respective houses, telling them some lie about how unsafe it was. He had been looking towards the west when a sudden storm cloud appeared from nowhere. Percy gazed up at the sky as thick wet droplets began to fall. Thunderclouds boomed loudly and glowed with a mixture of purples, greens and pinks. Percy was instantly on high alert. A sudden beam of light broke through the clouds. It spiraled down from the sky like a laser. Its aim was for the field over. The light and the storm stopped as suddenly as they started. Wake up the agents, Percy said into his earpiece as he unlocked the gate. I'm going to check it out. Don't go without backup, Clint replied. I won't attack unless necessary, Percy replied as he began running as fast as he could towards where the light had been aimed. He gripped his sword tightly and used it to guide his way through the field. He had made it to the fence that separated the fields when he saw a shadow move out of the corner of his eye. He barely managed to put his sword up fast enough as a double-ended spear suddenly was swung down on him. From the little light his sword put off he could see a tall woman who looked perhaps around 26. Her armor glowed silver while her spear glinted despite the lack of light. The spear wielder feinted towards his left, but Percy expected that. He instead went straight for a fence. He jabbed forward, making the woman bend away to avoid being skewered. He moved to take advantage of her skewed balance, but she easily regained her balance and responded with a low jab of her own. The tip of her spear had just kicked Percy's knee before he got the chance to whack it away with the flat of his sword. Percy aimed for her left thigh, and then arced his sword up to her stomach. She easily deflected and aimed a high kick for his chest. Percy ducked down low and attempted to kick out her knees, but she somehow got enough lift to flip over him. Percy spun around in a low crouch. "What have you done with Thor, Greek?" she asked in a low, deadly, oddly accented voice. "We're all on the same team here," Clint suddenly said from about 10 meters away. The agent must have arrived during the heat of the fight. He had an arrow knocked on his string. "I'm Clint Barton. Surely Thor mentioned me." "The archer?" she questioned, spear still pointed slightly towards Percy. "Yeah, the archer." Clint lowered his bow slightly. "We've noticed Thor was missing as well." "It is not only Thor," she replied gravely, "the warriors 3 are gone as well." "Why don't we go inside and talk?" Clint eyed the pair's weapons as he put his own away. Taking the hint, Percy put his own away. Sliding it into his sheath, he watched as the woman lowered hers. "I apologize for attacking so rashly, Greek," she said, though she sounded only slightly apologetic. "My name's Percy Jackson," Percy supplied as he began walking back towards the camp. "Your stories have graced the dining halls of Asgard. Many godly travelers have told of your wins on the battlefield," she supplied as she walked. "It is rare that a man can keep up with me." "Who are you?" Percy questioned as he looked her up and down. The light was much better now and he could see that she had straight raven hair that was tied up, and wore silver armor. She looked deadly and fierce. "Lady Sif," she replied as she gazed around at the shield agents. After sorting out who would take out their shifts, Clint, Sif and Percy walked into the main tent. Sif laid eyes on the hammer and seemed to tense slightly. Percy kept a distance from her. It was odd how fiery and yet controlled she could be. She obviously knew a lot about Clint and S.H.I.E.L.D. if she had stopped her battle so quickly. "What made you attack Agent Jackson?" Clint questioned as he looked at the warrior who seemed ill at ease. "Greeks are the bearers of bad news," Sif glanced at Percy. "It would not be the first time we have clashed." "I work with S.H.I.E.L.D., Percy offered up, "but you obviously trust us. You stopped fighting so suddenly." "Prince Thor has informed me many times of the great shooting abilities of Clint Barton. I trust Thor, so in turn I trust you," she replied. "Tell us about Thor and the Warriors 3. When did you last see them?" Clint questioned. "Thor has not returned to Asgard for over a month. We did not worry ourselves for he was most likely busy with the mortal he is courting." Sif gazed down at the hammer. "But Thor disappeared from Heimdall's eye at the same time of the Warriors 3. So if Heimdall sees all, but can't see Thor, it means we're in big trouble." Percy crossed his arms over his chest. Sif nodded her head. "Is it Loki?" Clint questioned. "Loki is still on Asgard. He has been stripped of his magic." Sif shook her head. "It is not him. They could be going after those close to Thor," Clint mused before his eyes widened slightly. "Jane Foster might be in danger. I'll organize some agents to be sent down." "She won't just go with some agents," Percy said, momentarily forgetting Sif. The only one she trusted the slightest was Coulson. "Selvig might be back. He knows me," Clint suggested. "He doesn't like you," Percy suggested. "I'll go. It'll be easier. You work with Sif on crossing out potential suspects." "What are you planning?" Sif questioned. "We need to make sure Jane Foster is safe," Percy explained as he looked at his watch. "If I leave now I can be there by lunchtime." "Keep in touch. Phone it into Fury," Clint said before saying to Sif, "I need to know everything about Thor. Enemies, friends, possible people who would want to harm him." This is a line break. It seems so simply said. In honesty, Percy had to drive about 8 hours throughout the night. Clint talked to him through the phone, listing off possible suspects. Percy was forced to phone Fury and have a safe home set up for Jane Foster. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he stopped at a small roadside cafe and brought a coffee. While he waited, he pulled up the file on the New Mexico incident. Statements: Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Philip Coulson, Clint Barton, Darcy Lewis. Percy stopped and squinted at the screen to make sure he'd read it right. Darcy Lewis? Surely it couldn't be the same bespectacled brunette he'd met on the rainy day 2 months ago. They'd shared one burger. How did he even remember her? "I'm just here visiting my parents," she'd explained as she picked at the French fries. "I'm actually a research assistant to a physicist." Jane Foster was a physicist. Percy took the coffee and headed back to his car. He pursed his lips in thought as he pulled out onto the empty street. He supposed he shouldn't care that much. She was just one girl. He was just beating himself up because of the fact he didn't recognize the name in the first place. He reached the small New Mexico town by 10 o'clock. He pulled up in front of the glass building and stepped out of the car, pushing his Ray-Bans onto his nose as he did it. He slipped his gun into his holster. The glass building seemed to be deserted, but guessing from the car parked by the side, someone was inside. He knocked on the door and waited. Hearing no response, he knocked again. He finally heard a muffled coming and the sound of rushed footsteps. A woman dressed in jeans and a simple shirt rushed through the glass building, but slowed down a little bit at the sight of Percy. He supposed he must have looked like the typical federal agent in his suit. "Can I help you?" she questioned as she opened the door. "I'm Agent Jackson with S.H.I.E.L.D." Percy pulled out the badge and showed her. "I have some things I need to discuss with you." She stepped aside and let him in. Percy removed his glasses and flashed her a smile. She had nice light brown hair and bright brown eyes. She seemed intelligent, pretty and confident. She looked him up and down before nodding and folding her arms over her chest. "What's going on?" she questioned. "We need to move you to a safe house," Percy replied, testing the waters a bit. "What?" Jane asked in surprise. "Why? Thor has been officially classed as missing. We need to make sure that everyone connected to him is safe." Percy had learned to be rather up straight during his training at S.H.I.E.L.D. "If Thor's missing, I want to help find him." Jane Foster folded her arms over her chest. "We have things under control," Percy said. "If you had things under control, you would have him back already," Jane pointed out. Percy wondered if she was always this stubborn. Thankfully someone came and broke through the tension in the room. Eric Selvig came in and looked at Percy. He gave him a keen once-over before offering a hand. "Eric Selvig," he said. "Percy Jackson," Percy replied. "I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D." "I figured that much," Eric said with a nod. "What seems to be the problem?" "Thor's missing and S.H.I.E.L.D. just expects us to go into hiding." Jane waved her hand in emphasis. Percy raised an eyebrow. "We're just doing what Thor would want." "Take it back a moment. Thor's missing. How can you lose a guy like him?" Eric asked in surprise. "We're still working on it. Lady Sif is offering her assistance," Percy commented. "We're not going anywhere." Jane was obviously a stubborn woman. "Why would we have to leave?" Percy turned towards the back of the building and watched as Darcy walked out. Not much seemed to have changed about her. Her hair was tied up, she wasn't wearing her glasses, and she seemed to be reading a really large book. She froze at the sight of Percy and her mouth formed a little O. "You what how?" Darcy seemed to stutter. "Hi, Darcy," Percy smiled at her. "You owe me half a burger." Darcy stared at the man. No, this couldn't be possible. How could this be the same man from that diner in New York? The man in New York had seemed like the friendly bad boy type with his flash motorcycle, leather jacket and chunky riding boots. Let's not forget that lopsided smile, that seemed to be his best feature. But here he was wearing a black suit, too much like Agent Coulson for her taste, with a gun on his hip and Ray-Bans in his pocket. "So, you work in government?" she asked as she ate a chip. "So what are you?" "FBI, CIA. That's classified," he'd said with that stunning lopsided smile. Just her luck he was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she supposed. Darcy gathered her wits and replied. "You gave up that burger willingly," Darcy countered as she flashed Jane an ask-later look. Unfortunately, Eric didn't catch on. "You know him?" Eric asked in surprise. "Can we please get back to the matter at hand?" Percy questioned. I need you to pack. Darcy noticed the dark circles under Percy's vibrant green eyes. Something major was obviously going on. Seeing as they'd come to Jane, it obviously had something to do with Thor. Darcy moved forward and crossed her arms over her chest. What happened to Thor? Darcy asked as she looked between the three. I never mentioned anything about Thor to you. Percy's brow crinkled. Doesn't matter. Be packed in 10 minutes. We have a plane waiting to take you to the safe house. You can't make us leave. Jane still refused to give in. Coulson was right about you. Percy sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Darcy still remembers Thor telling them about Coulson's death. Killed by Loki, it had chilled her right to the bone. She might not have known the man, but Thor certainly did, and it seemed to affect him greatly. If Percy knew Coulson, that meant he was pretty high up on the shield ladder. Listen, we're looking out for you and doing what Thor would want. We have a safe house set up. You can still contact people and whatnot, and it's just a safety precaution. Percy pressed, but his phone suddenly began ringing from his back pocket. He pulled it out and gazed at it. Please, just think about it logically for a moment. Percy answered the phone with a simple, Jackson, before walking out. Darcy peeled her eyes away from him and gazed at Jane and Eric. I'm not leaving. If Thor's missing, I want to help find him, Jane huffed angrily. Jane, perhaps it's best that we just lay low, Eric suggested. We don't know what we're going up against here. I'm with Jane, Darcy added in. If Thor's missing, I want to help find him. Are you sure you don't just want to drool over some boy? Eric cast a knowing look at Darcy. We met once, and I was not drooling, Darcy said angrily. May as well been. Eric raised an eyebrow. Listen, girls, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a bad habit of getting people in over their heads. Jane's face softened slightly as she remembered just what working with S.H.I.E.L.D. had gotten Eric. Listen, Eric, we'd just be researching, that's it. That's what I said, Eric pointed out. How do we know it's not Loki? It's not Loki, Agent Jackson returned, tucking his phone away as he went. That much we know. Then I don't see how you'd have a problem with us helping you research, Jane said a little smugly. What? Percy asked in surprise. She gestured to the three of them, know more about the science of Asgard and Thor than anybody else you've hired. We can help you. Surprisingly, the black-haired man actually considered it for a moment. Jane saw her window and kept talking. It'd be at a S.H.I.E.L.D. compound, right? That'd be heavily protected, and if they are after us we can lead them into a trap, Jane finished, seeming extremely pleased with her reasoning. I'll see what I can do, Percy mused. Get packing. Agent Jackson went out to make a call and Jane hurried to her trailer to pack. Eric shook his head before going off to pack his own things as well. Darcy on the other hand ignored the little flip that her heart did and headed to pack her own little suitcase. She was the first one packed, so she headed out to the car and waited beside it while the agent finished his phone call. Yes, sir, I know, sir, Agent Jackson ran a hand through his hair. With all due respect, sir, this is my operation. They can be helpful. There was a pause. Understood, sir, Percy nodded before hanging up. He turned towards Darcy and went around to the back of the car. Popping the trunk, he frowned in at it. Give me a minute, he said to Darcy, who came around. Inside the trunk, the back was lined with all different kinds of guns. Darcy raised an eyebrow at the large amount, but she saw something glowing from the darkest part. She reached in to pull it out, but Agent Jackson did before she had the chance. Her brow crinkled in confusion as she gazed at the sword in the sheath. It seemed to a 3-foot, and had a strange creature engraved into the hilt. The more Darcy looked at it, the more she realized it wasn't the black scabbard that was glowing, but rather the sword inside. It radiated a soft glow that seemed rather welcoming. A sword, she questioned, watching as he clipped it onto his belt in an absent-minded manner. And guns, he said rather obviously as he bent down and took the suitcase from her grasp. He pushed it into the trunk easily. He pushed piece of backing up over the guns. Don't worry, they're not loaded. You fight with a sword. Darcy still questioned. What, are you from the Middle Ages? That's not the first time I've heard that joke before. Percy straightened up. Someone nicknamed me Lancelot. I've got to meet this person, Darcy joked lightly. Trust me, you don't want to. Percy seemed rather serious as he said that. He slipped his glasses back on and watched as Jane rushed out, one bag filled with research, another filled with clothes, and her small notebook clasped under her arm. Eric followed at a much slower pace behind her. "Is that a sword?" Jane asked in surprise as she reached the trunk. "Yes." Percy took her bags off her and piled them into the trunk. Eric came up and before he could question it, Percy replied, "Yes, it's a sword." Percy shut the boot and unlocked the doors. Darcy and Jane climbed into the back while Eric took the passenger seat. Percy unclipped his sword from his belt and passed it through to the back. He then stripped off his suit jacket, tie, and removed his gun from his hip and passed them back as well. "What do you expect us to with it?" Darcy questioned as Percy finally got into the car and started it. "Hold on to them." He pulled out into the town. "Do you know how annoying it is to drive with something digging into your hip?" "Where are we going?" Eric questioned as he watched Percy turn on the air conditioner and GPS. "Texas," Percy replied rather clearly. "We have a base set up there." "Who's the other agent on the case?" Eric asked. "You usually work in pairs." "Agent Barton is working with me." Agent Jackson didn't even spare a glance at Eric, though it was hard to tell through his glasses. "The Archer?" Jane questioned. "That's him," Percy replied as he made his way towards the highway. Darcy was more interested in the sword. She pulled it out of the sheath slightly and looked at the metal. It looked like bronze mixed with steel. It glowed ever so slightly in a tantalizing manner. Running her hand on the flat of the blade, she could feel the tiniest hint of a hum coming off it. "Don't cut yourself." Darcy jumped a little bit when Percy said that. Jane gently took the sword and inspected it. "What is this made of?" she asked quietly, mostly to herself. "Half steel, half celestial bronze," Percy said simply before changing the subject. "We've got an 8-hour drive ahead of us. We need to get there as soon as possible, so please try and keep the brakes to a minimum." A silence fell onto the car, but Agent Jackson fixed that easily by turning on the radio. He then clipped in an earpiece and called somebody. Jane's brow crinkled as she attempted to understand what he was saying, but it wasn't in any language she could understand. It sounded like Italian, or possibly some language from in that area. The agent's voice rose slightly at one point and switched to English. "How was I supposed to know? I can hardly speak Italian as it is." "Ah, so he had been speaking Italian. I'm busy and seeing as your Greek is crap, this is only way." Someone on the other end said something. "Just come, please. I have to go, I have another call." He pressed the earpiece and said, "Any new leads?" He kept on switching between phone calls for over 3 hours. Eric tried to gather what he was talking about, but he only caught little pieces. He talked to Clint Barton a lot about possible subjects, the word AIM came up a lot, he seemed to talk to Fury and Maria Hill a couple of times, and he was in the middle of a conversation with someone else when Darcy tapped him on the shoulder. "I need food," Darcy said to him. Percy just nodded minutely before going back to his call. "I don't care what Trevor told you, it's my mission. When I tell you to do something," the person on the other line said something, "I don't care if you're older." "I need the bathroom as well." Darcy tapped him on the shoulder again. "Talk to Barton. You better hope he has this sorted out before I get back." He hung up the call and said to Darcy, "I remember a diner about 15 minutes away." "How old are you?" Eric asked suddenly. 24, Percy said absently as he stared at something in rear-view mirror. Jane turned around to see what it was, but Percy let out a soft hiss. "Don't look." "Why? It's just a car," Jane questioned. "It's been following us for the past 20 minutes, Percy commented lightly as he reached a hand into the back seat. "Give me my stuff, please." "It's an empty road. How on earth can that car look suspicious to you?" Darcy questioned as she resisted the urge to look. As she handed over the gun, tie and jacket, she moved to hand over the sword, but he waved it away. Percy didn't say anything as he pulled into a small gas station that had a diner attached. "Go to the bathroom and get food if you want. Get me a coffee and some donuts." He chucked a $20 note their way. "I thought the donut thing was just for cops." Darcy watched as the car that had been following them pulled in. "Donuts are a godsend. If you don't like donuts, there's something wrong with you," Percy replied with an easy smile, all troubles seemingly disappearing. He stepped out of the car and slipped his jacket and tie on before putting his gun in his holster. "Jane," Darcy and Eric got out hesitantly. They headed into the diner/convenience store and watched as they waited for their orders. Percy on the other hand just put the pump in the tank and leant against the car. Two men, dressed in similar suits, got out of their car. One began filling the car with gas while the other approached Percy. The pair almost seemed identical. Black hair, sunglasses, suits, a gun, and badges. "Agent Jackson?" the man asked without removing his glasses. "Depends who's asking," Percy replied. "Agent Thompson, FBI." The man pulled out his badge and offered it for inspection. Percy saw it and kept a clear face. It was an obvious fake. A very well-made fake, but fake nonetheless. "Agent Jackson," Percy extended a hand, "any reason you've been following me?" "We're here to get information on the satellite crash in Texas." While the man talked, Percy did a quick check over. Black hair, eyes hidden behind shades, seemed reasonably muscle and had a hint of what seemed to be a tattoo on his neck. The other one was more heavily built, stocky like a boxer. "What does the FBI want with it?" "It's under Shield's de-restriction." Percy acted cool as he pulled the pump out of the car and swiped his credit card so he could pay for it. "Shield's putting us out of a job, Agent," Thompson replied. "Must be bad if you're stooping to the level of using fake ID." Percy casually bent down into the car and pulled out his sword. "It's a jail-worthy offense to impersonate a federal officer." "Barty," the man called over his shoulder, "deal with him." The larger man pushed off the car while the other one began to walk away. Percy didn't give him a chance though. Drawing his sword, he swung upwards, intended on using the flat of his blade to hurt the man, but he ducked down low and pulled a gun. "We're at a gas station. Go ahead, shoot, blow us all up," Percy said sarcastically as he easily cut the gun in half with his sword. In the reflection of Thompson's shiny glasses, he could see the other man moving forward to trap him in a bear hug. Percy swung around low and sliced the man across the kneecaps. He crumpled to the ground in pain, too large and bulky to avoid being hit. The other man saw that his last-ditch defense was gone, and began running, grabbing his comrade's fallen gun in the process. Thompson began running towards the diner, and despite the fact he'd blow the place to smithereens, he seemed prepared to fire at the window. Percy was faster though, and he tackled the man. Unfortunately, they were close to the window. They fell through it, getting cut with glass in the process. Percy didn't seem to care though. Jane, Darcy and what he presumed to be a serving lady let out a yell. Percy on the other hand was pinned to the ground by the man, who promptly wrapped his hands around his neck. Percy responded by driving his knees upwards and flipping the man off him and into a glass display of hot food. Percy stood and noticed the man wasn't moving. Brushing glass from himself, he knew he must be covered in cuts. He removed his newly cracked glasses and gouged at everyone. Eric was shielding Darcy and Jane like his life depended on it, while the server lady was shaking behind the till. "Sorry about the mess," Percy supplied as he wiped some blood from his face. What?" the women stuttered. Percy dug around in his pocket and pulled out a business card. "Just call this number, they'll take care of everything." "But how?" "Drive Foster. In the trunk is some duct tape. Can you get that for me?" Percy questioned casually. Yeah, sure," Jane stuttered as she left for the car. Percy followed her and grabbed the one he'd cut. Placing hands under his armpits, he dragged the man across the floor and into the cafe. "Do you have a back room?" Percy asked as he panted. The women pointed towards a door to the left. Percy opened it before dragging the man in. It was a simple storage room, and after Percy dragged the second man in, he accepted the tape from Jane. He taped their wrists together tightly, as well as the ankles, before slapping Thompson hard across the face. "Who do you work for?" Percy asked as he searched the man's pockets. He found a steel needle in one pocket, but that was all. He pocketed the needle before standing up. Walking out of the storage area, he closed the door and easily shifted a large display case in front of it. "Let's go," Percy said with a wave of his hand before addressing the server. "Again, really sorry about the mess. Just phone that number and they'll take care of it." Percy walked to the car and picked glass out of his hand as he went. After unclipping his sword, taking off his jacket and undoing his tie, he moved to get into the car. "You're just going to leave her there?" Eric questioned. "The poor thing's hyperventilating." "People will be here within 10 minutes. Percy gazed up at the sky in contemplation before turning to Jane. "Can you get that piece of glass out of my back?" Jane hesitantly gripped the end of the piece of glass and yanked it out. "Thanks," Percy smiled at her. "I'm not leaving until I know she's all right." Jane pressed forward. "You can take care of your wounds, and I can go wait with her to make sure it's okay. 10 minutes won't make much of a difference." Percy seemed to soften for a moment. "Fine." While Eric and Jane went inside, Percy grabbed his medical kit from the trunk and sat on the hood of the car. Darcy pushed herself up next to him and watched as he unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a singlet underneath. She couldn't help but notice just how ripped he was. He wasn't like a bodybuilder kind of built, but rather had the muscles of a swimmer. "Can you hold this for me?" He handed her a bottle of saline. "Sure," Darcy replied as she held the bottle. The SHIELD agent got a pair of tweezers and began the laborious task of pulling out all the little pieces of glass that had become embedded in his skin. Once they were all out though, he took the saline and soaked a rag in it before pressing it against his wounds. "Do all SHIELD agents fight as badass as you?" Darcy questioned as she moved to make conversation. "Part of the job." He removed the cloth from his arm and Darcy was shocked to see there wasn't even the slightest indication that he'd been injured previously. "I'm guessing that isn't part of the job description," was all Darcy could manage to say. "Far from it," Percy replied as he kept on letting the salty water heal him. He gazed up at the sky though as the sounds of a helicopter broke through the silence. "That's our cue. Dr. Selvig. Dr. Foster." The two people came when called and finally agreed to pile into the car. Both Jane and Eric noted the lack of injuries on the man but decided to say nothing. As they drove away from the scene, Percy searched under his seat and pulled out a simple hooded jacket. "That was impressive." Jane broke the silence in the car. "Just doing my job," Percy supplied as he revved the engine a little. "How long have you been a SHIELD agent?" Jane asked. 5 years. Percy gazed off for a moment. "Yeah, 5 years. You started when you were 19. Eric asked in surprise. "You'd have just finished high school." "I'd given up on school by then," Percy said, not at all caring for the questions. "People are naturally inquisitive after all. You learned to fight like that in only 5 years?" Darcy asked in surprise. "Man, sign me up. You're deadly enough with a taser." Jane shot Darcy a look. "I thought Thor was a crazy hobo. You still can't be holding that against me." Darcy put her hands up in defense. "You tasered the God of Thunder?" Percy asked in surprise. "I thought he was crazy." Darcy was obviously trying hard to defend herself. "Good job." Percy chuckled to himself. "Not easy to beat the God of Thunder." "At least someone congratulated me," Darcy said in exasperation. For the rest of the car ride no one asked Percy any more questions. The car actually fell rather silent. Percy had to make a lot of phone calls to a lot of different people again, so Darcy and Jane entertained themselves reading various books. Eric on the other hand didn't let his guard down and instead opted to stare out the window, or glance at the agent who drove the car easily. When they reached the camp, Percy flashed his badge to the man at the gate before driving it. A little complex of tents had been set up, looking very different to the one in New Mexico. It seemed simpler. Percy got out of the car and went to the trunk. He pulled out everyone's luggage before saying, "We'll set up a tent for you soon. I'll just take you to Barton so we can sort everything out," Percy said as he stretched and began walking through the compound. They entered a brightly lit tent and were about to walk through it when the shadows suddenly darkened in the room. Darcy gripped her taser, which she had shifted into her handbag, while Jane and Eric took a step back. Percy on the other hand seemed completely at ease, but he'd looked like that before he'd fought those men as well. The shadows morphed again before they suddenly spat out something tall, slightly gangly, and pale. Darcy didn't waste any time. Firing off her taser, the person dropped to the ground and jerked for a moment before the electricity flow was cut off by Percy, who cut through the wire with his sword. He rushed down next to the pale, raven-haired man and pulled the taser ends from his skin. "Darcy!" Jane yelled in exasperation. He came out of the shadows. Darcy yelled in defense. "You don't find that a little bit creepy and suspicious?" "Who is he anyway?" Percy looked up at her and said, "You just tasered my cousin." "Nice long chapter for you." Jane by now was used to adjusting to situations. After all, she had hit the God of Thunder twice with her car. as she watched Agent Jackson walk away with his slightly twitching cousin held over his shoulder. Eric was glaring heavily at Darcy, who had dropped her taser to the floor in shame. Jane was still trying to get her head around the fact that the teen had come out of the shadows. How was that possible? Travel in that manner did not seem possible in any way, shape or form. She supposed she couldn't rely on earthly science as much as she used to. A little trigger happy, a voice said from above them, and Jane nearly jumped out of her skin. Gaining upwards, she spotted a blonde agent up on the support poles of the tent. A quiver full of arrows and a bow were slung over his back, and despite how much they must have weighed, he seemed perfectly balanced up on the thin pole. Jane heard Eric give a soft sigh from next to her. "How long have you been up there?" Jane questioned as she craned her head upwards to look into his vibrant blue eyes. "Long before you entered," was all the man supplied. "Can you come down? You're hurting my neck," Darcy said as she dug her hands into her pockets. For a moment Jane thought he had slipped. He fell backwards off the pole, but with a well-executed flip he landed on his feet. He didn't seem at all fazed as he crossed his bare arms over his chest and looked them all over. His eyes focused on Eric before he stuck out a hand. "Good to see you again, Dr. Selvig," he said, and Eric shook his hand. "Agent Barton," Eric nodded his polite hello. Jane looked the man over once more. He'd heard a lot about him from both Eric and Thor. He stood at about her heart, with close-cropped blonde hair, electric blue eyes, and a young but slightly worn face. His arm muscles were ripped and toned while his legs seemed muscled and springy. Thor had told her about the great archery skills of Clint Barton, who did not fear anything, even Loki, for he was brave and had the heart of a warrior. Eric, on the other hand, had commented on how good of an archer he was, but also how deadly and elusive he could be, sly, even. "Drive Foster." He held out a hand and she shook it before looking at Darcy. "You're more dangerous than you look." "Percy's not going to be mad, right?" Darcy questioned with a slight blush. "It's his cousin you have to be worried about." The SHIELD agent flashed a smirk. "Come on, I'll show you to our base tent. Lady Sif's already waiting." He began walking away and Jane hurried to keep up with his fast pace. Getting up beside him she asked, "How could he travel like that? Is it some sort of Asgardian form of travel? I haven't heard Thor mention that before." "I'll let them to explain. We have more pressing matters to get into. If you're here you may as well be of use," Agent Barton said as they entered a new tent. It seemed relatively newly set up. A large center table had a holographic globe floating above it while a bank of computers rested on the side. The only person in the room was the tall and graceful Lady Sif. The raven-haired women looked at all of them and Jane could have sworn she saw something flash in her dark eyes when their gazes met, but she pushed it away as a trick of the light. "You already know Lady Sif," Agent Barton said as he gazed at the holographic globe before tapping away at something on the table. Colored symbols suddenly appeared up on the screen and he gazed at one in particular, a small red hourglass located over New York. "She's already helped rule out some possibilities. It's not Loki, nor is it the Enchantress." Jane had no idea who that was. "The workings are not of Asgard. Many realms despise Asgardians. There are still many possibilities." The tent flapped open and the same man from before walked in. Man was an overstatement. He looked about 20, with raven hair that looked as if he had just rolled out of bed, a light stubble, eyes so black you couldn't see the pupils, and pale skin that somehow managed to look olive. He wore ripped jeans, a black Sabbath shirt and an aviator's jacket. He glared pointedly at Darcy, who shrunk into herself slightly. "It's not anybody on our side," he commented in a voice that had an obvious Italian accent. "How are you up and walking?" Eric questioned. "That taser would have you still out of commission. When your cousin's the daughter of the lightning god you learn to get over shocks quickly," he commented lightly. "Thor doesn't have a daughter," Jane pointed out in confusion. "Silly mortal," Sif sighed from behind her, "there are more than one type of deity." Agent Jackson walked into the tent and slapped his cousin on the back. "You have to give me some of your nectar," he said, oblivious to the situation. "Get your own," his cousin muttered darkly. "Like that'll ever happen," Percy muttered as he gazed at the globe. "Anything new?" "Nothing," Agent Barton replied. "Hello, can you answer my question? What do you mean by more than one type of deity?" Jane questioned, feeling a little fiery. Percy sighed and gazed at Clint, who just raised an eyebrow. Primitive people worship the more powerful as gods. The Asgardians are aliens. He gazed at Sif, who had a puzzled look. No offense. The Egyptians, the Greeks and the Roman gods all exist. Nico and I are Greek. You're a son of Hades. Darcy made one of her usual quick assumptions as she looked at Nico, who nodded minutely. I loved him in Hercules. Do not even get me started on that movie, Nico muttered darkly to himself. Darcy though for a moment. If Percy's cousin was a son of Hades, that left Poseidon or Zeus. Nico had said that his cousin was the daughter of the lightning god. Guessing from Percy's rather odd sea green eyes, Darcy couldn't help but think he was the son of Poseidon. That makes you the son of Poseidon, Darcy said to Percy. Yes, Percy said in a distracted manner. How can four sets of gods coincide? Jane asked, her interest peaking. How do they not hate each other? Percy sighed again. I hate explaining this. Percy rolled his eyes. The Asgardians aren't from Earth. The Earth is under their protection though, their presence isn't needed here. The Egyptians backed off when the Greeks came. The Greeks still are around, they're the highest power at the moment. And the Romans? Eric questioned. The Romans are the Greeks, Percy supplied. When the Roman Empire appeared, they took the concept of the Greeks and made them harsher and stronger. The Greek gods sort of got other personalities. It honestly hurts my head. Darcy looked at Nico and said, sorry about tasering you. He glanced at her shortly. Not the worst I've been through, was his only answer before he said to Percy, I checked in downstairs. Nothing. Apparently the gods have disbanded until the next solstice. It's all quiet up there. I checked in with my connections with the House of Life, Percy added in, nothing. They're staying out of this. This was all gibberish to Jane, which was a first. There are many other realms than these. The frost giants have remained silent since Loki damaged their home. It is not them, Sif supplied in. Jane cut in, can I see the hammer? I actually might be able to be of help then. They all turned to look at her, and after the two agents shared another look, Percy pushed off the table. Yeah, come on. Nico, come as well. I'm not helpful here. Nico crossed his arms over his chest. I need a taxi, don't I? Percy cracked him a smile, but his cousin's only reply was to disappear into the shadows. Percy just shrugged and walked out. Jane, Eric and Darcy all followed him towards the largest tent of all. Is he always like that? Eric questioned the young agent. He's usually a little more bearable. Percy pushed open a tent flap to reveal a cleared-out section of the ground. In the center rested Thor's hammer, still vibrating away. He'll get over it. Here it is. Jane stepped forward towards the hammer. The closer she came, the more the air seemed to crackle with energy. She rested her hand on the leather hilt and felt the vibrations ride up her arm. Her mind worked at 1,000,000 miles an hour as she tried to come up with a plan. Is it putting out any type of signal? Jane questioned as she knelt next to it in the dirt. It scrambles out instruments, Percy supplied as he crossed his arms over his chest. If I can find the frequency, we might be able to track it. After all, why would it put out a frequency that didn't have a receiver? Jane spoke to herself mostly. Why haven't you gotten Stark onto this? Eric questioned. Surely he would be more suited. This is a low-lying operation, Percy commented with a stoic expression. As far as anyone's concerned, we're not here. Jane frowned slightly at that before standing up. I won't be able to work on it until morning. I don't want to make a mistake. I'll show you to your tent then, Percy commented idly as he began walking away again. We prefer everyone to be in by 11 so we can start our night rounds. Try to keep the noise to a minimum, and you can't use your phones here. Why not? Darcy questioned as she gripped her iPhone. They can be traced, Percy said it like it was a well-known fact. Their tent was small, with a 3-camper bed set up, along with a bathroom attached. It wasn't fancy but it would do. Percy explained what everything was and that they had to stay within the compound at all times unless instructed otherwise. He then left them. Jane opened her suitcase and pulled out a pair of more comfortable clothes while Eric and Darcy sat on their respective beds. I don't like this, Eric commented. More than one type of gods? No matter, Agent Jackson was such a good fighter. It explains the sword, Darcy commented idly as she twirled a piece of hair between her fingers. I wonder if he can control water. Darcy, You dreaming about your crush is the least of our problems, Jane said as she sat down on her bed. Eric's right. We'll have to be careful not to get tangled up in it. Says the one who's courting the god of thunder. Darcy raised an eyebrow. Don't you start, Jane snapped a little irritably. I'm not starting anything. Just stating the facts. Darcy raised her hands in defense. Let's just focus on helping as much as we can, Eric said. No drooling over boys or snapping at each other, you hear me? That way we can be finished as soon as possible. A silence filled the tent. I think that Nico guy has it out for me. Darcy broke the silence. You tasered him, Jane pointed out. He came out of the shadows. Darcy tried to prove her points. Girls, Eric shook his head. Just let it drop. Eventually they settled down to get ready for bed. Despite the early hour, they were all wiped out. Jane and Darcy fell asleep easily. Eric, though, couldn't sleep no matter how hard he tried. He lay, staring up at the ceiling until about 1 o'clock. Despite the fact he had been told to stay in the tent, Eric got up and stepped out. He just needed some fresh air. He just couldn't stop thinking about what Loki had done. It had haunted him every night since the incident. He hadn't mentioned that to Jane or Darcy though. He didn't want to worry them. Can't sleep? Agent Jackson rounded the corner. He wore jeans, a thick hoodie to shield himself from the cold. His hair was a little messier than usual, and without his glasses the bags under his eyes were heavily evident. His sword was by his side, providing a source of glowing light, surprisingly bright. The floodlights had been turned off and all that remained on were little lanterns outside the tents. Eric silently wondered how someone so young had become a SHIELD agent. I'm not used to sleeping in a new place. Eric supplied the little lie. Are you on duty? No. Agent Jackson casually flicked his sword in a graceful arc. Still working. Working on what? Eric asked conversationally. Stargazing. Percy gazed upwards. Is that a hobby of yours? Eric questioned. An old one, yes, Percy supplied. You want something to drink? It's chilly out here. Eric followed the agent into a small mess tent. The 24-year-old made coffee for the both of them before sitting down at a chair. This used to be a 4-tent operation. Now with you around we've had to expand, and thank God, it was tiny before, Agent Jackson said conversationally. Agent Jackson, Eric began. Call me Percy. Agent Jackson's such a mouthful. The black-haired man smiled at him. Percy, what do the stars have to do with anything? Eric asked as he sipped on his nice coffee. There's a constellation, called the Huntress. She was put up in the stars by the Lady Artemis, and she's said to help guide heroes home. Percy gazed down at his coffee. But I don't think Thor would be guided by her. Couldn't hurt to check. You are very different from Thor, Eric commented. I'll take that as a compliment. It's a Greek thing. We're left to live in the mortal world and make do, Percy shrugged. Is that why you joined SHIELD? Eric questioned. I joined SHIELD because I didn't have many other options, the agent shrugged carelessly. It's a good job, we get to make a difference. So you're the hero type? You could say that, Percy gave a small smile. Eric just nodded and continued to drink his coffee. Percy mirrored his movement, but at the same time fiddled with the hilt of this sword. He seemed rather at ease. He looked up as the agent stifled a yawn. Sorry, Percy supplied. When was the last time you slept? Eric asked. Percy thought for a moment. The night before last, he said it with ease. I've gone longer. He once stayed up for 3 days just to watch all of the supernatural seasons. Nico suddenly entered the room, bag over his shoulder. So he returns. Percy flashed his cousin a smile. You'll end up getting yourself killed without me, Nico said in return as he dumped his bag on the table. I lasted 4 years without you, Percy said in return. Eric stood up and said, thank you for the coffee, Percy. He nodded towards Percy, but I'll leave you two to it. See you tomorrow, Dr. Selvig. 0700, Percy called after him. Darcy Lewis never used to be an early riser. She used to savor the time she spent in bed, curled up in her thick warm comforter. The brunette would curl her toes and stretch her arms above her head, taking her time to get out of bed and face the day. Ever since she finished college and started working with J.N. Foster though, it had become a completely different story. She'd go to sleep at 2 and wake up 7 if she was lucky. Sometimes she would get a full night's sleep, but it was never the same. It seemed SHIELD wasn't for sleeping in either. She was awoken at 6 by Eric. He gently shook her awake and told her to get ready before moving to wake Jane up. Darcy stretched and ed in her bed before picking up the clothes she had placed out the night before and heading to the shower. Well, it could hardly be called a shower. The water pressure was horrible. It was a portable version, small and horribly cramped. And hot water lasted about 1 minute. It certainly didn't do anything to get rid of the sleep still pulling at the recesses of her mind. Nevertheless, she got out and changed into shorts, a singlet, and a light flowing top. She would spend today inside, no doubt. Percy, on the other hand, thrived in the mornings. He was at the top of his game at night, of course, but mornings were just as good. He'd wake up at 6 and get changed into simple workout clothes before going to find some place to train. Seeing as he was now sharing barracks with about 10 other people, he couldn't exactly work out in his room. He and Darcy met halfway unintentionally. Percy was walking towards a tree he had seen in the field outside while Darcy was just walking around aimlessly. "Morning," Percy said politely as he passed. "Morning," Darcy replied as she paused, hands buried in the pockets of her jeans. "Any place to grab some grub around here?" "The mess opens at 7, Percy supplied, "and even then it's just stale cornflakes." "Shield goes all out, huh?" Darcy beamed brightly. "I'll just have to hang with you until breakfast then." Percy was puzzled for a moment. Why did Darcy keep wanting to hang around him? Percy, despite his training, felt a little out of his depths. "I was just going to go work out." "Cool." Darcy seemed to smile even more. "Get going then." Percy just shrugged slightly and walked over to the fence. Fishing out his keys, he unlocked the door and held it open for Darcy. She stepped out and Percy followed her, taking the lead as they walked towards a strong-looking tree situated to the side of the field. Percy got over his mild awkwardness and jumped up to grip a branch above his head. Effortlessly he began doing chin-ups, getting his shoulders above the branch in the process. "So, do all SHIELD agents have to be insanely fit?" Darcy questioned as she sat down. "Not insanely," Percy said as he hefted himself up again, "but you can't exactly get puffed easily." Darcy fell into silence and watched as he continued to do his chin-ups. She had to admit she had a good view. She didn't stare for too long though. She wasn't a pervert. To take her mind off things, she played with a blade of yellowing grass. "Aren't you afraid of someone seeing you?" Darcy questioned. "Me work out?" Percy asked, confused as he dropped to the ground. "Not really, soon enough the whole compound will be out here." "I mean, aren't you concerned with someone seeing the compound?" Darcy questioned. "You're kind of exposed." "That's what we want people to think," Percy chuckled as he stared down at Darcy. "Trust me, we're as protected as anything could be." Darcy just nodded as a new question came to mind. "The other agents I've seen seem older than you. Even Agent Barton." "We've got a bit of city mileage on us." Percy pulled out his sword and gazed at it for a moment. "Why are you so young?" "Coulson looked about 50, and the rest look in their 30s, and yet you're 23. Is it because you're some super powerful demigod that they let you run the show?" Darcy's need for knowledge began to show. "I am higher up than any other agent here, excluding Agent Barton," Percy mused as he swung his sword in an arc, "and the others certainly don't like it. But they have to live with it." "How do you join SHIELD?" Darcy questioned as she continued to play with a blade of grass. "SHIELD found me, just like every other agent here," Percy commented lightly, easily avoiding the question. "I'm more concerned about how a political science major got working for an astrophysicist." "I needed a job," Darcy shrugged carelessly, "kind of glad I took it now. Never would have met any demigods or aliens if I did a political science internship." Percy just smiled some more before saying to someone over Darcy's shoulder, "Lady Sif, what can I help you with?" The raven-haired beauty as always was wearing battle armor and armed with her spear. Darcy offered a small wave, and the warrior returned with a polite nod. She gripped her spear and easily flicked it into a nice, less threatening pose. "I hope I am not interrupting anything," Sif said as she looked between the two. Percy just shook his head. "It's fine," he said. "What do you need?" "I was looking for a sparring partner," Sif said simply. "Your cousin has already declined." "Yeah, sure," Percy said as he gripped his sword. "I don't go on clock until 7:30. You don't mind, do you, Darcy?" Darcy just stood up and dusted off her pants. "About time I go see what books Jane wants me to go hit today." "Hit books?" Sif asked in confusion. "You're more hopeless than Thor." Darcy couldn't help but laugh a little bit. "It means reading, studying." "You Midgardians are odd," Sif replied. Prince Thor has told me of many odd sayings that are passed around this planet. Yeah, we're the odd ones, Darcy muttered. I'll see you later. Darcy moved to the compound again and a passer-by opened the gate for her. She began walking towards her tent again, not at all looking forward to the long day of study. It seemed Jane and Eric were already bright-eyed, bushy-tailed and ready to go. First, breakfast. Darcy intervened to stop them from working straight away. Agent Jackson was true to his word. All that was to offer was some stale cornflakes and toast. Darcy decided some odd-tasting coffee and a piece of crunchy toast would be enough. They took their meager breakfast to go and headed straight for the hammer. Jane instantly dragged in a couple of shield workers and got all of the equipment she needed. Eric began calibrating the search while Jane began trying to isolate the signal. That left Darcy on scribe duty. Percy on the other hand had nothing to do after sparring with Sif. No leads to look up, no reports to file, not even an agent to reprimand. So he found Nico. His cousin was glaring moodily out across the field. Percy took that as a bad sign. Sliding up next to his cousin. Who crapped in your cornflakes? He asked. I don't want to talk about it, Nico said darkly. The last time you refused to talk to me about something, I thought you were going to kill me, Percy said as he remembered the time he had to tell Nico about his sister's death. So what's up? Nico sighed. You'll laugh at me. I'm a trained spy, Percy retorted back. I got dumped, Nico supplied sourly. Percy did a double take. You had a girlfriend? Do you think I was holding roses for no reason when we saw each other a couple of months ago? Nico raised an eyebrow at him. So much for a super spy. Percy now remembered that when he'd seen Nico in Italy he'd been holding a bouquet of roses. The sudden realization dawned on him. Why'd she dump you? Percy asked conversationally. Apparently disappearing isn't something a good honest boyfriend does. Nico just shrugged helplessly. I know what'll cheer you up. Percy clapped him on the shoulder. A burger. You buying burgers? A passing-by agent asked. I'll take a double bacon cheeseburger. Someone say burger? Clint called from a couple meters away. Cheeseburger. I too would like some sustenance, Sif said from next to Clint. Jackson's doing a burger run. The first agent yelled loudly. Percy swore nearly everyone suddenly turned towards him. I'm not, Percy said in return, but people had already begun listing off orders. Cheeseburger, extra onions. Nico clapped him on the shoulder and walked away. Percy would later kill that SHIELD agent who made him go on a burger run. He had a list 3 notebook pages long. Despite the fact that there weren't even that many agents, and he still had to get orders from the visiting scientists. He stepped up onto the walkway and gazed down. Any progress? Percy asked as he watched Jane write furiously in her notebook. Hardly, Jane replied absently. I'm doing a lunch run. What do you guys want? Percy asked with an affirmative nod. The two listed off their orders and Percy turned around to see Darcy standing in the doorway. Can I come with? I'm not of any help to them, Darcy explained. Sure. Percy and Darcy clambered into the company car and began down the winding drive to the town's main road. A slight silence filled the car, but as always, Darcy had no trouble filling it. She began to talk about what little they had been able to find out from the signal to hammer. Percy, for all it was worth, seemed interested. Jane's just stressing about Thor, Darcy explained a little more, and a stressed Jane is not a nice Jane. I wouldn't be surprised. Percy pulled up in front of a town diner. Let's get this over with, shall we? Percy got out of the car and gazed around for a moment. The townspeople didn't pay him any heed. He didn't look like an agent at the moment. A few lingered around, chattering and laughing. Some teenagers loitered in front of a convenience store, drinking energy drinks and flirting openly with each other. All in all, everything seemed right with the world. Walking up to the door, Percy attempted to open it but found it locked. He paused and gazed down at the handle. Something felt slick in his hand. Pulling it away, he gazed down at his hand. Crimson-red blood shined was smeared onto the palm of his hand and he fisted it slightly before walking to the boot of the car. Opening it up, he reached in and pulled out his handgun and one of the forearm-length daggers he kept just in case. I guess we'll just have to find another place. Hey, what are you doing? Darcy said as she spotted the gun and long dagger. Percy just ignored her, already going into his business mode. He easily broke the glass of the diner and undid the lock from the inside. The sound of breaking glass made everyone on the street turn to stare at him with accusing eyes. Percy just ignored them and pushed the door open, holding his gun gingerly in one hand. The smell hit him immediately. Decaying flesh. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" "I'm going to call the police," one brave man called from across the street as he began to advance forward. The agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. just ignored him and walked into the diner. The blinds had been pulled down, letting little not light through. Percy held his breath as his keen eyes took everything in. Bodies lay strewn over the floor, on the booths and even behind the bar. They smelled heavily of rotting flesh, and Percy had to say they had been in here for about a week and a half maybe. It was hard to tell. "What is it?" Darcy questioned. "Stay outside." Percy barked out the order, all previous kindness and joking gone. "Call Dr. Foster and tell her to put Agent Barton on the phone." Of course Darcy didn't listen. She stepped into the doorway and let out a little gasp. Percy turned to look at her. She looked horrified. Her brown eyes were wide and she had turned a horrible pasty gray. Clenching his jaw, Percy said in a soft but firm voice, "Darcy, I need you to call Jane Foster for me, okay?" He didn't need her to go into shock. Darcy had probably never even seen a dead body before, let alone a collection of decaying ones. "Darcy, go call Jane." Darcy eventually left the doorway. That gave Percy the opportunity to walk among the mess and investigate. There were no signs of a struggle or even any bullet shells of any type. The place was devoid of life, well, except rodents and maggots. Just as Percy was turning to investigate the bathrooms, he caught sight of something. Atop the bench, hidden slightly beneath one of the bodies, seemed to be a dark mark of some sort. Percy gently and gingerly moved the body of the woman to the left to reveal a mark he hadn't seen in a long time. It was a black crow with a rose in its mouth, surrounded by a ring of words. "Traitor, murderer, godless," all in ancient Greek. Percy shuddered slightly, hand twitching slightly as if it wanted to touch his back. He clenched his fist though and walked out. Darcy was sitting on the hood of the car, shaking slightly as if cold. "Darcy." Percy slipped his gun into the back of his belt and hid the dagger from view. "Are you cold?" Darcy managed a small nod and Percy went to the back of the car and pulled out his jacket. He placed it over Darcy's shoulders and scowled slightly. Mild shock. Just fantastic. His luck continued to run out though. Police cars came around the corner, lights flashing. Someone who was obviously the sheriff stepped out. She was tall, brunette and had honest blue eyes. 4 other officers, no doubt the small town's whole police force, stepped out and faced him. "Place the dagger down, sir," the sheriff said. Percy dropped the dagger and reached into his back pocket. He held up a hand so that the sheriff wouldn't shoot him before showing his badge, Agent Jackson of S.H.I.E.L.D. "The ones who are renting that farmland?" she questioned. "Yes," Percy supplied, watching as the black S.H.I.E.L.D. cars rolled around the corner. The police officers watched as the fully decked-out S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came out, looking dangerous and deadly in their own right. Darcy. Jane was the odd one out. She pushed through the agents and embraced the brunette. Percy ignored them momentarily. "I need your men to set up a perimeter. This is a crime scene. Give any information on this building that you can to one of our agents," he said to the police before addressing the agents. "Help them in any way possible. Start questioning shop owners. Agent Barton and I will take care of this. Someone get Hill on the line." Clint came up first and fell into step with Percy. He didn't even question Percy in any way as he pushed open the door. Percy saw his friend's face harden and tighten for a moment before it became stoic. Clint calmly knelt down next to the nearest person and said, "Time of death about a week ago. Harsh heat would have contributed. Someone was here recently," Percy supplied as he showed his palm, "fresh blood. Coming back to check his work," Clint suggested as he stood. "This isn't some mass murderer." Percy led Clint to the bar. "Look." Clint only took a moment to gaze at the symbol before turning away. "I bet it's the same people that took Thor." "So what are we dealing with? A serial killer with a fetish for demigods?" Percy asked, confused. "Best serial killer I've seen," Clint supplied as he gazed around. "Not even a hair." Percy looked around yet again. He caught something in the corner of his vision and walked over to one of the men who had been strewn in a booth. He used the edge of one of his credit cards to shift the man's hair away slightly. On his neck was what looked like a coat of arms, a serpent twined around a sword. It had been branded into the man's neck. Percy knelt next to a woman on the floor and found the same mark on her neck. "That gives us a lead," Percy muttered. "It's like they want us to find them." "They could be bragging," Clint suggested. "Possibly," Percy nodded as he stood. Percy left Clint to handle the running of the show. He was in charge of seeing if the scientists could make heads or tails of that marking. Another agent had taken photos of the crime scene and put it on a USB for easy access. It didn't take long for Percy to reach the farm again, and the compound was empty except for one or two trained guarding agents, Sif and the scientists. "What has happened?" Sif questioned as she fell into step with Percy. "Mass murder in town," Percy supplied to the raven-haired women. "I'll need your help with this." "I assist as much as I can," Sif nodded her agreement. They entered the main tent to see Jane, Darcy, Eric and the two S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists waiting around. Darcy was looking better. She was no longer shaking and had rosy points of color in her cheeks. She was now wearing Percy's jacket properly, the long sleeves hiding her hands from view. "I need you two to come look at this," Percy said to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as he placed the USB into the computer and brought up a large picture of the markings. "Tell me what you can figure out." The scientists looked at the screens for about a minute before saying the obvious. "A brand, perhaps a family crest." "Lady Sif?" Percy questioned as he made way for the female. Sif gazed at it for longer, her sharp keen eyes so much like Annabeth's taking in every single aspect of the picture. "It is similar. I have seen many family symbols over the years. It is not of Asgard, but if you look closely you can see some sort of writing at the bottom." Percy zoomed in and squinted at the barely visible shadow of symbols. "I can't read that." "Lady Sif." "Nay." Sif shook her head. "Drive Selvig," Percy called to the scientists. The elder man came over and squinted at the newly zoomed out image. "Nothing I recognize," he supplied. "I don't recognize it either. Thanks for asking," Nico chimed in from the doorway. "So no burger, I take it." Sif gazed between the cousins before stepping away from the computer. She walked a little away and tried to think. She had seen that symbol before. But where? Surely not Asgard. It must be Midgardian. She hadn't visited Midgard for over 100 years prior to Thor's banishment. She had come here to help find Thor, and now what little of a lead they had would become a dead end if she couldn't remember the symbol. She looked around as she tried to think. Agent Jackson had taken perfect control of the situation. He was a great leader and an even greater fighter. He had skills that rivaled if not matched her own. It would be a great feat for a mortal man. His cousin no doubt shared his skills, but he seemed flawed and perhaps harboring hatred that was never good. Eric Selvig was talking to Agent Jackson about what had happened while Jane Foster was sitting beside Darcy Lewis. Sif looked at Jane Foster. She didn't know what he saw in the mortal. She seemed weak and frail. Not a warrior. She was smart though, smarter than any mortal she had ever encountered. And caring. She certainly seemed caring. Perhaps that was what Thor saw. Maybe it was something Sif herself was lacking. Sif had always thought she'd be the one to court Thor, but those thoughts had withered away to little sparks the day that Loki had bewitched her beautiful golden curls a dark inky black. Thor favored blondes. There had been an obvious lack in the attention he gave her when her hair had been changed. The warrior had moved on, but her feelings for Thor had not. Maybe she herself was harboring some hatred. "Be honest with me, Percy, how bad is it?" Eric was asking Perseus. "Maybe 20 dead," Percy said with a sigh. It was obvious he was a man who had seen many a battles, various states of decomposition. The heat wasn't helping anything. "How's Darcy coping?" "She's okay. I think it just gave her a fright." Eric shook his head. "This is the reason I didn't want these girls coming. They're sheltered." "With all due respect, Doctor, I didn't want them coming," Perseus said, and it seemed he actually meant it. "We're already getting over our heads. Last time that happened everyone paid the price. You're free to leave whenever you want." "We're not leaving," Jane spoke up from next to Darcy. "We still need to find Thor." "Jane, I'm sure they're more than capable. Thor would do the same for us," Jane said with a daring gaze. Jane Foster certainly was a proud and devoted woman, Sif noted. "Listen," Perseus said, "it's your choice. Think it over. All I can say is that it's going to get worse from here on in." "How do you know that?" Jane questioned in a rather naive fashion. Every seasoned warrior knows that once first blood has been spilt, a crimson river will soon follow, Sif explained, locking eyes with Jane. In English, Nico D'Angelo said in a rather confused and snappish tone. I think what Lady Sif is trying to say is that this is just the beginning and more is going to follow, Eric calmly. The calm before the storm, Percy supplied. How is this the calm? Darcy questioned, speaking up for the first time. Those people were left there. All dead. How is this the calm? Every battle has to start somewhere, right? Nico said with an aimless shrug. I guess ours starts now. Percy stared at the masses of papers on the table. Some contained photos, others contained names, while some even contained lists of various chemicals found in the diner. S.H.I.E.L.D. had done a huge sweep of the surrounding states and sent over photos of all those reported missing. All in all, it left a huge mess for the agents at the compound to sort out. Percy kept a cool head, though it wasn't the most amount of pressure that had been placed on him. Currently he and Clint were standing in the command tent, holographic table lit up to show the places where people had gone missing. So far already 5 people had been confirmed. All missing within the same week, and none of us noticed it, Percy grumbled to himself as his dyslexic eyes struggled to read through the missing persons reports, some reported missing at the same hour. This isn't one person. Clint nodded in agreement. They're practiced. All victims took a single shot to the heart. Clean kills every time. That means none were running away or struggling, Percy added in. They must have a hideout of some sort in one of the states. It could be where they're keeping Thor. Clint nodded his assent. Nico getting anything? Nico had gone to the crime scene to see if he could pick up anything, but had turned up empty. Percy shook his head and said, all he can tell us is that they weren't killed there. Death has never stepped foot in the diner. The elder man nodded. The diner was closed because the owner got cancer and had to move interstate for treatment. It's been closed for 3 months. So no one would bother to try and go there anymore, Percy nodded. This was how Clint and Percy worked best. They bounced ideas off each other until they could come to an agreement. It got things done faster. Clint was more of a man who noticed all of these little things in a case, while Percy seemed to focus on the how and why. Natasha was usually the tactician, but she wasn't here, so the 2 men were left to figure that part out for themselves. They're doing this all for us. The idea hit Percy like a ton of bricks. They want us to know that they know what's going on. They know that I'm in charge. They know that we're working in the town. It's almost as if they want us to play a game. They're trying to draw us out. Clint agreed with a sour nod. They're waiting for us to send a message back. Percy mused silently for a moment. A story like this will be hitting the news tonight. The sheriff is handling the media, Clint explained. I'll get an agent out there to help her. You reckon someone told Natasha about this? Percy couldn't help but question. Knowing her, she'll already be on a plane down here. Clint let out a soft chuckle. Percy nodded as he stared at missing persons reports. There was no visible connection. The victims ranged from office clerks to checkout chicks. So far no connection had been made. It was infuriating. Everywhere he turned was a dead end. Percy had a feeling Clint was feeling the same way. The son of Poseidon hoped the scientists were getting further than they were. Science always prospered, right? Percy honestly didn't know. I'm going to see if they can tell me anything about these chemicals. Percy picked up the sheet containing the list of chemicals found on the crime scene. Clint nodded his affirmation as Percy left. The compound was still slightly empty due to the fact the agents were running around the town trying to gather as much information as they could. Nico had shadow traveled to the nearby state to see if he could pick up anything from the towns where the people had been reported missing. They were trying to cover as much ground as possible in what little amount of time they had been dealt. Inside the tent, Eric and Jane seemed to be talking and looking at a glossy photo that they held in their hands. Sif was looking rather stoic as she gazed at the hammer from the walkways positioned above. Darcy was sitting down on a chair, his jacket spread over her lap, and a book clasped in her hand. At least she looked like she was faring better. First time Percy had seen a decomposing body, he had vomited on Coulson's suit. Darcy seemed to notice his gaze and offered a small timid smile. Percy returned it. Eric and Jane though still had yet to notice his entrance. Sif, can you read this? Jane called to Sif without looking up from the photo. Sif sent Percy a glance before stepping forward. She took the photo and glanced at it, head cocking to the side slightly. Her smooth brow crinkled before she turned to Percy. "This is ancient Greek from before my time," Sif commented. "Perseus can read it." Percy took the photo and felt his stomach drop. Of course the mindless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had taken photos of the mark on the counter. They didn't know the connection to him, so to them it would be evidence. He stared at the symbol before ripping the photo in half. "Hey," Jane began to get up on her high horse. "It's from an old case," Percy lied smoothly. "Must have been left over on the USB. Make sure you clear them properly next time." "I actually thought I had something," Jane said in a rather annoyed fashion. "Here." Percy handed over the list of chemicals. "These were found at the scene. That should fill a bit more of your time." Jane and Eric took the list with renewed vigor, immediately forgetting about the picture. Darcy wasn't as easily fooled. She had recovered somewhat from her original shock and was now functioning properly. The images of decaying bodies lurked in the back of her mind, and she knew they wouldn't go away for some time. She wouldn't allow herself to become a blubbering mess though. At least not where others could see. Jane was already mother-henning her enough. Darcy had noticed the slight shadow in Agent Jackson's eyes, barely visible and yet still there. He had been really attached to the case that the symbol had been a part of. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. just forget one single photo? No, it was a part of this case. Darcy just knew it. It wasn't like she could call the agent out here and now. He was a trained spy who could bluff his way out of anything. He had barely even seemed to flinch at the sight of the bodies. He'd acted so differently in the diner, it was obvious he was a completely different person when he needed to be. Darcy supposed she shouldn't be surprised. She didn't know anything about the man except his age, name and general family tree. It was stupid. She actually surprised herself as she realized how little she knew about him. Closing her book, she placed it down and put the jacket over her arm. Even though she wasn't wearing it, she could still smell the lingering scent of the ocean and gunpowder. Percy had already left and Darcy hurried to catch up. The compound was oddly silent compared to what she had already experienced. It was unnerving. "Hey, Perseus," Darcy didn't know why she called him that. It was his real name, seeing as Sif kept calling him that, and yet for the first time the name slipped off her tongue unbidden. It felt weird, alien even. "Did you just call me Perseus?" Percy turned to look at her, green eyes alight and twinkling with mirth. Darcy couldn't help but marvel at just how much emotion they seemed to show. "You don't seem to mind when Sif calls you that," Darcy tried to cover her tracks. "Only gods call me Perseus." Percy frowned slightly. "And really old things." "Percy sounds like an old man name," Darcy supplied as she cocked her head like a dog's. "If you're the son of Poseidon, why is your name Perseus?" "I thought he was the son of Zeus." Percy smiled softly. "Percy isn't an old man's name. It's better than Perseus anyway." The raven-haired man shrugged. "Perseus was the only hero who had good luck. My mum hoped the name Sake would carry on." "Was she right?" Darcy questioned, wanting to know more information about the man. "Not by a long shot." Percy let out a weary chuckle and ran a hand through his hair. "You're looking better." Darcy blushed a little bit. It's still a little unnerving. She didn't let the change of subject go unnoticed. "I guess seeing dead bodies is just part of your bad luck." "Part of the job, actually," Percy shrugged as he gazed around the camp. "Pretty crap job." Darcy folded her arms over her chest. "Each to their own, I suppose." "Oh, here's your jacket." She handed over the soft blue hooded jacket. Percy took it and draped it over his arm without glancing twice at it. "So, what did you do to get on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar?" Darcy questioned conversationally. "It was Coulson who found me, actually." Percy didn't seem at all concerned about answering the question. "He was waiting for me after my graduation. He explained S.H.I.E.L.D. to me and I thought, why not?" For some reason, Darcy believed the lie. Percy was grateful for that. For some reason Darcy was very aware of everything going on around her. She seemed to pick up on things that others couldn't. In another life she would have made a great spy. Strong, independent and good at sweet talking. "You knew Coulson?" Darcy questioned with renewed interest. "Who didn't?" Percy laughed. "That man was a legend. He was my handler as well." "Handler?" questioned Darcy. "He looked after me on my starting missions." The agent shrugged slightly. "Agent Jackson worshipped the man. a voice said from the side, and Darcy turned to see who it was. She was about 5'11" with stunning red hair that just reached below her shoulders. She wore a pair of white shorts and a red singlet, somehow making them look like a high-class Gucci outfit. A gun rested prominently on her hip, but Darcy had a feeling she would still be deadly without it. Eyes of stunning green seemed to X-ray her and size her up. "No more the Clint," Percy replied as he turned towards the redhead. "What are you doing here?" "The director put me on the first flight available," the red replied before nodding to Darcy. "Natasha Romanoff." "Wow, she even had a seductive-sounding name." Darcy managed to reply, "Darcy Lewis." Agent Romanoff nodded again before addressing Percy. "Get me up to date and remind me to never let you two knuckle brains go on a mission together again." Percy offered a small apologetic smile before walking off with Natasha. Darcy stood there for a moment before turning away. She dug her hands into her pockets as she felt something rise up within her. It couldn't be jealousy, could it? It was just a female friend. She didn't even know if she could class herself as his friend. She hoped she could. Maybe she'd like to be more than friends. "What are you thinking, Darcy?" the brunette muttered to herself. "You don't even know his middle name." It was the middle of the night and all was quiet. Most of the camp had gone to sleep except for Percy, Clint and Natasha. Natasha and Clint had sentry duty as Percy was still trying to wrap his head around how a murder of this caliber had gone unnoticed. It seemed the media and general population was thinking the same thing. Already the town had been flooded by media who wanted to get the first exclusive report on the crime scene. The sheriff had been interviewed 1,000,000 times by 1,000,000 different news stations, but her story was always the same. "We discovered this scene earlier today. It's a horrible crime and we have determined it is not just one person. This is perhaps a three-man job. We urge for the public to call in with any information. We have numerous amount of people murdered and we are still trying to identify them. We're asking everyone with missing relatives or friends in the area to call in and help us. That's all we're able to disclose at the moment." Percy had to give it to her. The sheriff was a rather determined and strong-willed woman. She was good with dealing with the press as well. That took a little bit of weight off his shoulders. A lot of weight still remained though. He needed to find out who this group was. It would be a key part in finding Thor. Everything had led to dead ends though. Even Natasha had been stumped. The chemicals had come back from the scientists and they said it was from a rare flower, one only grown exclusively in England. Winter's bane they called it. It only bloomed for 3 days in winter. The chemicals also suggested that it had been planted in heavily fertilized soil. It at least gave them a hint the people might have been from England. Even then they didn't have the jurisdiction to investigate on English soil. The MI6 would have to give them permission before they could even start to look into it. He heard footsteps approaching and looked up. Darcy stopped in the doorway wearing long sweats and a hoodie. With her arms folded over her chest she seemed slightly off-putted by something. "Can't sleep?" Percy questioned as he looked back to his work. "I can. The trouble is staying asleep," Darcy supplied as she stepped in deeper to the tent. "It'll be like that for a while." Percy knew what it felt like to lose sleep over something traumatic. "You can stay if you want." Percy casually slipped the crime scene photos underneath a pile of papers so that Darcy wouldn't have to see them. "Thanks." Darcy stepped in deeper and stood on the other side of the table. Silence filled the tent for a moment before Darcy suddenly asked, "What's your middle name?" The raven-hair man snapped up in surprise. Sending her a quizzical glance he asked, "What does that have to do with anything?" "I just figured I don't know a lot about you," Darcy trailed off and shrugged. "You don't know a lot about Agent Barton either," Percy pointed out obliviously. "But I'm around you more. I don't like not knowing," Darcy supplied. "So what is it?" Percy just shook his head. "It's Michael. Perseus Michael Jackson." Darcy snorted a little bit. "I wouldn't laugh," Percy shrugged, unaffected. His middle name was hardly brought up. Darcy Alexandra Lewis. Darcy stopped laughing for a moment. "How do you know that?" "It's in your file." Percy squinted at a little bit of writing on the bottom of a report. Darcy paled slightly. "What else is?" "Your birthday, parents, school records, and other things we deem important." Percy smiled a little bit as he saw the shocked look on Darcy's face. "What other things?" the brunette questioned. "You got caught drinking at a college party when you were 20. Percy smiled at Darcy like a green-eyed devil. What importance of that to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Darcy cried out, waving her arms for emphasis. It was college. Surely you did something stupid when you were younger. No, Percy deadpanned. It's unfair that you know so much about me and yet I know nothing. Darcy seemed to spot her opportunity. We have to make it even. Why? Percy questioned in surprise. Because it's fair, Darcy repeated. If not, I'll just Google search you. You won't find anything. Percy was absolutely certain. As he spoke, he brought up the S.H.I.E.L.D. database and began searching through files. The holographic images cast a ghostly light around the inside of the tent. Besides, I'm not that interesting. You're a son of a Greek god. Darcy cried in exasperation. How can that not be interesting? So is that what you want? To know about the gods? Percy asked in surprise. Not exactly what I wanted, but maybe hearing about them will bore me to sleep. Darcy shrugged. Consider it a bedtime story. Percy shook his head before saying, the gods are selfish and rash. They crave power and hate being proved wrong. Darcy's shoulders slumped. Great story there. That was really descriptive. Percy rolled his eyes as he scanned through the files on the listed and wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. murderers page. As much as he liked Darcy, he just wasn't comfortable with spilling his whole life story, even the stories of the gods, to anyone. Wanting someone's name, as weird as it was, wasn't honestly that personal. His middle name was Michael because of his mother's father. There was nothing special about it. What put your knickers in a twist? Darcy questioned. I get that it's 3 in the morning, but even I'm pretty sprightly. I just need to figure out this case. Percy rubbed the bridge of his nose. All of this reading was straining his eyes and his dyslexia was giving him a headache. It's doing my head in. If you'd just tell us what that mark in that photo was, it might help us. Darcy couldn't help but let that slip. She knew that the mark in the photo was important. However, Agent Jackson just shook his head and continued to read. It's from an old case, he replied in a rather monotone manner. Someone must have forgotten to get rid of it. Why would they just forget one photo? Darcy crossed her arms over her chest. I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was better than that. Everyone makes mistakes, was the only reply she received. Not S.H.I.E.L.D. Darcy pressed the matter. So what does it mean? Percy had become lax somewhat. Ever since the feeling of guilt the gods had pressed onto him 5 years ago, he had become lighter, friendlier and overall more enjoyable. He preferred it that way. Unfortunately, that meant a bit of his old temper had come back. It's personal, okay, he snapped as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Darcy blinked in surprise at the tone. Just let it drop. He began tapping furiously at the keyboard for the holographic computer, writing a request for permission to investigate on British soil. Darcy was shocked into silence before she finally spoke up. Sorry, she said truthfully, I shouldn't have cried. Percy took a deep calming breath. I shouldn't have snapped. Everyone's allowed to, right? Darcy shrugged as she brushed her awkwardness. I'll let you get to it. I should get some sleep. Percy rubbed his eyes. I'll walk you back. As Percy walked Darcy back, Clint watched from the tent top. He was perched precariously on the support poles, but that didn't bother him. He watched as Percy offered a wave before heading to his own tent. Clint knew something just had to be going on between them. He had a feeling Natasha felt the same way. Hey, Nat, reckon Percy's going to make a move on Lewis? Clint said through the earpiece. They seem pretty close for people who just met. They met in New York, Natasha commented breezily through the comlink. What? Clint questioned as he scanned surrounding areas. Percy told me. It was a one-time thing. Natasha was making her rounds around the fence line. We all know how one-time things turn out, Clint replied easily. Natasha knew exactly what he was talking about. It wouldn't work, Clint. Natasha's voice had hardened slightly. We've already established that. You've already established that, Clint replied in an emotionless fashion. Love is for children, Natasha recited. You owe me a debt, Clint replied. Natasha knew he had feelings for him, and it was vice versa. Natasha wasn't looking for a relationship, and Clint couldn't say he was either. He just grew sick of Natasha saying love was for children. The comlink fell into silence and Clint relaxed a little bit. Clint hoped Percy scored a girl soon. Sure, he wasn't as gloomy and work-orientated now, but Percy didn't seem like a solitary creature. Apart from his cousin, Natasha and him, He didn't have much of a social life. His apartment was rather empty as well. Of course Clint couldn't talk. His was empty as well. He couldn't understand why Percy stayed in that apartment. If it was him, he would have left as soon as possible. After all, why would you want to stay in a place that always reminded you of your dead parents? Clint supposed he couldn't relate. He'd grown up in an orphanage and spent his teenage years at a sideshow circus. His understanding of family came from Coulson and Supernanny. Thanks to Coulson, his brother hadn't exactly been very big on the whole family thing. The archer supposed the same could also be said for Natasha. The shadows thickened next to him, and suddenly Nico was next to him. He had to give it to the raven-haired man, he could balance pretty well. The son of Hades had bed-rustled hair, and wore black plaid and a pair of black track pants. Clint shot him an appraising look. "Cool spot you've got up here," Nico said casually as he gazed up at the sky. "That's why I chose it," Clint replied. He had a little opinion on Nico. Loyal, stubborn, quick to anger, he seemed like a good guy. "What are you doing up?" "I'm a night owl," Nico replied as he leant against the fabric of the tent. "Any leads yet?" "Just a flower," Clint replied coolly. "It's going to get hectic with." Nico suddenly cocked his head to the side. He stared off into the shadows of the field right in front of him, eyes squinted slightly. "Straight ahead, 100 meters, Nico barked out. Clint responded quickly, pulling a normal arrow out of his quiver and shot. His aim was true, and in the night something glittered and shined in a tantalizing manner. Nico was gone in a mass of shadows. He reappeared where the thing in the grass glittered. He carefully knelt down and inspected it. It was a dagger, and it glinted delicately in the moonlight like a diamond. Nico stood up and gazed around, trying to pinpoint the life force he picked up only a minute ago, but it was gone. The person had disappeared. The dagger stared up at him from the grass as if mocking him. He supposed it could have been worse. It could have been a bomb, some form of toxic gas, hell. He wouldn't even be surprised if it was some sort of tracking device. But no, it had to be something as plain and simple as a dagger. Well, perhaps not simple. The dagger was so thought-inducing and confusing it was giving Percy a headache just looking at it. They'd already deduced it was of simple make, neither Greek nor Asgardian. The only real clue was the crest on the hilt. It was the same one burnt into the necks of the victims. Natasha, Clint, Sif, Nico and Percy all stood surrounding the dagger. All were thinking about what it could be. It was obviously a mortal weapon, but none of them had dared touch it to inspect it for a maker's mark. Percy wasn't about to just wait around and stare at it, so he knelt down in the dirt and inspected it from close up. "Don't touch it yet," Natasha said as she folded her arms over her chest. "We need to get it out from the field. We're like sitting ducks." Percy thought for a moment. "I won't touch it with skin." He stripped off his shirt and folded it over before placing it over the dagger. Very carefully he picked it up, not letting even the slightest piece of skin touch it. Standing up, he nodded at his own handiwork. "We'll take it in and look at it in the morning." "Duck!" Nico yelled suddenly as he hit the deck. Sif, Natasha and Clint all managed to press themselves against the floor before Percy. Percy usually prided himself on his fast reflexes, but since he was holding the stupid dagger, he couldn't exactly rush. Just as he begun to duck, he felt an extreme pain run through his knee as it shattered. He collapsed to the floor rather ungracefully, hands slipped and touching the dagger. To make things worse, the dagger exploded. It seemed the simple touch of human skin set it alight. It flew into the air and exploded in a myriad of red. Percy in his pained delirium was rather amused by the whole explosion. Natasha though ignored the flare and knelt down next to Percy, swearing in Russian as she went. That left Sif, Clint and Nico to take up fighting positions. What had pierced Percy's leg wasn't a bullet, but rather a thorn. The thorn was large and it protruded from one end of the knee to the other. The knee would be shattered, the tendons ruined and the muscles useless. Shaking her head, Natasha took Percy's leg and moved it into a less awkward position. Percy swore heavily in ancient Greek, but still attempted to push himself up to look at it. "Stay down." Natasha pushed her friend back into the grass. Basic medical training taught her to never let a patient see a wound. That would increase their pain, mentally, at least. "Clint, you see anything?" Clint gazed around. "Nothing." "I do." Nico gazed off at a thick mass of shadows a couple fields over. He then glanced at his cousin and the thorn sticking out of his knee. "Dr. Thorn." There was a deep darkness in his voice that put Natasha on edge. Obviously the name meant something to Percy because he pushed himself into a semi-sitting position, completely ignoring Natasha, and looked at his cousin. "Don't do it," was all he said. "Let it go." Nico gritted his teeth before disappearing into the mass of shadows. Percy swore heavily again as he tried to force himself to stand. Natasha wouldn't stand for it though, and she pushed him back to the ground. "Who's Dr. Thorne?" Clint questioned as he knocked a bow on his string, preparing for whatever attack was coming. "A manticore." Percy gritted his teeth. "I think we have bigger foes to face." Sif faced off towards the west. That's when they heard it. The soft twirling off a helicopter. Guessing from the lack of noise, it was still some way away. "I'll get Percy inside and get everybody up," Natasha said stiffly as she crouched down and wrapped her arm under Percy's armpit. "You two keep an eye out. I have a feeling this isn't going to end well." Natasha without warning jerked Percy to his feet. The son of Poseidon lifted his injured leg the best he could off the ground, but his toe still brushed against the top of the grass. He gritted his teeth and readjusted his grip on Natasha before nodding. The pair began a slow journey towards the camp, the hum of helicopter getting louder and louder. Percy bit his tongue the hole into the encampment and was forced to support himself against a tent pole as Natasha hit the panic button. It was bad enough that his knee was completely ruined, but manticore poison hurt like all Hades. As the loud screeching noise of the panic signal traveled through camp, people began to emerge. Armed with their Lagra guns, the agents reported straight to Natasha. Some cast looks at Percy, who was focusing more on not throwing up from the pain. "We've got at least one helicopter approaching. Enemy unknown. Keep your eye on the skies," Natasha ordered. "Let them make the first move. We don't want to go shooting civilian aircraft by mistake." As the agents moved out, they revealed the 3 civilians who had no idea what to do. Darcy was still looking half asleep, rubbing her eyes and holding her glasses in one hand. Eric looked far too alert for this hour, and Jane looked slightly panicked. "You 3 take care of him," Natasha said as she pulled out her 2 pistols. "Stay inside." And with that she left, not even giving Percy a chance to argue. The raven-haired agent slumped slightly as he realized he'd be out of the battle. What he really cared for though was his cousin. Nico held grudges for too long, and no doubt he still had one against Dr. Thorne from when he was at the academy with Bianca. "Oh, Christ," Jane seemed to notice the giant thorn sticking out from his knee for the first time. "Quick, let's get you inside." He let Jane and Eric come up on either side of him and support him as they headed into the male agent's tent. It was a mess, clothes strewn everywhere, beds unmade and guns littered on beds. It was easy to spot his bed in the mess though. It was the only one that looked slightly presentable. As he sat down, he sighed in relief. He rubbed sweat from his face and grimaced slightly as he lifted his injured leg up onto the bed. The 3 scientists seemed at a loss for what to do. "My bag's at the end of the bed," Percy began through gritted teeth. Eric reacted quickly, grabbing the duffel and handing it over. Percy unzipped it and began rifling through, chucking things out of the way in the process. At the bottom he found his own first aid pack. Unzipping it, he pulled out a bottle of salt water, scissors and some bandages. "Here." Jane held out a shirt with a blush. Percy looked down at himself and realized he was shirtless. With a careless shrug he took the shirt and slipped it on. It didn't bother him if he was shirtless or not. "What can we do?" The sound of an explosion cut them off. Darcy shouted in surprise and covered her ears while Jane shielded her head. Eric flinched slightly at the noise but made no move to protect himself. A slight aftershock rocked the tent, but luckily they weren't damaged. Gunshots could be heard from outside and all 3 of the scientists seemed uncomfortable. Percy, on the other hand, was itching to get into battle. "We should clean out the wound first, right?" Darcy questioned as she got over her shock. "That's what they do in movies." Percy though had other plans though. He gripped the top of the thorn and yanked as hard as he could. It slid it out of his knee and he cried out for a moment before biting his tongue. Darcy let out a squeak of surprise while Jane winced. Percy dumped the thorn and breathed deeply before reaching for the bottle of salt water. His bloody hands slipped on the cap and Eric took it from him and unbottled it. "Pour it in," Percy said through gritted teeth. "This is salt water," Eric said. "Do it," Percy ordered in a stern voice. Eric did pour it in. Percy felt a wave of relief was through him and he couldn't help but sigh. Eric continued to pour the whole bottle and watch in amazement as the bones in Percy's knee literally knitted back together. Tendons joined up and the skin slowly began moving back together, leaving out a deep hole of either side of the knee. "Thank the gods," Percy muttered as he grabbed the scissors and cut away his pants. After that he bandaged up the remaining cut and stood up. "That was amazing." Jane couldn't help but breath. "I haven't seen anything like it." Marvel added later. Percy reached into his duffel and grabbed another ammo clip. "You three stay in here and try not to die." "You're cheery." Darcy was still a little surprised at the extent of the man's healing powers. Percy heard the sound of a machine gun firing off from a little away. He paused for a moment before drawing his sword. He supposed bringing a sword to a gunfight might not be the best option. "Just stay here." Percy pressed the point before jogging outside to the battlefield. There were 2 helicopters, rather nondescript. The enemy seemed to have perhaps 20 people still standing on the ground. It seemed only 10 agents still stood on their side. It wasn't looking particularly good. Sif was fighting like a madman, easily facing 3 foes at a time. Natasha and Clint had gone back to back, Natasha shooting down people while Clint aimed for the helicopters. Nico was nowhere in sight. Percy ran as quickly as he could. He still had a limp and his knee itched like crazy. Some of the poison still throbbed in his veins, making him wince occasionally. He tried to figure out to help and finally settled for Sif. He reached the female warrior and went back to back. Instantly 3 more attackers shifted over, making it 6 against 2. It would be easy. "Easy done," he said to himself as he swiped at the first one to step towards him. He easily swiped down the man at the knees and knocked him out. It was such an easy victory that Percy felt slightly cheated. That didn't stop him from continuing to fight though. He and Sif managed to get rid of their 6 opponents in under 2 minutes. "The enemy is retreating," Sif said as she gazed up at the sky. She was right. The helicopters were flying away and their men were attempting to make their own hasty retreat. Shield seemed to be taking advantage of that though and began shooting people down where they stood. "More like running away," Percy commented as he stuck the hilt of his sword into the ground and used it as a sort of crutch. It wasn't planned. They must have gotten what they were looking for. Percy's blood ran cold. Nico. Nico had gone off on his own to face the Manticore. Oh Christ. This whole ordeal must have just been to get Nico. Why would they just send a Manticore? Not a whole armada of monsters. They'd put him out of commission first so that they wouldn't have to fight him. They'd have a clear shot at Nico that way. Hades' silken underwear. Percy drew his sword from the ground and threw it against the ground in his fury. Gods be damned. "What is it?" Sif questioned. "Are you not pleased with the results of the battle?" "I need to look for my cousin." Percy bent and picked up his sword before beginning to trek towards the field where Nico had seen Dr. Thorne. There had to be some kind of clue there. "I will come with you." Sif matched his stride easily. "We can cover more ground that way." It was easy to find the battleground. It was kind of hard to miss a giant fissure in the ground. Other signs of battle were everywhere. Manticore thorns, bullet shells and boot prints. Something caught his eye and Percy knelt down in the grass. Resting within the dry grass was a little mythomagic figure. Percy didn't even realize Nico still carried them around. As he knelt in the grass, holding the figure in his fist, he felt guilt well up inside him. He should have seen it. It should have been obvious. He was slipping again, screwing up so much it was near painful. No, Nico was gone. They had hardly any leads and what little leads they had were dead ends. "We should have seen this coming," was all he said. "None of us could have predicted this," Sif said as she gazed out across the field. "We should have seen it coming." Percy closed his eyes as he tried to process everything that had happened. "I shouldn't have let him go off like that." "Nico D'Angelo is a grown man," Sif cut him off, "and a formidable warrior. He will be fine." "I just wish I knew why they wanted him," Percy began to say, but he stopped with he felt something impact with the side of his neck. His eyes shot open and his hand rose to his neck, only to be met by the sharp cold end of a tranquilizer needle. His vision blurred for a moment as he spun around quickly to see Sif. She looked as confused as him as she pulled out 3 needles from her neck. Percy followed her lead and was surprised to find himself staring at the bronze tip of a needle. His vision blurred again for a moment and he forced himself to stay conscious. Of course he just had to go and screw things up again. He groaned as the world spun and his stomach did flips. Next to him, Sif collapsed to the floor. Closing his eyes, the world continued to spin. A ringing filled his ears. Everything became fuzzy. And the great weight of guilt weighed down his stomach. How could I have screwed up this much, was his last thought before passing out. Percy groaned as he was back in consciousness. He just wanted to sleep. His whole body felt heavy and stiff, his eyelids felt like lead, and there was a horrible taste in his mouth, kind of like gym socks. He groaned again as he cracked open one eye. Wincing heavily, he closed it immediately. The natural light burnt his eyes and made them sting with the fires of hell. Very slowly Percy opened his eyes again, only to find himself staring at a pale blue ceiling. His eyebrows drew together as he became puzzled. The compound was made out of tents. There were no buildings. Why was the roof blue? Images bombarded his brain and he shot straight up. Nico missing, battle pain, Sif, oh God, how much had he screwed up? Wait, where was he? His heart missed a beat as he began to look around. Pale walls, large bed, and basic things you would find in a room. His wristwatch rested on the side table and the smell of moonlace filled the room through an open window. He was in his room. How was this possible? Is this like last time? His traitorous brain questioned him, and Percy shuddered minutely. No, this wasn't a gas-induced dream. It couldn't be. There was one way to tell, right? Gazing down at his arm, he saw the hint of an IV entrance tube from within some bandages. He tore through the clean bandages and gripped the IV plug, and with one quick tug, ripped it out of his skin. Pain flared through his arm for a moment and he breathed a sigh of relief. This was real life. One question remained though. How had he gotten to his apartment? Swinging his legs off the bed, he saw he was wearing a pair of gray track pants, a matching gray top. Nothing special. Shield basic, actually. So Shield had put him here. That eased his troubles a little bit. Pushing off the bed, he stumbled for a moment before regaining his balance. How long had he been out? The sounds of talking flittered into the room from. It would have to be loud to even be heard through the closed door. So very carefully he opened the door and stepped out into the hall. Not paying any heed to his bleeding arm. As quietly as he could he followed the source of the voices, surprised to be met by the raised voice of Jane Foster. We can stay at a hotel, she seemed to be arguing, set up some agents there. Shield does not have agents to dispense at will, Dr. Foster, Director Fury's cool and collected voice replied. Believe it or not, this is one of the safest places for you. We'll just be a hassle. Jane tried to argue some more. Believe me, Dr. Foster, you already are a hassle. Fury cut her off. This whole case is turning into a hassle. I don't need some uppity scientist telling me run my show on top of all of this. What did you just call me, Jane? Just let it go. Eric was yet again playing peacekeeper. It's just a place to sleep, nothing more. I don't believe Agent Jackson would mind, would you, Agent Jackson? The last part was obviously directed to him, and Percy should have known better than to hide from the spy of all spies. Stepping out into the doorway, he tried to look as relaxed as possible. Director Fury was looking at him with an odd look in his singular eye. Jane was on the verge of being held back by Eric, and Darcy was sitting on one of his couches, flicking through Cosmopolitan without a care in the world. Sleeping Beauty awakes, she commented as she flicked the page. Sir, Percy nodded to the director. Good to see you up, Agent Jackson. Fury seemed to nod in approval. How long was I out? Was the first thing Percy felt the need to ask. A week and a half, Fury replied coolly. Christ, Percy couldn't help but breath in surprise. He quickly gathered his wits though. What is it that I won't mind happening? These three need a place to stay. A shield compound isn't appropriate and our safe houses can't be manned properly, Fury began as he folded his arms behind his back, and we don't have any agents to spare at the moment with the current threat in Sector 7. Your apartment is the only one with the suitable amount of rooms. Percy's tired mind tried to process it for a moment. The Sector 7 incident was just a case of rogue hammer robots going off around the world. True, many agents would have to be dispensed for that, but really, his apartment? If it's what required of me, sir, I'll happily oblige, Percy said as he resisted the urge to yawn. It's all sorted then. Agent Jackson, a word? Fury brushed past him and out into the hall. Percy ran a hand through his hair and blinked a couple of times before following. He was still attempting to process everything. To be honest, he still felt like sleeping. There was so much to wrap his head around though, he was beginning to get a headache. What happened? Percy asked as Fury stopped in his kitchen. Barton found you in a field over. No sign of C for your cousin. We had to move the operation to New York for safety reasons. Whatever was in your system had you knocked out cold, so we moved you back here. Dr. Foster and her companions will be aiding in our research, Fury said as he gazed around. This operation has gone larger than planned. Percy stayed silence. I want this wrapped up nice and clean before the council gets a whiff. You hear? Fury stared at him with his singular eye. If something happens to these scientists, it'll be all of our heads on the chopping blocks. Protect them, find Thor, and irradiate whatever took him. Am I clear, Agent? Yes, sir. Percy nodded an affirmative. Where are Barton and Romanoff? At base. Fury began walking out. I don't want to see you stepping into base until you're 100%. My cousin's missing, sir. I'm not just going to sit around and do nothing, Percy said with deep meaning. I've already wasted enough time. That's what I like to hear. Fury nodded, and before he disappeared through the doorway he said, Don't disappoint, Jackson. I won't. Percy truly meant it. He had slipped up too much. Why was he slipping so much? Was it because Coulson wasn't breathing down his neck and whipping him into shape? Was it because he no longer felt like the weight of the whole world rested on his shoulders? Or was it because he was happier? He didn't know. All he knew was that he had to fix it. As soon as he heard the front door close, he moved to the sink and grabbed a clean washcloth. Soaking it in saline, he pressed it against the IV hole before pressed the cloth against his face. It refreshed him slightly and he breathed a sigh of relief before chucking the cloth in the sink and walking back into the lounge room. So do you want the tour? Percy questioned as he ran a hand through his hair. Honestly, we'll just be a hassle. We can get a hotel. Jane was already beginning to annoy him. He breathed deeply before answering. You're staying here. Director Fury's orders. It doesn't bother me, it's just me here anyway. He leaned on the doorway. We don't have agents to spare at the moment, anyway. We appreciate it. Eric sent Jane a look. It's a nice apartment. Kind of bland, Darcy commented from the chair. Darcy, Eric sighed as he rubbed his tired-looking face. I can just stay at my parents', Darcy chimed in. You just put them in danger. Percy held back a yawn. Come on. I'll give you the grand tour. It was obvious they had just arrived at his apartment. He gave them a quick run through. Kitchen, lounge, his bold bedroom. Now a guest room, his parents' old room, and bathrooms. Eric, you can have the guest room. Jane and Darcy, you'll have to share a bed. Percy stopped in the lounge room again. Make yourself at home. I'm going to go have a shower. With a grateful sigh, he escaped into the bathroom. Stripping off his old clothes, he climbed under the steaming stream and breathed a sigh of relief. His tense muscles faded away and he became more aware. Everything felt odd. It was moving too fast. Nico was missing and it was all his fault. Who knew what was happening to him? On top of it all, he had to deal with the scientists. It would be painful and no doubt cause him a couple of headaches. He'd have to go with them everywhere, make sure they didn't make themselves obvious to others. Could his life get any worse? He supposed it could. Getting out of the shower, he walked into his room and grabbed a fresh pair of clothes. He changed quickly before heading into the kitchen. Much to his surprise, Darcy was already rummaging through his cupboard. You have no food, she proclaimed. All you have is enough vodka to last a nuclear winter. I can't cook. Percy bent down under the sink and pulled out a tin of coffee, and I'm hardly home. I can tell, Darcy commented as she abandoned her search for food and leant against the bench. You don't have any photos up, not personal touches. It's like no one even lives here. I don't see the point in hanging personal stuff all around, Percy sighed as he began making coffee. It's just me, after all. What? So no annoying siblings dropping by or elderly parents coming over with cookies and scones? Darcy chuckled at her own little jab, but Percy wasn't in a laughing mood, so he just remained silent. Someone's a little grumpy. Darcy gave him a fake pout. Percy ignored it. Take-out pamphlets are in the drawer to your left, was all he said before leaving. He took up office in the empty lounge room. Jane and Eric could be heard talking from within the guest bedroom. Arguing, more like it. Percy ignored them and hunkered down to work. He must have missed a lot. He didn't like being behind the pack. Hours became a blur. He was pretty sure Darcy ordered some takeout. He was more absorbed in his work. Within the first 2 hours of work, he had talked to both Natasha and Clint, the investigators back down at the compound in Agent Hill. The 2 hours after that was spent turning the lounge room into a spider web brainstorm. He pinned photos from old files and pinned them up before connecting them to one another with red string. All strings lead to a picture of Thor's hammer, because after all, everything was connected to him. The sun had set long ago. He was now spending his time researching the SHIELD database. Already he had found 3 prior cases with similar circumstances. A man and/or women would go missing, creating turmoil, and the only clue as to where they were was the same single mark left somewhere. There had been 3 massacres in the past similar to the one in Texas all around the time someone went missing. That led Percy to research every single person identified dead. One female had been the server at the diner Percy was attacked at. Another was a man who had been taking his children to the park and apparently reported a strange man attempting to talk to his child. Everyone who was killed had somehow been connected to the mysterious group was behind the whole thing. He had long since changed to vodka, but it did nothing to ease the question running through his head. Why did they leave me? It had seemed like they would have grabbed him at whatever chance they had, but no, they'd left him and taken Sif. They obviously left him for a reason. He just couldn't think why. Was it to mock him? Ridicule him? All of these things bothered him. It was his entire fault. Everything was his fault. He wouldn't rest until he found Nico. He just needed his cousin to be safe. He didn't need another friend's blood on his hands. His watch beeped to signal the coming of 1 o'clock. He was surprised the scientists could leave him alone for this long. Rubbing his eyes, he stood and followed a piece of red string towards a newspaper clipping advertising rare and exotic flowers, Moonsbane included. He'd already called there, but had come up empty. The owner didn't take names of customers. He heard light footsteps and he felt someone start to watch him. Without turning around, he said, "It's rude to stare." "Sorry," the soft voice of Jane supplied, "I couldn't sleep." Join the club. Percy followed a new red string towards a SHIELD file on listed assassins worldwide. Jane stepped deeper into the mass of red string. "You've been working for a while." "I need to figure this out," was Percy's reply. "Thanks for leaving me alone." "We figured it'd be best." Jane ducked to avoid a low-hanging string. "What is this?" "Spider's web." Percy frowned at a newspaper article as his dyslexia got the better of him. "It's the only way I can have coherent thoughts for the long term." "Well, it's different," Jane supplied as she stepped up next to him. She seemed a lot more subdued now. "It seems erratic," Percy suggested. "I'm ADHD. It follows my thought pattern perfectly." Jane was silent for a moment. "I never noticed. Are you medicated? You seem rather calm." "No." Percy let out a cry chuckle. "They tried it once. Didn't work." Jane seemed to be trying to soak in all the information in front of her. "Any leads?" "Little, but not much." Percy moved to the table and picked up his glass. "It's happened before. Our files go as far back as the early 20th century. That makes me think it's a large operation, an old one at that." "Could it be mutants?" Jane suggested. "I heard that they have a school with their own jets and everything." "Not mutants," Percy supplied. "We have a peace treaty with them. It's not AIM, Hydra or anything on our databases." "Is it Asgardian?" "They used mortal weapons," Percy corrected. "Could be a demigod, or they have a demigod giving them intelligence on the workings of the gods." "A mole?" Jane asked in surprise. "We can't rule it out," Percy shrugged carelessly. "Why don't you ask your gods for help?" Jane asked suddenly. Surely if one of their children is missing they'd want to get into the case. "Gods aren't allowed to mess with mortal affairs," Percy grimaced slightly. "Besides, the gods don't care for their children." "But Thor is Asgardian. Asgardians are different to Greeks." Percy cut her off, and Jane saw a dark shadow lingering in Agent Jackson's gaze. "They must care a little bit," Jane tried to sympathize. "No," Percy shook his head, "they're gods, and we're mortals. We don't mean anything to them." "Just because we don't mean anything to them doesn't mean we're useless," Jane countered. "Trust me." Percy gazed at her with his eerily green eyes. "I've proved that to them many times before, and I'm about to do it again." Sunlight tickled her face and eased her gently into consciousness as a nice smell filled her nose. She breathed in the fragrance deeply and exhaled before opening her eyes. Darcy hadn't slept that well in a long time. She felt so well rested it was amazing. The brunette grinned into her pillow before pushing herself up onto her elbows. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she looked across to the other side of the bed and saw that Jane was still asleep. Very gingerly she stepped off the bed and picked up her glasses. For a moment she was hit yet again with that wonderful fragrance. Following her nose, the young scientist found herself drawn to the flowers on the window ledge. They were a rather pale white, nothing overly special. She touched one petal softly and bent down to smell it. Oh God, it smelt beautiful. It's moon lace, a voice said softly from the doorway. Darcy turned in surprise to find Percy standing in the doorway in the same clothes as last night, a light stubble dotting his chin and a lack of mirth in his eyes. Darcy had to admit she had honestly been concerned when the super agent had locked himself in his own version of Sherlock Holmes' mind palace. He hadn't wanted to do anything except build a spider's web in his lounge room. I've never smelt anything like it, Darcy whispered back as she watched Percy enter and head to the drawers that rested against a wall. Where did you get it from? Darcy couldn't even hear his footsteps. It was slightly unnerving. He had never seemed so silent before. She shrugged it from her mind though. A woman named Calypso, Percy replied in a rather monotone voice as he picked out a set of jeans and a shirt. Darcy's eyes widened slightly, like the women from Ogygia. Yeah. For a moment a smile flashed on the young agent's face before it faded. She gave them to me as a parting gift. They only bloom under a full moon. He stepped into a small cupboard to the left and came out with a pair of thick-looking boots and a leather jacket. Darcy recognized it as a motorcycle jacket. He gazed at something in the cupboard before closing the door and walking towards the sleeping scientist. He gently shook her shoulder and said, "Time to get up, Dr. Foster," he said, shaking her once more before heading out of the room. Darcy watched as Jane stretched and begun waking up. Curiosity got the best of the political science major and she headed over to cupboard. Opening up the door she didn't see what he had been looking at first. The cupboard was just filled with suits, jackets and shoes. Pushing through the clothes she saw it. A single photo was taped up against the back wall. It was of someone's wedding. A kindly-looking woman with nice ocean blue eyes was smiling at the camera, her salt and pepper hair twisted back elegantly. Next to her stood a man who looked like he'd never been as happy as he was now. Darcy cocked her head to the side for a moment. She stared at the photo for a moment, trying to figure out who might be in it, but then it hit her, his parents. For a moment she was so surprised at how amazed she was about the fact that Percy actually had parents. She always thought government agents were just there, not backstory, certainly no family. "What are you looking at?" Jane asked from the bed. Darcy put the clothes back into place and turned around. "Nothing," she replied as she put a fake smile on her face, ready to get back down to business. After they had all showered they met in the kitchen. Percy was already there, dressed fully in the clothes he had picked out prior, along with a helmet resting on the table. He turned to face them before picking up the helmet. "I'm going to take my bike." Shield dropped a car off outside. "Stay on my tail." Percy slipped out of the kitchen. "We'll get breakfast first, don't worry." Percy picked up his sword on the way out before heading downstairs. He moved quickly to push the sheathed sword into a pop-out compartment on the side of his sleek bike. As he clambered onto the rumbling piece of machinery, Jane and Eric elected Darcy to drive. "Why me?" she questioned as the keys were thrust in her hands. "You grew up here," Jane explained as she slid into the back seat. "I hear New York traffic is horrible." Darcy grumbled to herself as she sat in the passenger seat and started the car up. In front of her, Percy gave a thumbs up and she flashed her lights in return. He skillfully pulled his bike out into the street and Darcy began to follow behind him. It was only after a couple streets that they hit the heavy, trademark, New York traffic. "WHO taught you to drive. Your grandma," Darcy yelled out the window angrily as a yellow taxi driver continuously honked their horn behind her before managing to cut her off. "Someone's in a fine mood," Jane commented from the back seat. "I am actually in a fantastic mood," Darcy replied shortly as she beeped irritably. "My New Yorker's just showing." "I guess that explains a lot," Jane commented lightly. "He's turning," Eric said to Darcy, who just managed to get into the right lane before the light turned red. "Percy seems to be in a better mood as well. I talked to him last night." Jane's voice became slightly tinted with pity. "He's really worried about his cousin. I never figured SHIELD agents were the family type." "They're not robots," Jane, Eric looked at Jane in the rear-view mirror. Well, I know that. Jane folded her arms over her chest, they're usually just so businesslike. They do have very important jobs, Eric said as an odd emotion filled his eyes. Most government agents choose to separate themselves from their families because of the fact they can get hurt. Darcy pulled into a parking lot that was situated under a tall building, her mind running at 1,000,000 miles an hour as a new thought hit her. Had Percy's parents been killed because of something to do with his work? That would just be horrible. She didn't get to ponder her new idea any longer as she pulled into a parking spot and stepped out of the car. Percy was already off his bike and placing a wheel lock on the front wheel. He then pulled out his sword and clipped it onto his belt. Have you guys been here before? Percy questioned as he began walking to an elevator situated at the back of the car park. We were working in a set of labs in Brooklyn, Eric said as he watched Percy swipe a key card for the elevator, but I came here for a briefing. Percy just nodded and stepped into the elevator as it arrived. He pressed the button labeled L, and in a matter of seconds they were staring at a vast lobby. A long black receptionist desk rested at the back of the room, the huge shield logo glowing blue and black behind them. Two security guards, or were they agents, stood near a set of metal detectors, while another two stood by the main entrance. This is the guest and non-agent entrance, Percy explained as he went up to the front desk, for governors and guest researches usually. Percy walked up to the desk, instantly drawing the attention of one of the desk ladies. He flashed them a smile as he pulled out his keycard and handed it over. I'm here for the passes for these three, he explained as she swiped his card and handed it back. Drive Foster, Selvig and Darcy Lewis. The women questioned as she pulled open a drawer. These are for Sector 4 and below only, along with access to your personal lab. Do not take them off or lose them. Percy took the cards and distributed them before heading over to the metal detectors. He swiped his card again and walked through, not even drawing any trouble from the guards. The other three though had to go through the whole regime. It was rather tiring actually. Eventually they got through and fell into step with Percy. He took Darcy's card off her and gazed at it for a moment. You labs are on level 3. If you just head up there you should find a doctor willing to help you, he pointed to the elevator. What are you going to be doing? Darcy questioned. To find Agent Barton, Percy said before he walked down the hall and turned left, disappearing from their view. It didn't take Percy long to find Clint. As usual he was in the training room. In the corner a bunch of female newbies were being taught by Natasha. They all looked about mid-20s, they were probably agents S.H.I.E.L.D. had pulled from other government agencies. The black-haired agent watched for a moment as Natasha taught them how to strangle people with their legs. He chuckled slightly before heading over to Clint who was doing chin-ups easily on the bar. No new leads, I take it? Percy questioned. Natasha and Clint spent all their time on a case unless there was nothing to investigate. Natasha rarely took classes, so Percy knew they must be lacking in leads. We checked out your ones. Clint easily pulled his shoulders above bar height, they're useful but dead ends. Clint dropped down and stared at Percy, blue eyes looking him over. You're looking pretty good. I guess you did get a chance to catch up on your beauty sleep. Percy followed Clint as he headed over to the rowing machine. I can't keep letting this happen. What happened? Clint asked as he began working out again. I always get put out of action, then something goes wrong. It's tiring. Percy ran a hand through his hair as he set his helmet down, and people keep getting hurt because of it. Don't do this to yourself, Percy. Clint stopped his work and looked at Percy. I'm making mistakes, Clint, Percy replied in an agitated manner. Everybody makes mistakes, Clint replied as his gaze locked with Percy's. We're all human, we all make mistakes. In this line of work they aren't hard to make. We just need to move over them and try to fix all of it. Just like Budapest, Percy muttered with a small grin. Exactly, Clint returned the grin. I need some coffee. After Clint freshened up, the pair headed up to the cafeteria. They sat down at a table, nursing their own respective cups of coffee. Stark's hassling fury, Clint commented casually. About what? Percy questioned, watching as Natasha came up to the table and sat down. He wants to know where Thor is, Natasha said before adding, you're looking better. Better? Percy questioned. The last time I saw you, you were drooling into a pillow, Natasha didn't even blink as she said that. Right. Percy shook his head slightly. Why does Stark want to know where Thor is? He wants to see if Thor's super healing holds the answer to curing cancer, Natasha said casually. He thinks Thor's in Asgard, and he knows S.H.I.E.L.D. can get contact up there if they try hard enough. He wants to find the cure for cancer. Percy couldn't help but chuckle slightly. His ego's big enough as it is. He wants you as well. Apparently wants to harness some of your godly mojo. Natasha brushed a stray strand of hair out of her eyes, surprised he hasn't kicked down your door. Knowing him, he'll get distracted soon enough. Clint had another sip of his coffee. Pepper should keep him line, Natasha added in. Her attention shifted as she saw a young, maybe 20, obviously a newbie, maybe recruited in from an outsourced male hurry into the. His eyes shifted over the masses of agents in the room before landing on Percy, who remained oblivious to the newcomer. The young man moved through the crowds and stopped at the head of the table. Are you Agent Jackson? He questioned as he looked at Percy. Natasha supposed it wasn't hard to identify either three of them. Natasha did have rather striking red hair and a mass of rumors and stories that liked to be told. Clint had both a good and bad reputation, mostly for hiding up in the rafters and scaring newbies. And Percy was the guy who walked around with a sword. They were possibly the most easily recognizable agents in the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. complex. Yeah, Percy questioned as he set his drink down. I was told to give this to you. The younger male pulled a A4 white envelope from the bag at his side. Percy took it and flipped it in his hands. There were no markings of any kind on it, not even a name. He very carefully opened it and pulled out three separate things. One was a piece of lined paper with symbols and words on it, the other were two photos. Percy gazed at the two photos, eyes darkening in the progress. The younger male must have sensed his unease because he began to shift away. Who gave this to you? Percy asked, voice low and dangerous. A man up in Sector 5G, he said. What's your level? I'm level 1, he said as he danced from foot to foot, Trent Brimstone. Go, Natasha said, and the kid left without any further pushing. Jesus Christ. Percy slammed the photos down on the table, face down, The Immortals. He picked up the letter and scanned through it quickly. Clint picked up the photos from the table, looking at them so Natasha could see. They were high-quality pictures of a white room, so glaringly white that even from the photo it hurt to look at. In the center rested someone who was folded in on themselves, only black hair visible. The second one showed a close-up of the black-haired man's face, beaten bloody, one eye not visible. What does the note say? Clint asked as he slipped the photos back into the envelope, trying to touch them as little as possible. It's fractured. Percy continued to gaze at it, Nico's own handwriting. Some parts are Italian while some other parts are in Greek. No English, Natasha questioned. Nico always said he preferred Italian, Percy said in an absent manner as he stood up. I'm taking these to the labs. Can you two go and check the security footage and tell Fury? We've got it, Clint nodded. Percy moved quickly up to the lab level. His mind was moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. What was written on the note chilled him to the bone. If you don't figure it out soon, there won't be anything left worth saving. Nico obviously hadn't had a choice in what he said. He was forced to write that. Maybe there was a code. He didn't know and it scared the crap out of him. He entered the forensics lab and handed over the envelope to a very startled lab worker. Check it for any form of DNA, fingerprints or fibers, he said, and get it done quickly. Sir, this is level 10 work, Percy pressed the point. Right, of course, the female doctor nodded and scurried away. Percy still held the note in his hands. He read it through again. We've set up the game perfectly. We've given you opportunities to find us, but somehow you keep moving backwards. We're growing impatient. For each day that passes we'll give you a little more incentive. Don't make us wait any longer. The parts that were in Italian were obviously words that Nico didn't know in ancient Greek. There was no form of visible code. It was just a note scribbled onto a piece of paper. They had the pieces. Now they were just waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to make their move. Clint came into the lab. The man who gave it to Brimstone was just found dead down the street. Not one of ours. His wallet says he's Dr. Albert Wilson who was visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. for a job interview. Someone got to him first. Percy rubbed his face tiredly. Fury is having agents go through security tapes for the past 24 hours near points of interest, Natasha said as she entered. This won't be finished for a while, the lab worker cut in. Just from quick scans it's hard to pick up anything on the envelope. Percy left the lab with a great gust of a sigh. This was not what he needed. He needed to find his cousin. He needed to make sure everything was right again. He doubted that would happen though. Nat and I will go talk to Brimstone a bit more, Clint said as he looked at his watch. You go back over the leads. They obliviously think that you know them. Right. Percy ran a hand through his hair. Natasha and Clint left. Percy tugged at his hair as if trying to draw the answer out of his head. There had to be a way to find these people. Why couldn't he just figure it out? Just the man I was looking for. A voice chimed from the end of the hall and Percy shifted minutely to look at Darcy. I'm hungry, and seeing as we're not allowed to leave the building without you. I have to do work. Percy tried to be as polite as possible. It'll just be 10 minutes. Darcy, Percy finally snapped. I don't have time for this. Suck it up and stop annoying me. Darcy was quiet for a moment while she gathered her wits. Whatever, she said, voice a little off. She began moving back down the hall. Percy breathed deeply through his nose. He couldn't afford to get over angry now. Maybe food would help him focus. I'm sorry, Percy said loud enough for her to hear. It hasn't been a good day. Darcy paused for a moment. She turned to face him and Percy saw a peculiar look in her eyes. A look he'd only seen Annabeth give him, back when they were teenagers. Want to talk about it? It helps once in a while to vent, Coulson had said to him once. A good spy can't afford to be worked up. Yeah, Percy nodded, that'd be good. They found a cafe that had a nice view of Stark Towers and free Wi-Fi. It wasn't far from the complex. The sun was high and bright in the sky, the air smelled of exhaust and coffee, but she liked that. After growing up in New York she came to love its little quirks and she had to admit she did in fact miss her birth city. So while she soaked in the sun, Percy was looking rather brooding. He had a cup of coffee and a tablet in front of him and so far he hadn't said a word. Darcy couldn't help but radiate concern. So what's bothering you? She questioned as she played around with her salad. Percy sighed for a moment and rubbed his weary face. They're threatening to hurt Nico if we don't manage to track them down soon. Darcy put her fork down due to a sudden lack of appetite. It didn't matter how little she knew about the agent. It didn't take an idiot to see that his cousin meant a lot to him. There was raw emotion in her voice she had never heard before. He sounded exposed. He's your only family, isn't he? Darcy questioned softly. She knew the agent needed to talk. The way she had snapped at him in the hall was an obvious indication of how tightly wound up he was. For a moment she thought he wouldn't answer. His shoulders tensed ever so slightly, his gaze flickered to the left to avoid hers, and his hand formed a small fist. My parents died when I was 18, he said softly. My mom and my stepdad Paul were killed because of me. Darcy's heart missed a beat. How is it your fault? It's a long story, Percy muttered as he tapped away at the tablet. It's not like it's important to you anyway. You obviously need someone to talk to, Darcy pressed, and we have time, right? I'm not of any use to Eric and Jane at the moment and you can still work from here. Percy bit his lip for a moment and Darcy was surprised for a moment at how human he looked. There was no mask now. His eyes showed raw emotion. The green in his eyes actually seemed to have darkened slightly. And so Percy told her. He told her about how Aim had killed his parents, how Annabeth had gone off with Tyler. The death of Jason and Tyler. He told her everything right up to when he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. He excluded the part about the mark. He was still very touchy about that. Darcy listened, soft gasps escaping her occasionally. Darcy was shocked into silence. Jesus Christ. How could someone so young go through that? He was pushed away from his only remaining family. Ostracized and just abandoned. No wonder he seemed so closed off. It explained so much. The lack of photos. The lack of friends. The lack of, well, fun. She could feel Percy watching her, but she just stared down at his salad. How the hell was she supposed to reply to that? That's why I don't like telling people. Percy ran a hand through his hair. They look at me like I'm not the same person anymore. Darcy did the first thing that came to mind. She slid her hand on top of his. Her hand was smaller and softer. His was surprisingly smooth and large. She looked across the table at him. You're still the same guy. Now I just know more about you. Percy looked surprised for a moment. Why are you even that interested in me? Darcy blushed for a moment and slid her hand off of his. General curiosity, she replied in the most neutral tone she could. You're a political science major. How'd I even spark your curiosity? Percy cocked his head to the side, looking like a puppy in the process. Darcy blushed again. Somehow Percy had changed the subject from him skillfully. How could he just dump a load like that on her and change the subject? Maybe it was a spy thing. Either way, she knew she wouldn't be able to spin the situation. There aren't a lot of good-looking men in New Mexico, let alone interesting ones. Darcy shrugged as if she didn't care. Percy just managed a small smile before gazing around for a moment. A silence filled the table and Darcy found her appetite returning. She began to pick at her food, trying to process all of the information she had been given. There was so many things that had happened in Percy's life that she couldn't even begin to picture how she would react if it happened to her. Her parents and siblings were all alive. The only people close to her who had died were her grandparents. Over Percy's shoulder she saw a blond man walk into the cafe area. Darcy cocked her head to the side. He looked familiar. Percy looked up and followed her gaze. He shrugged and turned back around. That's Steve Rogers, he commented lightly as he turned back to his work. Darcy picked up her phone and moved to take a photo. This is so going on Facebook. I thought I told you to keep your phone turned off. A sudden sense of normalcy washed over them. It was like Percy had never revealed his deep dark secrets to her. Well, I'm guessing the baddies already know where we are. Darcy snapped up the picture. May as well not let it disrupt normal everyday life. Percy face palmed slightly before shaking his head. He felt really light since he had told Darcy. It made him feel slightly better about the whole situation for some reason. He's coming over here, Darcy almost squealed in delight. What are you, a fangirl? Percy muttered as he quickly checked his phone for any messages. I may run a blog. Darcy waved her hands in the air. That's not important. Percy, Steve Rogers entered the scene finally. Good to see you again. Percy set down his phone and offered a hand. Darcy instantly noticed how a mask seemed to slip over his features. How could he do that so skillfully? You too, Captain. Percy nodded politely. Hello ma'am, Steve said politely to Darcy. I'm Steve Rogers. Darcy Lewis, Darcy replied, shaking his hand. One of Thor's friends? Steve instantly questioned. I'm here visiting my parents. Darcy managed to lie smoothly somehow. How do you know Percy? Steve questioned, looking between the pair. I work on cases that involve Thor, Percy supplied, suddenly looking down as his phone began to vibrate. Excuse me. As he walked off, Steve Rogers stood awkwardly at the table. You can have a seat if you want, Darcy shrugged as she sipped on her iced tea. The super soldier pulled up a seat. How is Thor? I haven't seen him in a while. Darcy tried to keep a cool face as she said, he's in Asgard. He hasn't dropped down in a while. You're Jane Foster's research assistant. We need to go. Percy came back to the table and chucked a $50 note on the table. Picking up his tablet he looked at Steve Rogers. Sorry, Captain. Something just popped up. Good seeing you. Darcy pushed away from the table and picked up her things. She flashed Steve an apologetic smile before quickening her pace to catch up with Percy. He slid into the car without a word and started up the engine. Darcy hurried to get in before Percy drove away. What is it? She questioned, watching as Percy flipped a switch and little flashing lights began to flash blue and red in the rear and front windows. They've found the origin of the wave Thor's hammer was putting off. The traffic shifted apart for them. It's originating from a small village south of London. We're already planning our attack. Apparently MI6 is allowing it. Percy pulled into the parking lot and turned the car off. Darcy hurried to follow him into the elevator. Percy was tapping his foot impatiently until the door opened up to level 10. You go back down to the labs. I've got to go to briefing. Percy held the elevator doors for a moment, and thanks, Darcy. You were right. Talking did help. It wasn't really a conversation, but the doors had already closed. Percy rushed down the hall to the briefing room. Natasha and Clint already waited, along with about 50 agents. If there was one thing S.H.I.E.L.D. could do, it was organize groups. The agents sat in the stands, little notebooks held at the ready for notes. The room dimmed and the large holographic projector sprang to life. We currently have 6 people being held in this abandoned factory in the village of Shrewsbury. A thermal image was showing on the screen, about 20 different heat signatures. These images came from MI6 only 3 minutes ago. The enemy is hostile and has weapons at their disposal. It's a touch-and-go mission. Team Alpha will take the back, Team Omega the left flank, Trinity the right. Agent Barton's team will take the front. Engage all hostiles. Meet on the tarmac at 01800. You will be briefed further at a later time. All the agents began to file out. Percy could feel the pre-battle excitement radiating off them. They would be a good group. No doubt they were high-up agents. You've done a lot, Percy said as he marveled at the information on the screen, a feeling of hope welling into his chest. While you were out enjoying lunch, Natasha said with a pointed glare, we traced the signal here. The warehouse was used during World War II to make weapons. The weapon makers were the Quell family, now a very well-known and respected family within Britain. I've never heard of them, Percy commented as he crossed his arms over his chest. Not many have. Natasha brought up a couple of newspaper images. After Howard Stark created the atomic bomb, they were practically kicked out of the weapon-making business. Stark became the new name in weapons and the Quells faded into the background. They're filthy rich, but no one has asked how they keep making money due to the fact they donate over $3 million to various charities across the country. MI6 had their eye on them for a while but hadn't been able to find anything. Black market? Percy suggested, assassins for hire? It could be a reason for wanting the Asgardians, Clint said with a nod, to sell them. What am I doing? Percy rubbed his hands together in anticipation. You are going to a party. Natasha brought up a website. The Quells run a charity called the War Family Fund. The money goes towards widows, veterans and others affected by war. They're having a charity ball in 3 days' time, and they've been kind enough to add you to the list. Percy squinted at the holograph. Sure enough, there was his name, Perseus Jackson, representing S.H.I.E.L.D. Everybody who's important is going to be there, Natasha said, actors, governors. This is what they meant by wanting to meet up. They obviously want to discuss some sort of terms with you. They're making it public so you can't start a fight. I don't have to go, Percy said. We know the location of where they're being kept. We need you to find this man. Natasha brought up a picture of a man. He was perhaps in his 60s, but still managed to look sprightly. Marcus Quell, head of the family and the charity. He'll have useful information on a lot of wealthy people. Are we sure we've got the right person? Percy questioned. This is their family's seal. Natasha brought up the image they'd seen at the crime scene, originated in the Middle Ages. It's them. Do I get backup? Percy asked. We'll have the usual surveillance crew along with 5 agents. Natasha shut off the holograph machine. Security is going to be tight. We can't risk any more agents. No partner? Percy questioned curiously. No, Natasha said as she shook her head. Your plane leaves at 7. Don't be late. This is a line break. The mood was a lot happier on the way back to the apartment. There wasn't anything else for the 3 scientists to be doing, so they'd asked to leave. Percy was on his way to leave anyway, so he'd been okay with going home. When they reached the apartment, Jane and Eric instantly began packing away all of their research material. Percy went to his room to start packing and Darcy followed. She sat on the bed as he began rifling through his large amount of suits. Your mother's beautiful, Darcy commented as she caught another glimpse of the picture taped to the back of the cupboard. Yeah, she was. Percy smiled softly as he packed a suit away into the suitcase, followed by a few spare pair of clothes and shoes. Who's the man? Darcy asked. Is that Paul? Percy nodded. He was a great man. He treated my mother like a queen. Much better than my first stepdad. How many stepdads have you had? Darcy questioned with a cocked eyebrow. Just 2, Percy cracked a smile. My first one wasn't exactly what you'd call a father figure. What about Poseidon? What's he like? Darcy asked as Percy zipped up the suitcase and sat on the bed next to her. He has a rather annoying god complex. Percy chuckled at his own reference. He's a god. I'm just a mortal child he happened to have. To put it honestly, I was a mistake. Well, you're one of the best mistakes I've ever seen, Darcy smiled across at him. Are you flirting with me? Percy asked as he shifted his sword from the top of the bed to underneath, because I think you are. If I told you yes, what would you say? Darcy asked as Percy stood up and picked a wristwatch off the side table. For the first time since she'd known him, Percy Jackson seemed at a loss for words. He paused, a quizzical expression marring his face. It looked like he was trying to solve a difficult math problem. He looked down at his watch and pressed a side button. It suddenly expanded into a wide bronze shield. Darcy was shocked for a moment. "Was that supposed to distract me from your lack of answer?" she asked, watching as the sword minimized into a watch again. "I've always been oblivious when it comes to girls." Percy shook his head. "I don't know what I'd say." He bent down and picked up his suitcase, still trying to think. "I should get going." He looked at his watch. Looking very out of his comfort zone, the replacement agent should be here in a couple of minutes. Percy began to leave the room, and Darcy gathered up what was left of her courage as she walked up behind him and said, "How about a kiss for good luck?" After a moment's silence, Darcy was preparing to apologize for her stupidity. But Percy turned around though and bent down slightly to kiss her lightly on the lips. It was barely a touch, but it was enough to make Darcy blush a solid scarlet. "I'll see you when I come back," was all Percy said before leaving the room. Darcy was too memorized by the kiss to even muster up a response. Percy hated suits, no reason needed, he just hated them. As he gazed at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but grimace. It was the best suit he had, cut perfectly to his measurements and made of the softest material. His shield standard gun was tucked away neatly in a shoulder holster, hidden by the fabric. He had a dagger slipped into little sheaths on his legs, riptide in his pocket, and one of the shield agents posing as waiters had hidden his sword away inside the surveillance van. He was more than protected. And yet a bit of nervousness squirmed within his stomach. These people had been powerful enough to take out 4 Asgardians and a child of the Big Three, and here he was about to walk into their home. Since the party was being held in their large private manor outside London, Percy knew he could expect a lot of security. Cameras, lasers, guards. The whole works. This would be extremely hard. Just at the thought of it, his stomach did flips. He breathed in deeply as he left the hotel room. He was staying in London as not to attract too much attention until he needed it. The hotel room was large and spacious, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a full kitchen and dining room. It felt oddly empty to Percy. Ever since he'd been forced to work with the 3 scientists, he'd actually grown used to company. But here he was alone, again. "You won't be alone when you get back," a voice far within Percy's mind whispered. For some reason his stomach flipped a little more. He paused for a moment outside of the hotel. The air was thick with London smog, the smell of exhaust and cigarettes. And yet all he could smell was Darcy's perfume. He'd gotten a full whiff of it when they'd kissed. It was a beautiful smell, jasmine and frangipani. Even though it had been light and short, the smell still seemed to follow him. As his mind went back to the kiss, he couldn't help but smile a little bit. During those minuscule seconds his heart had raced and his mind had gone blank. For the first time in a while he hadn't thought. Just did. And this time there were no obvious consequences. The cat was out of the bag now. He liked Darcy. He just felt so open around her. She listened and didn't judge. She had a good sense of humor, was smart and had a good body. And yet she wasn't stuck up. The only thing Percy could compare it to was the moment he realized he liked Annabeth. His private car pulled up and he slid into the back. A light scowl became etched into his features. He hoped this relationship wouldn't end like his and Annabeth's, if there even would be a relationship. How would it even work? Percy was hardly home. Darcy worked in New Mexico. No doubt it would fade out before it began. Despite that, Percy still couldn't help but feel euphoric. "You heading to that charity event the Quells are throwing?" the driver asked as he easily maneuvered through the streets of London. "Yes," Percy answered politely as he pulled out his phone. He was keeping up constant contact with Clint, who was about to roll out for the ambush. "How'd an American like you get invited, if you pardon me asking?" The driver easily avoided a broken-down double-decker bus. "I work for some very important people," Percy said as he typed back a response to Clint. "CIA?" the driver asked with interest. He obviously got some rather boring customers. "Classified," Percy said lazily as he sunk into the cushions. That made the driver hush up a little bit. Percy relished the silence while it lasted. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. They soon arrived at the base of a large driveway. A set of gates blocked their entrance and a single guard with an iPad stood next to an intercom. "Name?" the man at the gate drawled to the driver. "Just dropping off Percy Jackson," the driver commented with an easy smile. The man didn't even look at his iPad. He just pressed a code into the gate and watched as they slid open. They then continued up a large drive lined with sculptured hedges. The manor rested atop a hill and looked exactly like it did in the pictures. A large round fountain rested in the center, creating a roundabout for incoming cars. A set of stone steps lead up the main building that had its doors wide open to reveal a large entryway. Percy paid the driver and stepped out. Around him lingered rich aristocrats, the higher class of society, and important government figureheads. As he walked up the steps, he even spotted a couple actors and actresses with their partners. Press lingered around, snapping up photos. Percy easily avoided the cameras and made it to the entryway without incident. A bar was set up to the left while waiters traveled around with plates of small bite-sized food. The doors leading to the main dining hall hadn't opened. The large marble staircase was blocked off by a length of velvet rope, while all the other doors leading to various rooms stood guarded by men in suits. "What are these?" Percy asked casually as he plucked a quiche off a tray, knowing full well what they were. He just needed to get an update from the agents who had been here long before him. "Quiches, sir," the agent disguised as a waiter responded easily, British accent not sounding at all out of place in the chatter of the hall. "And the perimeter?" Percy asked casually as he bit into the quiche. "Quite good, sir," the waiter responded with a slight scowl. "I might suggest you avoid the food from the garden." He then walked off. Percy had gotten enough though. From what he had gathered, the perimeter was the strongest in the garden. Since he couldn't have any comlink, all information would have to come from the agents littered around. With a sigh, he finished the food and got a drink from the bar. "Vodka," he told the bartender. "I take it you're a man who can handle his liquor," a woman said from besides him. Percy gave her a once-over. She wore a suitable black and white dress. Her hair was a nice and rich caramel color while her eyes mirrored chocolate. Her nearly burst from the dress, obviously an attempt to draw attention away from the slightly bulge of a thigh holstered. It was hardly noticeable through the folds of the fabric. Her accent was a strong British one, northern, perhaps. Percy took the drink as it was placed in front of him before answering. "I wouldn't be drinking it if I couldn't handle it." "A Yank," she commented lightly. "Very rare that you hear an accent that's strong at a party like this." "Contrary to popular belief, all Americans are not lazy slobs," Percy replied. "Oh, trust me, I know," the women replied. "So what are you? NSA? CIA?" Percy didn't even show signs that it affected him. "I'm with SHIELD." The women looked him over again. "You must be high on the SHIELD food chain." "High enough as not to exist." Percy made reference to the fact that he was such a valuable agent that all records of his past life had to cleared. "I thought MI6 had given us clearance?" "We couldn't pass up an opportunity like this," the women shrugged casually. "I'm Linda." "Percy," he replied breezily as he sipped on his drink. "What's your play here?" "We want to find how the Quells keep bringing in money," Linda replied without a hitch. "You?" "Looking for answers," Percy replied, setting his drink down on the bar as the doors for the main dining room opened. "You stay out of my way, I stay out of yours." He walked away into the dining room. It was a large, expansive room. More like a ballroom. A series of tables dotted the floor while a space had been cleared for the dance floor and the string band. He kept on scanning the crowd for suspicious people but found none. He sighed and sat down at his assigned seat. Already sitting down was the owner of a large British weapon-making company and his wife, along with an elderly gentleman who had fought in the Korean War and his rather proud and uppity grandson who had just finished his second tour in Afghanistan, judging from the medals that lined his. Richard Parker, the elderly man who was situated next to him, offered him a polite handshake. "Percy Jackson," he replied with a polite nod. "You're American?" the man's grandson questioned with a scowl. "Yes, from New York, actually." Percy waved down a waiter and ordered a drink. "What, if you don't pardon me asking, if your involvement in the War Family Fund?" the grandson asked. "Robert, a man's business is his own." Richard tried to reel his grandson in. "It's quite all right, sir," Percy replied as politely as he could manage. He wasn't exactly in the mood to deal with smart-ass soldiers who thought they were better than him just because they had a bunch of shiny medals. "I'm representing an American agency." The drink came, along with a napkin that had a list of the amount of guards on the ground. Percy looked at the numbers before letting the writing become smudged by the condensation the drink created. They certainly had a large amount of guards. Mr. Quell will be entering soon to address the guests, the waiter said with a polite nod to the people at the table. It has been a long time since I have had the honor of talking to Mr. Quell, the British businessman, whose name was Wilson, commented lightly as he watched Percy sip his drink. Is this your first charity event, Mr. Jackson? No, Percy decided to go along with the idle chit-chat. I've attended many Stark and American fundraisers in the past. Wilson scowled slightly and his wife placed a hand over his. So you know Anthony Stark? Wilson said with a casual smirk. Tell him thanks for moving into the medical business. It's put quite a bit of money in my pockets. I'll be sure to pass it on, Percy supplied. Did the Quells honestly just place him at this table so it would annoy him? It was working. Thankfully the chatter in the hall died down as an elder man stepped onto the platform. He looked like Clint Eastwood's slightly less aggressive-looking brother. Percy paid keen attention. He was tall, the same height as Percy, and his hair was a solid gray. Even from a distance Percy could see the man's chilling amber eyes. Welcome, welcome, Marcus Quell said in a voice that was neither Irish nor British, but something in between. I'd like to thank you all for coming tonight. Especially our honored guest, young Percy Jackson. Percy stopped dead inside, but continued to drink coolly from his glass, as the man pointed him out. Who came all the way from across the pond, believe it or not, just to represent S.H.I.E.L.D. Not that it matters now. We're all here tonight to help the War Family Fund, giving charitable items to those who truly need and deserve it. So eat, drink and be merry. The man's voice was so smooth it almost melodic. No doubt in his youth he had been quite the ladies' man. His tongue was as sharp as a knife, no doubt. Percy had already picked up the tactic he had used. Everyone would be interested in him now. They'd probably gawk for a majority of the evening, because after all, why would someone as rich as Mr. Quell take an interest in the young man? It would make it increasingly hard to go around unnoticed. Honored guest. Robert scoffed. What exactly about S.H.I.E.L.D. is so important? What are they? A weapons company. Not one I've ever heard of, Wilson chimed in. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Percy chimed off easily as he stood up. If you'll excuse me. He began walking towards where he could see Quell conversing with a group of people at a table, but already the masses had stirred. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jackson. Some random man shoved his hands into Percy's. I'm Stuart Grindshaw. Pleasure, Percy replied as he kept a keen eye on the elder man who had shifted over to another table. Are you with some sort of weapons company? Can't say I've ever heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., the man said with an out-of-place nod. I'm in the weapon business myself. Been working on some things for some very high-up people. Excuse me, Percy said as politely as he could manage. I'd like to speak to Mr. Quell before dinner begins. Percy skirted around the man and only made it 5 more steps before he was caught up into a conversation with some movie actress. She played with her hair the whole time they talked and Percy barely escaped, not without the woman's phone number. Marcus Quell's plan was working. Percy was stopped a total of 15 times on his way to confront Quell. On the 15th time someone dared to place an arm around his shoulders and attempt to lead them towards their table. Percy ducked out from underneath with a chilling gaze. Excuse me, he said in an equally cool voice before walking away. By this time he was annoyed. Too many people had touched him without permission, attempted to sweet-talk him and even flirt with him. He was here for business. He breathed deeply. This had to have been Quell's plan all along. No doubt a rash decision was sure to come. The widow spinning a web, a S.H.I.E.L.D. waiter said as he passed. Natasha was hard at work from that code. That made Percy feel a little better. Everything was going right on his friend's end. That was something. The good luck seemed to be traveling because he finally reached Marcus Quell, who was conversing with a busty brunette. We need to talk, Percy said as he tapped the man on the shoulder. He turned to look at Percy. Excuse me, my dear, he said to the brunette. After she turned away he faced Percy fully. Agent Jackson, good to finally meet you. He offered up a hand to shake, and Percy pointedly ignored it. Where's my cousin? Percy questioned, hoping silently that Quell hadn't heard about the attack yet. Have a drink, son, loosen up, he clapped Percy on the shoulder. First of all, I'm not your son. Second, don't touch me. Percy shifted away a part of his jacket to show the handle of his pistol. Third, tell me where my cousin is and why you took him, or I blow your brains out right here. You wouldn't do that, Agent. Quell waved down a waiter. What's your poison? Vodka. Percy said it easily before glaring at the man. "I could easily write down on my report you attacked." "With these many witnesses?" Quell smiled around at the crowd. "Everyone has a price," Percy retorted. "Now give me answers." "Why should I?" Marcus asked easily, taking the martini that was offered to him. Percy took the glass of vodka. "I'll kill you if you don't." "But then you don't get answers," Quell retorted. Percy glared openly at the man, letting his inner fire flare up. At the table next to him someone's glass exploded due to the sudden increase of water pressure. "Don't test my patience further." Quell sighed like he was dealing with an impatient child. "Follow me." They walked out of the ballroom and into the foyer. Percy took in the stances of the guards. They were ready to act if need be. They entered a large room with walls lined with books, a roaring fire and 2 large lounges. Resting inside stood 2 guards who watched Percy with hawk-like eyes. "Sit." Quell gestured to the spare seat as he sat down. Percy sat down and got straight to business. "You wanted me here. Why?" "You interest me," Quell replied. "That's not the first time I've heard that," Percy replied smoothly. "Why me?" "I thought we could strike a deal," Quell said as he leaned back into the cushions of the chair. "I'm being paid a large sum of money by a client to collect and capture certain people for them. I want to see if you can match their offer." He was doing this all for money? "Americans don't make deal with terrorists," Percy said as he sipped on his drink. "Why don't you just tell me who you work for?" Quell promptly ignored him. "I dare say your father's trident would be enough to match the offer." "The answer's no," Percy replied chillingly as he casually slipped a dagger out of its sheath. "How about we try this my way? Tell me who you're working for, or I stick this knife right through your wrist." The guards shifted uneasily in the corner, fingering their weapons. "One last chance. Get me the trident and you get your cousin," Quell replied with a snake-like grin. Percy's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket and he pulled it out. He smiled down at the text message he had received. As if on cue, another guard burst through the door, panting heavily. "The compound's been breached," he panted heavily. "Destroyed, actually." Percy looked at the text. "Well, it will be in about 5 seconds. We have an UAF flying en route right now." "Doesn't matter." Quell didn't seem at all fazed. "As long as I can deliver part of the cargo, I'll still get a bit of the profit." That's when the 3 guards pulled their guns. Percy managed to dodge just in time to avoid getting a shot to the neck. Sticking out of the expensive leather chair was a needle. Percy grimaced slightly before getting on the move. He threw one dagger, aiming for the guard's head, but it landed in his knee. It worked nearly all the same. The guard collapsed. Percy then drew his own gun. He aimed and fired, only to end up hitting a bunch of books next to another guard's head. Behind him, Quell joined the fight as he drew his own gun from a hidden leg holster. Percy moved fluidly as he simultaneously shot one guard in the stomach and avoided the kick. The sound of the music from the ballroom had drowned out the gunshots, but Percy wanted everybody out of the building. So concentrating hard he managed to jump-start the fire sprinkler system, making alarms blare and water rain down from the ceiling. He could hear guests shout in alarm and begin filing out of the hall to outside. Percy smirked a little to himself as he easily vaulted over the chair and knocked the guards out from the sheer force of his head hitting the wall. He took the 3rd guard out by creating a thin stream of water that cut his throat easily. A ripple of fire burned up his back though and he turned with a gurgled grunt. Behind him stood Quell, holding a fire poker in his hands, and somehow he looked like he knew how to use it. "You sure you know how to use that thing, old man?" Percy taunted as he abandoned his gun and drew his own sword. He may not be able to hurt Quell with it, but it would certainly be able to disarm him. "I still have some strength left in me, Sonny," Quell retorted as he swiped skillfully with his fire poker. Percy easily avoided. "Who do you work for?" Percy asked as he avoided a jab for his midsection. In one clean swing he cut the metal poker in half like it was butter. "You can't win this fight." "I'll die trying," Quell responded as he brandished the shortened metal rod like a lifeline. Despite his spunk, Quell wasn't a fighting man. Percy easily disarmed him and held his newly drawn dagger against the man's neck. "You're going to come with me," Percy said, "and I'm going to show you what happens when you mess with S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is how it's going to work," Percy said as he kept his dagger against the man's neck. "I'm going to go get my gun and you're going to stay here. We're then going to walk outside. If you signal anyone I will shoot you in the knee without any hesitation. Understood?" Quell managed a stiff nod. Percy slowly slipped the dagger away and shifted so he could pick up his abandoned gun. He carefully took off his jacket and cut off the sprinkler system, sending the room into an eerie silence. He draped the jacket over his gun, then pressed it firmly against, then stepped next to Quell. "Follow," he said briskly as he began walking, Quell sticking to his side like a punished dog. Outside, the hall was abandoned. The marble floor was slick with water and Percy grimaced slightly. The doors stood ajar, revealing the group of guests standing around on the grounds. All of the women and men were inspecting their clothes, obviously mad about how soaked to the bone they were. Guards lingered around, obviously trying to figure out why the alarms had gone off. When the guards saw Quell, some began to advance. Percy slid the jacket away slightly to show the gun. That made the guards take a slight step back. Very slowly they began massing together. Of course all of the guests were oblivious, except for the MI6 agent, Linda. She sent him a piercing look that would have chilled any normal person to the bone. "You won't make it past the gate," Quell hissed, his confidence returning. "And why is that?" Percy questioned casually. A loud whistle suddenly pierced the air. Percy instantly cocked his gun and pressed it against Quell's side. The masses of shadows seemed to thicken. A sense of dread washed over everyone in the crowd. Percy's hand inched into his pocket where Riptide waited. Things started to move out of the shadow. They were large and perhaps as big as a family sedan. For a moment Percy thought they were hellhounds, but then he got a better look. Instead of the usual nightmare black glossy coat, it was a dark gray and the eyes were pure black iris, and all instead of red. "What are they?" Percy questioned as the guests began to scream and shout in horror. There had to be 4 of them. "Helheim hounds." Quell seemed rather proud of himself. Helheim, Percy thought. That was the Norse personification of hell. He'd never heard of Helheims before. He didn't have much time to think. Already the hounds were focusing on him, as well as the guards. Everybody apart from Linda and the SHIELD agents had cleared out, running past the fence line in horror. "Peterson," Percy hollered to one agent who already had his gun drawn, "take care of the men." The agent got the message and began firing at the guards. It was 5 against 25. Agent Linda, if that even was her real name, seemed a little shocked. Percy had his own problems to take care of though. He promptly shot Quell in the knee before drawing his sword. Quell wouldn't be going anywhere now. "Is that a sword?" Linda shouted over the sound of gunshots. Percy was more focused on his first opponent. The hound snapped forward and attempted to bite his arm clean off. Percy jerked his sword upwards though and pushed it straight through the hound's skull. Well, at least they were easier to kill than hellhounds. The monster dissolved into black dust around him before promptly being swept away by a sudden gust of wind. 2 more attacked at the same time. Percy barely managed to jump high enough to avoid having his leg snapped off. While midair he adjusted his grip on his sword and let himself fall downwards right onto the monster's neck. It, like the one prior, also disappeared into black dust. The other 2 gazed at them with their eerie black eyes. He took a step back and inspected the scene. One of his agents was down on the ground in a puddle of rapidly growing blood. One was sporting a bad limp, but the other 3 were still going. Only 10 guards were left standing. Lynn seemed to have broken out of her shock and was also joining rank with the agents. "Come on, you mongrel," Percy taunted the gray monsters, "come and get me." And they did. One changed tactics and swiped at Percy with its massive claws, but the son of Poseidon ducked and rolled, easily avoiding the massive paw. The second one attempted to step on him. That didn't end up well for the Helheim. Percy rolled again and managed to strike his sword up into its chest. That was a mistake on his part. A mass of dust dropped down on him, filling his nose and mouth. It weighed down on him and he struggled to free himself. The usual gust of wind came through and he was free. He coughed violently to rid the dust from his mouth, spitting as he went. It tasted like burnt toast. During his distraction, the final dog swiped at him. He flew through the air and landed in the fountain. He breathed in the water for a moment, his mouth finally being rid of the horrible taste. He stood up in the midst of the fountain and called the water to his command. He focused it into one high-powered stream and run the monster through with it easily. Percy stood in the fountain for a moment longer. The fight was over. 3 agents plus Linda still stood. 2 of them were tending to the fallen 2. Quell lay on the floor,
knee a bloody mess. Guests stood by the gate, murmuring and talking into mobile phones. Status, Percy questioned as he walked out of the fountain towards the injured men.
A shot to the thigh, missed the artery. One agent was tying a makeshift bandage around the bullet wound on the other agent's leg. One down, shot to the stomach. Critical. Get them to the van and go out to the meeting spot, Percy said, knowing they were meant to meet the group that had attacked the warehouse in a clearing about 10 minutes away. Take him as well. He spat towards Quell. I'll catch up. Yes, sir. The agents began to follow the orders, moving to go through the back of the house to avoid the crowds. Agent Linda stuck her gun back into its holster and folded her arms over her bulging chest. Percy picked up his own gun and dagger and slid them away. Can your people take care of this? He questioned as he stuck his hands into his pockets. Let's say one of the Quell's secret animal testing labs happened to be breached, Linda said casually, air quoting, animal testing. But what's the truth I'm going to tell my superiors? Hounds from the land of Helheim crashed the party. Agent Jackson of S.H.I.E.L.D. got rid of them, Percy supplied as he saw flashing lights appear in the distance. Helheim is the Norse personification of hell. My superiors won't believe that, Linda pointed out. Surely you've heard of Thor? Percy questioned, the Asgardian Avenger. I thought that was just a persona. No, Percy replied as he looked at his watch. Tell them S.H.I.E.L.D. has it taken care of. Percy began walking towards the gate. Wait, Linda called after him, that's it? Did you expect me to take you out for drinks or something? Percy asked, voice showing his confusion. That made the agent become so flabbergasted for the moment. Percy was able to slip through the gate and through the crowds. Everyone stared at him in wonder and horror, but none dared speak to him. He walked through the line of newly gathered police cars towards the back where one cop was getting off a motorcycle. I need that bike. Percy pulled out his badge and flashed it. Pardon me, sir? The man took the badge and looked at it. You won't be getting it with a dodgy fake like this. I can book you for this. Dodgy fake? Percy raised an eyebrow. Either you give me the bike, or I take it. It's okay. Linda had caught up to him. She showed her MI6 badge. Don't scratch it, you hear me? The man handed over the keys. Wouldn't dream of it. Percy swung onto the bike and turned it on. He revved the engine experimentally before tucking his badge back into his pocket. Thanks, Linda. It's Fiona, actually, she said with a smile, offering her true name up as an offer of trust. Shame you couldn't stay longer. I was excited at the prospect of drinks. Maybe next time. Percy kicked the stand up and pulled out into the road. The bike was nowhere near as fast as the one back in the States. The seat was uncomfortable, and seeing as he didn't have a helmet, the wind kept on whipping his hair into his eyes. He gunned the engine and zoomed down the empty streets quickly. The stereotypical English weather rolled in with a loud bang. Percy gazed up at the skies for only a moment before pushing the engine even further. He didn't want to be riding on an unfamiliar bike during a rainstorm. When he reached the aircraft, it was already set down on the ground. He ditched the bike and hurried in. It was large, able to accommodate roughly 75 people if the need arose. It was used commonly for short-term raids. With 3 sets of bunks, 20 beds squished into each room, 5 medical rooms and armory, it somehow still managed to be faster than a commercial jet, not Stark's, of course. Where is Agent Romanoff? Percy questioned one agent who was standing guard. She is in medical room 3, sir, the agent said with a nod. Thanks, Percy said as he raced through the ship's walkways. He made it to the infirmary in record time. To his surprise, he didn't find Natasha sitting up on one of the beds, but rather Nico laying down on one, soundly asleep. Percy still found himself letting out a breath of relief. Since the guard had said Natasha was in the infirmary, his mind had instantly thought that she was hurt. Now that the worry was gone, he turned his attention to Nico. One arm was bandaged tightly, broken, no doubt. His face was a myriad of bruises and cuts. He was just dressed in his jeans, giving Percy a view of his blotchy-colored ribs and stomach. He was a bit skinnier and paler as well. Broken wrist, broken fingers, 3 broken ribs, 2 cracked and a set of nice bruises, Natasha listed off as if reading his mind. She herself looked fine with only a scratch on her face. Her hair was a little out of place, but not that it really mattered to her. In her hand she held an antibacterial wipe and she seemed to be using it to clean out the scratch on her face. How did it go? Percy questioned as he took up his chair next to Nico's bed. While he sat, he unbuttoned his shirt and took off his belt. None seriously. 2 broken femurs, 1 concussion, 2 bullet wounds to the upper arms, Natasha listed off. What about Thor, Sif and the Warriors 3? Percy asked as he ran a hand through his windswept hair. Drugged into oblivion, but unharmed, Natasha supplied as she too sat down. We've got them set up in some bunks. Percy just nodded and gave a quick recap of his own side of the battle. Distantly he realized they were taking off into the air. His stomach gave a little flip before settling. So he's working for someone, Natasha mused for a moment. It won't take us long to figure out who. It has to be someone powerful, Percy added, and rich. We'll figure it out, Natasha said as she stood. I'm going to go see Clint. You should get some sleep. I'm not tired, Percy said as he gazed at his cousin, fury bubbling up within him. I might go see Quell. Save it. Natasha placed a hand on his shoulder. Just get some sleep. After Natasha left, Percy slumped into his seat. He wasn't going to leave Nico just yet. Who knew what other kind of tortures they use? Obviously they had wanted information. Breaking fingers was a fundamental way to get information, and Percy knew personally that there was more to torture than just physical. He had the nightmares to prove it. Despite his claims of not being tired, Percy soon fell into a restless slumber. This is a line break. Percy slid his keys into the lock and breathed a sigh of relief. He was home, finally. Unlocking the door, he was greeted by the sight of a gun to his face. Stand down, Agent, Percy said in a rather monotone voice. The gun lowered to reveal the agent who had taken his place. The man stepped aside and allowed him to come in. Percy breathed in the smell of moonlace, loving the fact that he was home. He walked down the hall into the kitchen, the other agent following behind him. Where are the scientists? Percy questioned as he kicked his shoes off. Miss Lewis is in the shower, and Dr. Lewis and Selvig are at the base, the agent replied promptly. Good, Percy nodded his head. You're dismissed. Thank you, sir, the man nodded before gathering was little stuff he had brought and leaving. Percy kicked off his shoes and ran a hand over his face. Nico was waiting back in the Shield infirmary. He had awoken only once on the flight back home, and even then it was just for the bathroom. Percy knew his cousin wasn't one for healing naturally, so he figured he would have to get some ambrosia. That was why his next stop was Camp Half-Blood. He had not been back to the camp since the whole AIM ordeal, nor had he spoken to anyone from there. Talia had once tried to make contact, but the plans had dwindled away after Percy was called to a mission in Russia. The last she heard of Annabeth was that she was to be married in the summer to some man named Harry. He hadn't seen Grover or Tyson. Grover was probably too ashamed to see him. Tyson was also a mystery. He hadn't seen nor heard a thing about his younger Cyclops brother. Pushing himself out of the chair, he walked over to the fridge. Upon opening, he was surprised to find it stacked to the brim with food. His fridge hadn't been this full since his mother was alive. Reaching in, he grabbed the first thing. His grip fell on an apple. He bit into it as he headed down the hall into his bedroom. Water could be heard running from within the shower. Percy gazed at the door for a moment before heading over to the closet. Stripping off his ashen dress shirt and pants, he quickly changed his underwear before beginning to rummage through for his pants. He was momentarily distracted by the sound of singing traveling from within the shower. To be honest, it was rather bad singing. Where the hell are my pants? Percy found them underneath a pile of clothes. He began putting them on, so caught up in his activity that he didn't notice the water shut off. He was shimming them up his legs when the sound of a door opening drew his attention. Darcy stood in the doorway of the shower, wrapped in a navy blue towel, her brown hair damp and dripping. Agent Jackson of S.H.I.E.L.D. blushed a vibrant red before promptly trying to turn away, only managed to trip over his pants legs and land solidly on his butt. Jesus Christ! Darcy exclaimed as she suddenly drew the towel tighter around her. Sorry. Percy suddenly felt like a 14-year-old again. It reminded him of the time he accidentally walked into the girls' change room instead of the men's. He quickly managed to pull his pants up before pushing himself to his feet. Grabbing a random shirt off the pile, he began backing out of the room. I'll be in the kitchen. Percy slipped the shirt over his head and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Darcy released the breath she had been holding and headed back to her suitcase. As she rummaged for clean clothes, she couldn't help but savor the feeling of her heart fluttering. Percy was back. Sure, He had only been gone for about 4 days, but he had left after they kissed. You didn't just leave a girl hanging like that. I suppose returning shirtless is enough to make up for it, the betraying part of Darcy's brain whispered to her, making her blush deepen. The agent did have a good body, like, a really good body. Darcy had to admit it was better than Thor's in a wrestler versus swimmer kind of way. After she changed and brushed her hair, she headed out into the kitchen. Percy was eating the biggest sandwich she had ever seen. He was scoffing it down like it was his last meal. I need to go out, Percy said around a mouthful of sandwich. You have to come, unfortunately. Where to? She questioned, silently relishing the image of a normal non-spy Percy Jackson. Long Island. Percy finished the sandwich and stood up. I need to get something for Nico. He's okay then. Darcy questioned, what about Thor and Sif? They're all good. According to the lab they should be waking up in the next 2 hours. Percy gazed at his watch before chucking the motorbike helmet that rested on the table next to him towards her. Darcy barely managed to catch it. Can't we take the car? Darcy groaned, but internally she was looking forward to the ride. This'll be quicker. Percy stood up and pulled some keys out of his pocket. Come on. Darcy followed Percy down on the street. He swung onto his bike and turned it on. Darcy climbed on behind him, slipping on the helmet and wrapping her arms around Percy's waist. A blush burned in her cheeks yet again as she felt the toned sides of Percy warm her arms. The raven-haired hottie slid out easily into the street and began towards the Long Island Sound. It was a fast trip. There was little traffic around this time of day. To Darcy's surprise, they stopped at the base of a hill. At the top of the hill was a large pine tree that seemed to reach towards the sky. Percy climbed off the bike after turning it off. Darcy had to move quickly to keep up with him. At the top of the hill she got a great view of a strawberry farm. For a moment she wondered why they were here. Just stay here, Percy said to her, don't worry about anything. Peleus will protect you. Who's Peleus? Darcy questioned as she gazed around. The dragon, Percy stated it like it was obvious. Yes, of course, the dragon. Darcy sat down at the base of the tree. How silly of me. Percy smiled minutely before walking down the hill. He rushed through the busy camp, earning a lot of strange looks. All that remained at the camp for the moment were all year-round campers, and he stood out like a sore thumb. He ignored that though and headed up to the big house, not at all surprised to find Chiron reading a book on the veranda. Percy, my boy, Chiron smiled at him like nothing had changed in the past 6 years. To what do I owe the pleasure? Percy decided to play along. I need some ambrosia. Of course, Chiron nodded. May I ask what for? Nico was injured, Percy said quickly. Nothing major. For a moment, Percy almost felt like a camper again. His inner curiosity grew as he decided to ask. Chiron, he said carefully, what are Helheim hounds? Darcy found sitting against the tree relaxing. Every little ache that seemed to have been annoying her earlier in the day seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a feeling of peacefulness. The smell of strawberries tickled her nose as she played with a strand of her hair. She could have stayed here all day. The sun was just letting off the right amount of heat, the breeze was just right, everything just seemed perfect. In the distance she heard the sound of a car approaching, but it didn't bother her, it still was New York after all, there were still bound to be cars. The trademark yellow taxi stopped at the base of the hill, in front of Percy's motorcycle. Someone stepped out, a girl, Darcy noticed, and paid the driver before stepping away. As the taxi drove off, the girl seemed to inspect the bike. From this distance all Darcy could see was raven black hair. The female soon began the trek up the hill. As she approached, Darcy got a good look at her. She had piercing blue eyes lined with black and gray eyeliner, a lightly freckled face, and rather strong air around her. Dressed in a loose leather jacket, jeans and a Hunter Tour 12 shirt, she looked like someone you would find smoking outside the shopping center despite the fact she couldn't be older than 16. And not that they'd care anyway. Can I help you? She questioned in a rather straight-to-business tone. Oh, no, I'm just waiting for somebody. Darcy jerked a thumb back at the tree. He's down there. The guy who owns the motorcycle? The woman pointed at the bike. Percy Jackson? Yeah, Darcy nodded. How do you know him? He's my cousin, the female said, eyes flickering between Darcy and the tree. Are you Talia? Darcy remembered briefly how Percy had mentioned her. Nice to meet you. How do you know my name? Talia seemed a bit wary of her suddenly. Percy mentioned you in passing. We've been working together for a couple weeks. Darcy waved her hand like it was nothing. Right. Talia suddenly looked her up and down again. Nice meeting you. Talia jogged down the hill away from the mortal. Obviously she was just more than a mortal. That brunette knew her name, knew Percy, and was obviously trusted by her black-haired cousin. She had only talked to Percy once after the AIM incident. They had planned to go out to Burgers one night, but she had received a rushed voicemail. I can't make it tonight. Have to go to Russia. We'll reschedule. After that they hadn't talked. She's heard whispered rumors from the gods via Artemis. The Asgardians were mad, or so Hermes was saying. Something had been taken from them. But of course, the Greeks stayed out of their business. That was until they were attacked by a swarm of Helheims. Artemis had not given enough information. She just said they were not of this realm. Talia was not a person who liked vague answers. It was just her luck she knew someone who gave straight-up answers. When she found Chiron, he was on the veranda sitting at the pinnacle table. He wasn't alone either, not that Talia was surprised. Percy was sitting at the table, listening with rapt attention to what the elder centaur was saying. His hair was its usual mused mess, his eyes seemed brighter, happier, even. His face altogether looked younger, like he had the weight of the world lifted off his shoulders. All the same, though he looked a little weary, maybe he wasn't sleeping well. Talia, Percy jerked up to look at her. Hi, Talia said casually as she pulled up a chair. Hi, Chiron. Talia, I thought you were up in Canada? Chiron asked politely as he folded his hands in front of him on the table. I was until we got attacked by a pack of Helheim hounds, Talia said rather glumly. You too, huh? Percy said as he played with a loose strand on his shirt. I got sprung with some on a mission in England. I was just explaining to Percy their origin, Chiron said, a hint of confusion in his voice. They're native to Helheim, the Asgardian Hades, and they are very much the same as hellhounds except they can be controlled. Though Mrs. O'Leary is tame, that took years. Helheim hounds are born to be controlled. By who? Percy looked so eager for information that Talia was a little surprised. The goddess Hel, Chiron looked grim. She is the goddess of Helheim. Helheim hounds are there to drag the dead to hell to face judgment. In Asgard and the other 9 realms, only the cowardly, those who die of old age or disease, and those not killed in battle, are sent to Helheim. It is a place that even the gods cannot escape from. So why are the hounds on Earth? Percy continued to question, and for the first time, Talia remained quiet and let her cousin do the talking. I'm afraid I don't know why. Chiron looked rather apologetic. That is a question best reserved for Prince Thor, perhaps. Percy just shook his head a little bit before standing up. Thanks, Chiron. He stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out his phone. I just have to make a call. As Percy walked down the steps to make his call, Talia finally asked her question. Why would they attack the hunters? That is unknown to me, as well, Talia. Chiron shook his head as he watched Percy talk away on the phone. No doubt his keen ears could pick up every single word that was being said. He seems happier. I suppose he has the life he always wanted. Talia slumped back in her chair and kicked his feet up onto the table. Gets to save people without having to deal with the gods. I am surprised he's forgiven us. Chiron shook his head sadly. Any man would have cursed us out 1,000,000 times at the apology. That's Percy for you. Talia shrugged as she gazed across the camp. She spotted Connor jogging over towards the big house. Talia expected him to continue on his path towards the house, but instead he veered towards Percy, who was still in a deep conversation on his phone. How he had a phone without being attacked, Talia would never know. Connor, after the whole AIM incident, had somehow become even more cheerful. It was as if the whole situation had made him realize how much he loved life. Amusement bubbled up inside her as she saw Connor attempt to fly tackle Percy. Without even letting go of his phone, Percy ducked into a low crouch, drove his palm upwards in Connor's chest as he flew overhead before straightening up. It happened so fast that Talia doubted a normal, non-ADHD person would have seen it. She let out a laugh that mingled with her appreciative whistle. Chiron, on the other hand, let out a groan on behalf of the winded Connor. Percy looked down at Connor, stared at the face for a moment before quickly apologizing and offering a hand. Connor took the hand offered and stood up, looking extremely winded. How did you do that in jeans? Was all Connor could manage to say. Percy just held up a finger as he continued his phone conversation. Just leave it, Nat, I'll talk to him. Just let him be. I have to go. He hung and tucked the phone away before speaking. Try doing it in leather. Percy seemed to grimace for a moment at the thought. Are you okay? Winded, Connor rubbed his chest, but all live. Teaches me for trying to fly hug a spy. Percy brushed off his jeans to fill the awkward silence. He hadn't seen Connor in about 6 years. He had grown, his face had lost a little of its boyish charm, but the little mischievous smirk was still there. He looked healthy, he'd been eating properly and still had muscles. People usually lost weight after traumatic experiences. I just wanted to say thank you. Connor clapped him on the arm, and Percy did his best not to take an automatic step away. I don't know what would have happened to me if you didn't start looking for me. I'm just doing my job. Percy just wanted to leave this awkward situation. He could feel the stares of Chiron and Talia burning into him. You saved my life, Connor beamed at him, and considering what happened all those years ago, it really means a lot. Percy just shrugged, it was just a mission. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Connor clapped him on the arm again. I just wanted to say thank you from everybody. Clarice was apparently trying to get in contact with you, but she couldn't find you in the phone book. I tried to find you, but couldn't find a trace of you. The Aphrodite cabin wanted to send you thank you chocolates. We tried going through Nico, but he rarely drops in nowadays. I work pretty under the radar now. Percy ignored the buzzing of his phone in his pocket. He really needed to get to Nico. Listen, I have to go. I understand. Connor smirked a little. You're a busy man. It was good talking to you, Percy said politely. We'll have to catch up for drinks. Connor nodded as if he liked the idea. Sure, Percy said, even though he hated the idea. Bye. The son of Poseidon began through the camp again. He pulled out his phone and began responding to the flurry of messages. Apparently Thor, Sif and the others were awake, but the debriefing wouldn't be until 5 o'clock because they needed to drop into Asgard. Percy had no trouble with that. He sighed as he began walking up the hill, but then smiled a little as he remembered what was waiting for him on the other side. Percy, Talia had caught up to him and was jogging up the hill behind him. Want to grab some lunch? Percy looked at his female cousin for a moment. I have work, he replied as he stopped next to the tree not quite past the border. Surely even spies get a lunch break, Talia raised an eyebrow. We do. Things have been hectic lately, Percy scowled a little bit. We'll never actually go out if we don't go now. You'll be jetting off to Japan or something. Talia folded her arms over her chest. Maybe lunch would be good for Nico. Natasha had called him saying that Nico was not in the mood for talking. Apparently her attempts to find out what the Quells wanted for him had gone straight down the drain. He would just shrug her off and start morphing shadows in his hand weakly. Natasha had tried everything, she'd said, cleavage, persuasion, promises, but Nico had refused to give. Maybe some normalcy was what Nico needed. 2 hours at the Rufus Grill, Percy finally amended, I have to go. He stepped over the borderline, appearing so suddenly that Darcy jumped. Percy couldn't help but smile at her. Come on, he offered her a hand up, we need to go back to base. I'm growing sick of that place, Darcy muttered as she followed him down the hill. For a moment Percy was surprised to find her hand slip into his. He was so surprised that his hand sort of went lax like a dead fish. It took him a moment for his brain to register it. This is what couples do. His brain told him. He gently squeezed her hand and earned a squeeze back in return. So was it official now? Were they a couple? So is it official? Darcy suddenly voiced his thoughts as they stopped by the motorcycle, like, us? Percy thought for a moment. I guess it is. He swung onto the bike. I don't know how long it'll last. Oh, you're fantastic. Darcy got on behind him. Let's go out, oh, but I don't know if it'll last. Just what every girl wants to hear. Sorry, Percy chuckled, I'm a little out of practice. I never would have guessed. Darcy wrapped her arms around his midsection. Percy started up the bike before pulling into the street. He executed a clean U-turn and began back into the city. Traffic had picked up again. The city was congested badly as people attempted to rush to get lunch. Percy easily swerved between cabs and cars, earning him a lot of tooted horns and swears. Eventually they made it to the Shield compound without being murdered by a cab driver. Darcy just followed Percy. The young agent headed up to a level she'd never been on before. It was a labyrinth of corridors that had doors in various places. Percy traveled through it easily, stopping in front of an unmarked door. He knocked before entering. It was Nico's medical room, Darcy realized. It was a pale blue, lit by two bright lights, and was filled with a single bed and a bedstand. Nico sat on the center of the bed, looking worse for wear. His wrist was wrapped in tight white bandages. Each finger on his right hand was wrapped tightly as well. He seemed to sit so that he wasn't folded over himself, so maybe he had broken ribs. Floating above his left hand was a ball of black shadows so dark that it made Darcy shudder. Here, Percy pulled a bag of what looked like cake out of his jacket and chucked it to his cousin. Figure you wouldn't want to wait for it to heal normally. Screw that. Nico ripped open the bag with his teeth and pulled out 3 squares. He stuffed all of them into his mouth and chewed rather loudly. Instantly he seemed to loosen up. He straightened as if his ribs had been magically healed. His face also turned a bright scarlet. He moved to have more, but Percy moved the bag away from him. You don't want to burn up, Percy said with a pointed glare. Whatever. Nico slumped back into the bed. Natasha said you wouldn't talk. Percy seemed to get straight to business. I wanted to see how far she'd go. The cleavage was a nice addition, I must add. Nico smirked up at the ceiling while Darcy blushed slightly. She can seduce a man in under 3 seconds, Percy commented offhandedly. Will you talk to me? I'd prefer to just put it behind me. Darcy realized that by lying on his back, Nico didn't have to look his cousin in the eyes. There's no shame in it. Percy folded his arms over his chest. That's when it hit Darcy. She wanted to hit herself for being so oblivious. It certainly wasn't like in the movies, but Nico had been tortured. And guessing from the way Percy was talking, he had been tortured at some point in his life as well. Maybe more than once. I know that, Nico snapped in a rather prudish manner. Then why don't you tell me what they were asking you? Percy seemed to think the direct approach was the best. They wanted to know where all the entrances to Hades are, Nico muttered darkly. All of them? Percy asked in surprise. Every single one, Nico amended. Percy seemed to think for a moment. We can handle this later. That shocked Darcy. Right now I need food. Whatever. Nico rolled off the bed. Let me shower first. Sure. Percy left the room, forcing Darcy to follow. Is he going to be okay? Darcy questioned. Shouldn't he be seeing a shrink or something? Nico doesn't like looking weak. Forcing him to tell us what happened will just make him angry, Percy commented as he stopped at the end of the hall. Besides, shrinks don't help. You would know that from experience? Darcy questioned with a raised eyebrow. After a mission gone wrong in Ukraine, Coulson made me see one. Needless to say I broke a couple things. Percy shrugged like it was no big deal. So you just keep it inside? You don't have nightmares? Darcy blushed a little. I feel stupid for freaking out about the diner in Texas now. Everybody had their own way with dealing with things. Percy stuffed his hands in his pockets. I know Natasha listens to classical Russian music after nightmares. Clint plays darts. We all cope in our own ways. How do you cope? Darcy questioned. Percy blushed for a moment. He looked down at his shoes, and Darcy couldn't help but notice how cute he looked. I visit my parents' graves if it gets bad, Percy said in a low voice. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Darcy touched his arm. I think it's nice. It's kind of lonely. Percy seemed to realize what he had said and blushed. Darcy flung her arms around his neck and said, well, you won't have to do it alone anymore, before kissing him fully on the lips. This time it wasn't light. Percy wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her so passionately that Darcy swore she saw fireworks. You're dating the girl that tasered me. You sure know how to big them, Percy. Nico spoke up from the end of the hallway, making them jump apart. Oh, shut up. Darcy responded with a shining smile. Let's get some lunch. I'm starved. Rufus Grill was a small but well-known burger place near the central business district. Percy reached the door and held it open for Darcy, who shot him a grateful smile before entering, Percy following close behind her. Nico had shadow traveled ahead much to Percy's dislike. They found him and Talia sitting at a table near the back. Talia seemed to be questioning Nico on his injuries. It seemed only the broken arm remained. His fingers looked good as new. You can't tell me it was a monster. Talia was arguing with Nico. Monster attacks have become so infrequent it's putting the hunters out of a job. It was a training accident with Percy, Nico replied evenly as he watched Percy sit down. Luckily, Percy had the common sense, and training, to catch on. He wanted to learn some shield maneuvers. He landed wrong on his arm. Percy looked at the menu for a moment before his phone rang. He sighed and pulled it out, pressing it against his ear before answering, "Tell me what you have, Nat." Percy stood up and left the table to answer his call. Darcy flagged down a waiter and ordered a milkshake before turning her attention to the two bickering cousins. It was odd to think that the 15-year-old sitting at the table was older than her. "I'm Darcy Lewis," Darcy introduced herself. "I'm a research assistant doing some work with S.H.I.E.L.D. And Percy's girlfriend, Nico, slumped back into his chair. Darcy blushed a little bit, but Talia didn't even seem fazed. She just nodded and said, "It's good that he's found someone. The gods know that he needs someone after everything that's happened." "He's happier now," Nico commented idly as he watched Percy talk away on his cell phone, "and a lot busier." "So what are you researching?" Talia questioned Darcy politely. "I work with an astrophysicist. I mostly just get them coffee," Darcy said truthfully. "I'm actually a political science major." Talia frowned a little. "I didn't even know there was such a thing as political science." "That's what I said," Percy said as he sat down. He rested his phone on the table as he ran a hand through his hair. "What's the news?" Darcy asked casually as she took the milkshake she was offered off the waiter. "Nothing important," Percy said casually as he took a sip from her drink. "What's going on upstairs, Talia?" Talia noticed the change of subject but didn't comment on it. The huntress began talking about various things going on in Olympus. Darcy listened intently. After all, how often did you get to hear about the Greek gods? They certainly seemed more interesting than Asgardians. Aphrodite was still having an affair with Ares. Apollo had crashed his car into Athena's temple. Zeus had been caught eyeballing a sprite. It just sounded so interesting. "Oh, yeah," Talia dug through her coat pockets. "Annabeth wanted me to give you this." It was a crisp, if not slightly crinkled, white envelope that was decorated with gray in the corner. It was held closed by a little wax owl. Percy gazed at it and rolled his eyes slightly. Talia handed one over to Nico as well. Percy opened it and tilted his head to the side slightly. Darcy stole a look at Nico's envelope and saw that it was written in strange symbols. "She says that it's a peace offering," Talia explained as Percy placed the invitation down on the table. "She'd like you there." "I can't make any promises," Percy mumbled as he gazed at his vibrating phone. He looked at the caller ID before sighing and ignoring it. "Besides, I've never even met Henry." "Harry," Talia corrected. Darcy had a feeling Percy said the name wrong just to annoy his cousin. "And wouldn't it be a bit awkward?" "Hey Harry, this is my ex," Percy put on a fake girl's voice that made Darcy giggle a little bit. Percy heard it and gave her a little smile. "Besides, I'll probably be working." "Don't you get sick leave? Annual holiday leave?" Talia glared at him. "It's one day." "Terrorists don't exactly lay out a day-by-day plan." Percy looked at his phone as it vibrated again. He promptly ignored the call. "I'll see if I can pull in some sick leave." "Good." Talia smiled at him, but looked at his phone as it began to ring again. "Aren't you going to answer that?" "It's just Stark," Percy muttered as he flagged down a waiter. They ordered their food before bringing up the conversation again. "What does he want?" Nico said a little sourly. Thor told him what happened. Percy just shrugged. "Stark gets very annoyed when he's left out of things." "So why is he phoning you?" Darcy could only assume they were talking about Tony Stark. "He somehow managed to get my phone number," Percy scowled slightly. "He'll give up soon enough." Eventually Stark did. About halfway through the meal Percy's phone stopped vibrating every 3 minutes. Percy gazed at it before tucking it away. He picked at his chips, listening to Talia explain a hunch she had gone on recently. He gazed over at Darcy, who was engrossed in the story. Her eyes lit up as she took in every new piece of information. It was cute. He slipped her hand into his and smiled at her for a moment. "So this was my third mission with Natasha and Clint." Percy was sharing a story about one of his funnier missions after they had all finished eating, and Phil had given me this address for a supposed drug ring. So I kicked down the door only to find that it was the home of a 75-year-old woman and her 6 cats. She starts yelling at me in Afrikaans and the only way I could calm her down was to promise her that I'd feed her cats." "Feed her cats?" Darcy questioned it as if it was the oddest thing in the world. "All 6 of them." Percy nodded with a small smile as he stood up from the table. "I should get going. It was good seeing you." "We should do it again, next time I'm in town." Talia nodded as she stood up. They all offered goodbyes as they walked out into the street. Talia hailed down a taxi and left as Percy, Darcy and Nico began towards where Percy's bike was parked. I have to pick up some things from the apartment, Percy was beginning to say, but as the shadows in an alley nearby moved and morphed he stopped. Nico? That's father. Nico gazed into the depths of the shadows. He hasn't needed me for nearly 3 years. What does he? Nico was already gone. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving a very confused Percy and Darcy. Percy shook his head for a moment before swinging onto the bike. Darcy uncertainly climbed onto the back behind him, and even as she pulled away, she couldn't look away from the mass of shadows. They eventually pulled up in front of Percy's apartment building. Aren't you a little concerned? Darcy asked as she followed Percy up to his apartment. He just disappeared. He'll be fine, Percy said as he unlocked the door. If his father wants him though. What does it mean if his father wants him? Darcy set her bag down on a side table and crossed her arms over her chest. The big three really only call their children in when they need a favor. Percy set his keys down, probably just needed him to do some work in the judging pavilion. They had just walked into the kitchen to find that they weren't alone. A man stood in the kitchen, next the table, a hand hovering over it. Dressed in a black suit, he looked exactly like he did the day he died. Percy can remember talking to Phil Coulson in this very kitchen before he went to collect Tony Stark for the Avengers initiative. The director is insisting that you join, Phil said as he crossed his arms over his chest. It'd be a great opportunity for you. It's not my kind of thing, Phil, Percy had said from his position against the kitchen sink. You'll be of great help, Phil had pressed. If we can't get Thor back down here, we'll have a hard time beating Loki. The answer's still no, and besides, I'm not good at being sociable. Percy folded his own arms over his chest, and it sounds like you're making a time bomb. Well, you can't say I didn't try. That was the last time he'd seen Phil. Next thing he knew, he was being told he had been killed in action. He supposed Clint had been the one to take it the hardest. Natasha had acted like it hadn't affected her, but Clint and Percy knew it had. Percy, on the other hand, had just tried not to dwell on the thought. Agent Coulson? Darcy questioned from behind Percy, who had slipped his gun out of his jeans. Miss Lewis, Coulson smiled at her. Percy, you can lower the gun. I'm already dead. How do I know it's really you? Percy fixed his grip on his gun. You could be another monster. When you were 20, I found you attempting to see how many marshmallows you could fit into your mouth while Clint and Natasha placed bets, the ghost of Phil Coulson said breezily. How are you even here? Percy finally lowered his gun, ignoring the blush that flushed up in his cheeks. I don't know what's going on up there or down there, but it's weakening, Coulson said. I saw an opportunity to leave and I took it. You never keep information from S.H.I.E.L.D. Percy chuckled a little bit, letting his tensions fade away. What do you mean weakening? Things are just moving slowly. They're crawling along. I've heard whispers of attacks. Coulson took a step forward, and his form flickered for a moment. You must have your guard up. I will, Percy nodded, watching with odd fascination as Coulson's form flickered again. Thank you. With that, Coulson disappeared. One moment he was there, the next he was gone. Percy slumped a little bit and rubbed his tired face. Just what he needed. Hades to be in trouble. Darcy placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him, trying to hide her confusion in the process. Now she could tell her friends she'd been in contact with a ghost that was something, right? Before either of them could say anything, there was loud knocking at the door. Percy took a deep breath before walking towards the door. He opened it, and found himself face to face with the one and only Tony Stark. Tony stood there, looking immensely unimpressed. Thor just happens to be kidnapped and you decide to tell none of his superhero friends? Tony didn't even offer a hello. It was none of your business, Stark, Percy deadpanned, not in the mood to deal with him. Yeah, it is. Stark folded his arms over his chest. Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. learn from last time? Don't keep things from us. It'll only end up bad. We don't need your help. We have it under control, Percy glared at Stark. At that point, Nico's shadow traveled in. The universe must really hate him today. His puffed and panting cousin only managed to say, Hell wants Hades, before passing out. Percy didn't know what was worse, the smug look on Stark's face, or the feeling of dread building up inside of him. 3 feelings came easily to Tony Stark. The first was anger. He could become angry in a snap second. All the broken Scotch glasses, windows and destroyed buildings was proof of that. Second was desire. Desire of every type. Desire of the UAL kind. The desire for knowledge and the desire for recognition were the main three. Third on the list of feelings that came easily to Tony Stark was smugness. He loved the feeling of knowing he had done something better, faster and more efficient than someone. S.H.I.E.L.D. had somehow managed to invoke all three of these feelings in one day. The anger came when Thor arrived at the tower, asking friends Stark and Banner, "It is good to see you again. I feared for some times that we may never share another flagon of mead." Thor further went to explain the goings-on of the past month, and if there was something Tony hated, it was being misinformed and lied to. Natasha Romanoff, not that he should trust her anyway, had said lied straight to his face when she said, "Thor's on Asgard." The desire came when he found that he needed to know everything about the case. He had breezed past S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firewalls and into their classifies. Labeled Project Texas, it immediately caught his eye. Encrypted with over 5 passwords, it was obviously top secret. The more he read, the angrier he became. Over 70 agents were involved, many low-level guards but still, along with the big three. Barton, Jackson and Romanoff. Seeing as many S.H.I.E.L.D. operations were only lead with 2 agents, let alone 2 as high as Barton and Jackson were. The addition of Romanoff just made Tony's brow furrow. After reading the file, he had clicked his fingers, called the capsicle, and begun his relentless calls to Agent Jackson's phone. After he had finally tracked the elusive agent down, the smugness had crept in. He had beaten S.H.I.E.L.D. yet again at their own game. He had beaten them so badly that they now had no choice but not to include him. So that's how he found himself flying towards the helicarrier dry dock in Ohio. He had taken the newest version of the Mark V. Of course, it wasn't just the plain boring Mark V. That one had been turned in for scrap at the end of his fight with Vanko. This one was something he had tinkered with in his free time. It still fitted into easy suitcase form, but was now fitted with more guns, an updated Jarvis system and permanent access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. "Listen, Stark, I don't want none of your usual crap," he remembered Agent Jackson saying as he finally managed to rouse his fallen cousin. "There was a reason Fury didn't want you involved." Tony was determined to find out what that reason was. It didn't take him long to reach the helicarrier. He landed on the deck with a loud clang, drawing a fleeting glance from the men running on the deck and the flight hands. His red and silver, he liked to break up the gold now and then, scowling face inspected the deck. Looked like they were preparing to take off. With a simple command to Jarvis, the suit folded off him and neatly back into the suitcase with a series of mechanical whirring. He picked it up before straightening his shirt and walking towards the main entrance. On the way he spotted Romanoff, who sent him a cold stare. He personally thought they had reached a new level of friendship only a couple months previously. They talked, they drank. Occasionally she would let him stare at her ass for more than 10 seconds before hitting him. Part of him still didn't trust her. She was a master seductress, assassin, and who knows what else. Her file was blacked out so violently that he hardly knew anything about her. As he continued on his walk, he clipped a little earpiece in so that he could receive voicemails from Jarvis, more importantly Pepper, if he needed to. Even though his beautiful girlfriend was in Washington at the moment, that didn't stop her from hassling him with forms and contracts, much to Tony's disdain. Pepper had also come up with a new system for every form he denied. It would be a night on the couch. Metaphorically, of course. Though Tony was a gambling man, he didn't want to take any chances. "Nick, you've been hiding secrets again," Tony said with a pointed finger as he entered the bridge. Fury, decked in his usual ensemble, sent him a withering glance. Tony promptly ignored it and sat down at the table. Kicking his feet up, he placed the suitcase on the table. "Didn't you learn from last time? You shouldn't hide secrets from a team of superheroes," Tony continued breezily as he inspected the room. From across the walkway he could see Maria Hill glaring at him. That woman had it out to get him, he swore. "This never used to concern you. Believe it or not, Stark, we handle world crisis on a daily basis without your help," Fury said calmly as he pulled up a seat. "Then why call me in now? Why not continue just saying yes? Admit it, Nick, you need us," Tony said with an air of smugness. "You've lost agents, you've lost money, you have the council nipping at the heels, and you MI6 on your tail for refusing to hand over an international criminal. You've been getting into our files again, it wasn't a question." Fury took a deep breath before replying, "We need you now, because we have new intelligence coming in from Nico D'Angelo." Hell wanting Hades as her boy toy doesn't seem like our kind of problem, Tony smirked. She doesn't want my father, she wants his land, big difference. The man of question strolled in. Hands buried deep in a coat, jeans sagging slightly and hair a mess. Behind him followed Agent Jackson, who at the sight of Fury seemed to shrink a little, Romanoff, Barton, and the scientist Darcy Lewis. She looked a little green if nothing else. And please don't refer to my father as a boy toy. I have enough nightmares as it is. Those are mental images I don't need. Percy seemed to shudder slightly as he nodded politely to Fury before sitting down. The others will be here in a couple of minutes, Natasha said as she gracefully sat down, despite the skin-tight catsuit. Tony would just have to hold on to his curiosity for a moment longer. True to Natasha's word, the others arrived not long after. Obviously they had arrived on a twinjet. Bruce and Steve seemed rather at ease, maybe a little tension in the shoulders. The 5 Asgardians looked fearsome and battle-ready in their armor, though one did look rather grim. In contrast, Selvig and Jane Foster looked rather weak. That didn't seem to deter them at all though. They looked completely in their element. In a matter of minutes Fury had everyone up to the same point as Tony. What is the goddess of the Norse underworld wanting with the Greek underworld? Clint questioned as he dropped a file down onto the table. A very cramped table, some even had to stand. The workings of Lady Hell are hazy. We respect her for her work but leave her alone in fear of invoking her wrath. Lady Sif spoke up from her standing position. She looked completely fine after her ordeal. Not even a single bruise. Even the best of men cannot run away from a Helheim hound when they had a set scent. That began to make chatter break out. My father mentioned her a couple times. Everyone hushed as Nico spoke. Tony didn't know if it was because of the aura he put off, the tone of his voice, or because of the fact he was the son of Hades. Someone who probably knew more about the situation than anyone. They used to have a deal during the times of the bubonic plague. The influx was too great, so Hell took her pickings of people, lessening the load. In return she wanted a vial of water from the river Styx. After she'd done her half of the deal, my father denied her the water, and she cursed out his name. So this is some sort of a revenge act? Jane questioned. Just because she didn't get some water, she'll start a full-on battle? The river Styx is a major part of the underworld. It encompasses it 9 times and separates the dead and the living. It's the place where humans drop all their forgotten, abandoned and unwanted dreams. It's also a place for heroes to receive the curse of Achilles, Nico said in a deadly calm tone. Its properties are limitless. So why would Hell want it? Percy questioned. A single drop could pollute the waters of Joel, Thor said suddenly as he rested a hand under his chin in a thinking pose. Hell herself cannot leave due to the river Joel and the spring Havergelmere, that is her curse. No god or mortal can ever cross that boundary unless dead. That is why she has her hounds receive the dead. So she gets the water, pollutes the river, and then, Steve trailed off, leaving it open. She has a certain distaste for Greeks. No thanks to your father, Fandral, one of the Warriors 3, said pointedly to Nico, who shot him a glare in return. Tony zoned out for a moment to listen to an incoming message from Jarvis. When he did come back into the conversation, he thought he might have missed too much. We need to go to Hollywood, Nico was saying. Hey, if you're trying to catch a break on the silver screen, I know a couple people, Tony said with a careless wink. The entrance to Hades is there, Percy said flippantly like it was obvious, the mortal one anyway. There's one in New York but that's not large enough. How does she even know about the entrance? Sif questioned as she glanced at Nico. You didn't tell her anything, did you? Quell did his own research. Natasha seemed to jump to defense slightly. We've already cracked him. He had a theory it was in Hollywood. He doesn't know exactly where, but that's where we expect the forces to attack. We will fight even if it is for the Greeks, Sif said as she placed a closed fist over her heart, if it is for the well-being of Midgard. I don't know if that was an insult or not, Percy muttered under his breath. We'll return to New Mexico, if that's okay with you, Director, Selvig spoke up for the first time. We're just squints. We might need your insight, Doctor. It has been proven useful in the past. Fury brushed off Eric easily. Trust me, you will not be seeing battle this time. Let's hope it's not as bad as last time, Tony commented offhandedly. My suit isn't made for intergalactic travel. Bruce didn't like the helicarrier. It made him nervous. All the agents running around carrying guns, The large weapon sheds, and what looked like a store of terrorist-grade war weapons snuggled away nicely under deck made his skin crawl. It reminded him of General Ross ever so slightly. Of course he didn't mention it to anyone. It was his problem, and if he told them he was nervous, they'd probably take a step backwards away from him, with good reason as well. So instead of going off to various training rooms like the majority of the others, he opted to go to the lab, fully repaired. Of course, he didn't have anything to research that concerned what was going to happen, so instead he buckled down and began bringing up his digital files on the cure. He had never stopped looking for a cure for his condition. His schedule had become a little bit more full and his social life more social, but he still wanted a cure. Tony thought the Hulk was a great thing. Bruce didn't. Simple as that. His work of the cure had progressed a little. With access to Stark Industries files, he had made some adjustments and fixes to previous cures. Stark Industries, after all, did have the biggest and best medical science division in the world. Pushing his glasses atop his head, Bruce sighed. It was a short, tired sigh. The scientist wasn't ashamed to admit that he had been enjoying his time at Stark Tower. It was peaceful. Thor's return had shaken that up though. Now he found himself back on the helicarrier, about to march into another battle, fully prepared to use the Hulk. Correction, the Hulk would use him. It wasn't like he had a choice. He shifted his glasses back onto his nose. With another weary sigh, he shifted all of his worries to the back of his mind. Now wasn't the time. He turned his attention back to a research paper done by a Stark Industries worker on the effects on gamma radiation on heart cells. It offered some good insight. It was a relatively new paper, published only a month ago, and as he worked he scribbled down notes. "You can work in here, ma'am." Bruce glanced up over the top of his glasses and watched the agent he couldn't place a name stood in the doorway. "Will that be okay, Dr. Banner?" Bruce blinked in surprise at the question. "It's fine, Agent." The doctor watched as Jane Foster, whom he had only the briefest conversation with, Darcy Lewis, who he figured to be her assistant, and lastly Dr. Selvig. He had known Dr. Selvig from Culver University well enough to pass mutual hellos in the halls. After the Tesseract incident, he hadn't really had a chance to talk to the good doctor. "Dr. Banner," Selvig said politely, "good to see you." "You too." Bruce easily locked the tablet he was working on, hiding his research from view. "You can set your things up anywhere. I don't think Tony will be coming in anytime soon." He cast a glance over to Darcy Lewis, who was simultaneously chewing gum, mucking around on a touchscreen and playing with her hair. It didn't take long for the brunette to make a comment. "This place is like a nerd's wet dream." "Darcy," Jane Foster sighed in a rather resigned way. She sounded very tired as she pulled a little black notebook out of her pocket. "Just saying what I'm thinking," Darcy responded easily as she walked over to the window behind Bruce. "And what you're thinking disturbs me," Jane replied just as swiftly. "When doesn't it?" Darcy sent her a smirk before turning around and offering a hand to Bruce. "I'm Darcy Lewis." "Bruce Banner," Bruce replied politely. Brilliant scientist by day, angry green smashing machine by night. Darcy made a dramatic hand gesture, and Bruce ducked his head a little. "Darcy," Eric chastised in a harsh voice. "What? It's not insulting. I think it's fascinating. That amount of gamma radiation should have killed you, but it didn't. Now you turn into a badass when angry." "When I'm angry I usually end up crying." Darcy trailed it for a moment. "So, you're interested in the Hulk?" Bruce asked Darcy, who reminded him very much of Stark at the moment. He wasn't insulted, not entirely. "Oh, really interested. After Thor mentioned it I did some research on it. It was fantastic." Darcy nodded with enthusiasm. "You're telling me that the girl who doesn't even want to help do quantum equations willingly researched something not related to celebrity tweets?" Jane seemed to be attempting to lighten the mood. "You're not an astrophysicist," Bruce had just presumed she was. "I'm a political science major," Darcy said flippantly like it was no big deal. "Political science?" Bruce couldn't hide his surprise. "Why does everyone react like that?" Darcy cried out. "There's nothing wrong with political science." "I didn't mean to insult you," Bruce replied honestly. "I just didn't expect it. My dad used to be a politician." Darcy shrugged before clapping her hands together. "So, what exactly are we doing?" "Nothing," Jane replied. "I just wanted to get away from all the hustle." Darcy looked slightly disappointed. "Okay then. I'm going to go find Percy." Bruce wondered what her connection to Percy was. "You two are joined at the hip," Selvig shook his head. Bruce nodded mentally. They were dating then. Good for her, he supposed. Agent Jackson seemed like a great man. The son of Jack is currently busy. Thor's large form filled the doorway. He is in the middle of a great battle with Sif. Son of Jack? Darcy chuckled to herself. Oh, I missed you, Thor. And I missed you too, Darcy. Thor flashed a large smile before turning his attention to Bruce. Why are you not joining in the pre-battle fever, Dr. Banner? Even if you cannot fight, you get a mighty good laugh watching. I'm just finishing up some things here, Bruce replied evenly with his own tentative smile. That is silly, friend Banner, come. Thor advanced towards the work table, which looked very small in comparison. You would do well to acquaint yourself with the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. Maybe later. Bruce tried to avoid the ever-friendly Asgardian. We still have about an hour before we reach L.A. I shall go for a stroll with Milady Jane and return to accompany you down, Dr. Banner. Thor turned. The wind it caused slightly ruffling the papers on the desk, and linked arms with Jane before taking the lead, the female scientist struggling to match the god's gait. Bruce turned back to his work, idly noticing that Eric had pulled out a laptop of his own while Darcy casually just walked the room. Noticing the female's boredom, he gestured to the see-through screen located near the entrance, that has cable. Really? Darcy's eyes sparkled behind her glasses. Awesome? Bruce managed to find a remote for it, very small and compact, and in a matter of seconds Darcy had it working. She pulled up a chair and began flicking through the channels so fast that Bruce looked away because his vision began to play up. Blinking a couple times he turned back to his notes. He found the background noise of the TV to be quiet soothing. We crossed to Los Angeles where the city as far as Burbank is being evacuated due to a severe and viable terrorist threat. The evacuation is being overseen by the National Guard, who had this to say on the matter. Bruce gazed up at the screen for a moment as a muscled mid-aged man appeared on the screen. Earlier today we received an extremely dangerous terrorist threat on the city of Los Angeles. This is a very viable threat and we want to take every precaution possible. This is a mandatory evacuation, the man said in an utterly serious voice. Certainly making a big deal of it, Darcy commented idly as she changed the channel. I think an attack on the underworld classes is something to make a big deal about, Eric commented from behind his laptop. Bruce chose to become the silent observer. We have the Avengers, Percy and Nico. They can handle it quickly. Darcy seemed to have the utmost trust in their little ragtag team of heroes. Let's hope we can. Percy strolled through the door, sword at his hip and another in his hand. The second sword was shinier, more well-made, and seemingly lighter than the one that rested in the sheath. Bruce observed. The agent had obviously just finished his sword practice, but 2 swords? Since when have you had 2 swords? Darcy questioned as she casually nodded towards the second sword, all the while graciously accepting a kiss from the demigod. The gods gave it back to me after they finally realized their mistake. I don't use it often. He gazed down at the sword, a little out of practice with it. The black-haired agent came up to Bruce's work table and offered a polite hand, which the doctor shook without second thought. He smiled up at the agent and said, "You seem to have landed yourself in hot water again." "I was never out of it." The agent gave a light-hearted chuckle. "I actually need to talk to you about a few things that Fury wants checked over. If you're not too busy." The agent peered down at the tablet, which was open full for anyone to see. For that moment Bruce was grateful that Percy was dyslexic. "No, it's fine." Bruce gestured to a spare chair. "What do you need?" "Well, I just got a call saying we've been picking up odd signals from downtown LA. We've already sent Nico to look into it, but we want to see if you can pick up anything. When we pick up the signal, we can pick up a slight noise." Percy gazed around for a moment and spotted what he needed. Standing up he pulled a radio from off one of the desks. The latest and sleekest model. Agent Romanoff hadn't been lying when they said they had everything. He fiddled with it for a moment before turning up the volume. Bruce couldn't hear anything over the TV though. Percy seemed to realize that as well and he turned to Darcy, who was enjoying Fashion Police. "Can you turn that down a bit?" Percy questioned, a smile playing at his lips. "Oh, sure." Darcy turned it onto mute and leant back in her chair. Bruce could hear it now. It was a language he couldn't understand. His brow crinkled a little bit. "What wave is this on?" Bruce questioned. "One nearly off our spectrum," Percy commented as he listened intently. "I can understand some parts. It's ancient Greek." He cocked his head to the side, something about betrayal and rising. It's so garbled that I can hardly understand it. A message from hell? Bruce asked curiously as he got out the tools needed to trace the source. Or a follower? Percy nodded as he cocked his head a little more. It's not human. That much I can tell. I should be able to trace the source, Bruce commented as he began tapping away at various machines. Anything else? That's all, for now. Percy stretched his arms above his head and Bruce heard all too clearly the popping of his vertebrae. I'm just going to shower. I smell rank. You kind of do, Darcy said casually as she watched Percy stand up and minimize the second sword into a pen. Thanks for being honest, Percy said with sarcasm-filled humor. Eric smiled from behind the computer, watching as Darcy blushed deeply at his gaze. Standing up he walked over to the table where Banner was working. Need any help? He questioned the Gamma expert. I think I've got this. It's really simple to trace a wave, Bruce commented, eyes trained on his work. I'm more concerned about what's being said. It doesn't sound exactly friendly. Sounds like elfish, Darcy commented idly. Bruce raised an eyebrow at her, and the female brunette just shrugged. Just saying, Darcy replied. She seemed to think for a moment though, if hell is Asgardian, wouldn't she be speaking Asgardian? Or whatever the hell they speak. Asgardian, of course, Eric shook his head. We'll get Thor to translate. As Bruce moved to grab his tablet, the helicarrier suddenly rocked violently. Darcy was thrown from her chair with a girlish squeal. Eric landed hard on his hip, and Bruce was forced to grip the table so tightly his knuckles turned white. Lights began to flash up above, followed by a firm and ordering voice over the speakers. Attack starboard bound. All pilots to deck to engage all hostile. Tony was the first to be able to investigate the thing that had damaged the helicarrier, feet of his suit causing loud clanging noises on the floor, but that went relatively unheard compared to the sirens that be. From the training room he strolled up through the halls and easily opened an emergency exit. He flew out, not bothering to close the door. Surely someone else would get it. He could see a small billow of smoke coming from the left engine, but according to Jarvis, it was nothing to be worried about, just a blown fuel valve. What do you see, Stark? Fury crackled through his helmet. I see with my little eye, Tony began to say playfully. Not the time, Stark, Fury stopped him from continuing. I don't see anything. Tony spun around midair, letting Jarvis run heat searches, along with search the military links in the area. Something red flashed on his screen. A thermal signature, far away, but very cold. Hold that thought. I just have to check something out. Stark. Tony zoomed through the light cloud that rested in the sky. He continued to zip through the sky until he came within clear view of whatever it was, and what it was confused and interested him at the same time. It seemed to be a completely see-through dragon. It looked like it was made out of glass. Tony could see what looked to be 3 hearts beating in different and irregular beats, 4 stomachs, and one filled with something green and glowing. It was large, perhaps 50 meters from head to tail. It must have hit the helicarrier on its merry way. What is it? Fury asked, sounding rather impatient. A dragon. Tony tilted his gaze to the left as he watched the dragon laboredly carry its weight around, a glass dragon. There was a sound of rushing wind behind him, and Tony turned quickly, only to find it was Thor. The great blonde Asgardian hovered in the air beside him, hammer clasped tightly in his grip, red cape blowing in the breeze. He gazed at the dragon in a mixture of curiosity and shock. Makill is Drekken I Utenheimum, Thor said something in what Tony figured to be Norse. Hey, buddy, care to speak English? Tony said through the speak's external speakers. He didn't take his gaze off the dragon that seemed to be moving at an even slower pace than before. The great ice dragon of Utenheim. Thor aimed his hammer at the animal's hind quarters, a deadly foe indeed. That thing's moving slower than a senior citizen. Tony still raised his repulsor slightly. How is it dangerous? Its 4 bellies are filled with the fires of Helheim itself. Thor swung his hammer and let a bolt of lightning flow from it. It hit the dragon straight on, but the beast just kept flying, not even losing a speck of ice. We must. Then with the speed of the lightning Thor had just shot at it, the beast dived downwards through the clouds. Tony didn't spare a second. He followed, blasting his repulsor as high as was possible without breaking the sound barrier. His scans showed that the dragon seemed to varying its course, heading a bit more to the west right for LA. Distantly, Tony could hear the whistle of wind, proving that Thor was following close behind. "Stark! What is going on?" Fury barked into his ear. "Nothing much, just chasing a giant ice dragon towards LA. Tony fired off a repulsor, but it just bounced off its hide. You might want to get some people on the ground." The dragon landed hard on the ground in a park, crushing an abandoned swing set in the process. Not that it mattered. It roared up into the air, green fire billowing from its mouth. That shouldn't have been scientifically possible, but Tony found that sometimes you just couldn't rely on science all the time. The man in the iron suit continued to shoot at it, moving quickly to avoid a swinging tail. How the thing was suddenly moving so fast was a mystery to him. Perhaps because of its weight, its airspeed was limited. "How do we kill it?" Tony asked the god of thunder, who landed heavily next to him. "When it was crafted from the ice by the frost giants. I don't need an origin story." Tony fired off a tank-range missile, only to see it bounce off. "Legend says there is a weakness between the two highest peaks on the neck." Thor pointed at the tall peaks of ice on top of the creature. "Excellent." Tony attempted to fly up and over onto the neck, but the raving monster blew fire from within its stomach, barely missing the multi-million-dollar suit. The fire-breathing monster began moving along the ground, wings drawn in tightly, crushing everything in sight. Just beyond the park was a series of houses, though no doubt empty, would cost a lot to repair. They needed to find a way to distract the dragon before it went any further. Due to its size, it certainly wouldn't take long to reach the houses. "Distract it," Tony yelled down, before saying to Jarvis, "Scan it." It only took Jarvis a second to scan the whole length of the creature. As Prince Thor stated earlier, there does appear to be a chink in the icework at the middle of the neck. "May I suggest using a long-range tracking missile, sir?" Jarvis stated the question. "Too dangerous, might end up hitting." Tony winced minutely as Thor was nearly stepped on something. Suddenly though, the whole dragon froze, no pun intended. It paused mid-step, leaving both Thor and Tony greatly confused. That was until they heard someone yell from the tree line. "Hurry up!" Tony glanced down and spotted the blue-clad Agent Jackson, who was standing next to his cousin, a great look on concentration of his face. He could control ice. Interesting. Tony supposed ice was just water and that shouldn't limit the man's power any such. All the while as he thought, Tony locked on a small missile, and he watched as it sailed through the air and hit in the small chink on the neck. It exploded in a mass of green fire and ice, making Tony instantly cover his face. It made a strange tinkling noise as it hit his suit, like rain on a tin roof. "Took you long enough." Percy stepped out from the tree line, gripping on sword in his hand, while another was connected to his belt. "Something is afoot if a creature as ancient as that is stirring." Thor walked up to Percy and Nico. Before Nico could speak, a loud sound broke through the air, and the four of them looked up. The twin jets slowly began to land in the field, and after the doors opened, the rest of the Avengers and +1s exited, looking cautious and ready for battle. "It started," Percy said to the group. Tony noticed with slight amusement as everyone instinctually shifted towards their more preferred fighting pair. Natasha and Clint moved easily towards Percy, while Bruce and Steve headed to Tony, leaving the Warriors three to move to Thor's side. The three groups gazed at each other waiting to see if they could figure out what to do. "We need to cover all areas." Steve instantly took up position as leader. "We have the National Guard scattered all throughout the city. If we separate into groups of 4, we should be able to cover the main access points and roads towards the entrance. Each group should have a demigod," Nico said as he thought, "so if we encounter monsters we can know how to kill it." "I'll go with Stark. More eyes in high places the better," Clint commented as unstrung his bow from his back. "I'll take Sif with me as well." "Someone in the sky, on the buildings, and the ground." "Natasha, Bruce and I will take the south," Percy stated. "That's the main road. We'll need all of our firepower there." "I've got Mace Guy and the cap," Nico shrugged, gesturing to Hogun. "Putting the pair of you together just might make us overload on the grimness," Fandral said as he touched the hilt of his sword. "Fandral," Sif sent her comrade a look of displeasure. "No harm done." Nico flashed Fandral a smile that made him slightly uneasy. "Not the first time I've received a comment like that." A loud explosion pierced the air and they turned to the west. A thick column of smoke was beginning to fill the air, followed by the sound of gunshots. Instantly everyone separated. Nico grabbed Steve and Hogun and instantly disappeared into a shadow. Tony, in a very gentlemanlike fashion, offered a hand to Sif, who stepped onto Tony's boot and wrapped her arms around his neck, while Clint took grip on the back of the suit. Natasha headed into the twinjet, Percy and Bruce following. Bruce was twiddling his glasses in his hands, looking very ill at ease, and Percy tried to ease his discomfort. "You don't have to fight, Bruce." Percy gazed out of the cockpit window as Natasha skillfully flew it over to the south. "I can help in more ways than just fighting." Bruce looked down at his fidgeting hands. "We might need you for this," Natasha said as she slowly began a descent. Bruce stood up and gazed out the window. Down on the street the National Guard were firing away at what appeared to be a giant hound. It was stark white, 3 stories tall, and vicious looking. Its chest was drenched with blood, making the coat of fur appear maroon and scarlet in some places. 4 eyes darted around the scene, and with one step he managed to squish 4 soldiers. "That's Garm," Bruce breathed in awe as the twin jets stopped and landed on the top of a building. "What?" Natasha questioned as she began flipping various switches. "The Guardian of Helheim," Bruce said. "Like Cerebus." Percy drew his sword from his belt. "They're getting hammered out there. Natasha, take to the air and begin distracting it. I'll try and get a clear shot for the neck, Bruce. I'll be here in case it gets messy." Bruce gave another uneasy smile, and Percy returned it before jumping out of the twinjet and beginning to evaluate the large monster. "Game on," Percy said to himself. No. Nico gazed around at the creatures. "This is not good." "You just figured that out?" Steve raised his shield and blocked a blow from a ghostly claw.
Hogan shot him a rather blunt and interested look. Nico rolled his eyes and quickly sliced across one of the creatures. Its eyes were wide and circular, with no pupil and iris. They were completely white. It was unnerving to say the least. They stood about 8 feet tall, with thick fur and monstrous claws on all 4 of its limbs. If anything, they looked a bit like Yetis. Helheim forces should not be this strong. Nico barely avoided being scratched. Other realms are joining the fight. Hogan easily smashed his mace into the creatures. It sunk in deep with satisfying squirts and squishes, making him feel satisfaction, not that he showed it. Besides him, the son of Hades was fighting with skill and fluidity that rivaled that of even the most seasoned Asgardian warrior. They were surrounded by perhaps 50 of the creatures. He did not recognize them, but he had heard stories of them. The great white hunters of Jotunium, a deadly foe, but they had been easily killed and slaughtered for meat on the barren planet at least before Loki destroyed half the planet.
The man in red, white and blue, the Captain of America, was fighting with only a shield and his fists. He took down the creatures with less ease, and Hogan had to sometimes lend a hand. Not that he cared, in battle you always had to help out. He carelessly swiped upwards, making blood rain down from the white hunter's head. Another one quickly took its place. He was about to start to battle it, but a cry of pain made him turn minutely. The son of Hades was clasping his wrist. No blood could be seen, but guessing from how his sword was resting on the ground, it must have been forced from his hands. "That's it." Nico clasped his wrist to his chest. "We're getting nowhere." In one swift move he stamped his foot on the ground. A shockwave flew out from the point of impact. The ground began to crack and shake. Steve barely managed to jump out of the way before concrete began to fly in every direction, sending monsters flying in the process. The hole in the concrete kept on becoming bigger and bigger, causing Steve, Hogan and Nico to move away, clearing a path with shield and mace in the process. "What did you do?" Steve questioned. "I was just making an earthquake." The teenager said it like it was such an innocent thing to do. Hogan rolled his eyes. A creature emerged from the rubble. Steve stared in wonder and shock. It was huge, it dwarfed the creatures and the buildings, and for a moment he felt very small. He heard a small gasp and turned to Nico, who for a moment seemed extremely pleased and puzzled by the monster's appearance. Steve had no idea why. It had 3 heads all connected to one body, wore red and silver spiked collars, and looked ghostly and see-through. "Cerebus!" Nico shouted in surprise as he ran forward, wrist still resting against his chest. Steve half expected the creature to swallow Nico whole, but instead it rested on its haunches and bent down so Nico could pet it. If he wasn't so busy attempting to hold off the Yeti-like creatures, he would have actually marveled at the scene, but now just wasn't the time. "Nico, a little help would be nice," Steve shouted as he barely managed to avoid having his head swiped off. In response, Nico climbed onto the dog's center neck and yelled something. The dog charged forward, swallowing up the creatures into its great large mouths before chewing them and letting out satisfied noises. In a matter of seconds, the dog had swallowed up all the remaining white hunters. Good boy. Nico scratched it behind its ears. Steve knew he was staring, but he couldn't help it. Are you going to stare? Nico questioned. If father allowed him up, it must mean he's worrying. This isn't good. Hogun without a second thought easily jumped up onto the animal, situating himself behind Nico. Steve shook his head before jumping up, putting as much power as he could into the jump. Nico pulled Steve up the rest of the way before whispered something to the large dog. Where are we going? Steve winched each time the large dog crushed a car of cafe. Wherever he takes us, Nico shouted to be heard over the noise of the destruction. It seemed Cerberus was taking them to another battle. The large black dog paused at the end of the street, letting the three men atop him see what was going on. Up above the Twinjet was firing at a large white dog, a dog that was large, but not as large as Cerberus. Down on the ground the National Guard was opening fire, while Bruce seemed to be watching from a nearby rooftop. Is that Percy? Nico didn't get a chance to finish as Cerberus suddenly lurched forward, barking and growling loudly from all three heads. The National Guard scurried out of the way just in time to avoid being trampled. Steve seemed to realize what was happening in the last second and he shouted. Jump off! Steve yelled as he launched himself off the neck of creature and landed hard on the floor. Hogun landed on his feet, not at all affected by the distance he had just jumped. Nico landed hard on the ground and lay for a moment groaning. His face had received some asphalt burn, and was beginning to bleed lightly, creating a contrast to his usually pale face. Cerberus had begun fighting the white-haired dog. Loud yowls and yips broke through the air, drowning out the gunfire, and yelled orders. Steve stood up and moved to Nico, who was already sitting up and looking rather disgruntled. He touched his face, winced, and then dug into his pocket to pull out a piece of ambrosia. There was a loud thump as someone else landed on the concrete. Steve swung around quickly, half expecting to see a soldier, but instead saw Percy. He seemed to have taken the blunt of his fall from a forward roll. He was crouched against the ground nursing an obviously dislocated shoulder. A bit of warning would be nice, Percy panted as he stood on slightly shaking knees, looking fully prepared to push his shoulder back into place himself. Let me. Steve placed hand on the injured shoulder, wincing slightly at the wound of whimpering and fighting dogs, on 3. 1, 2. Steve braced his hand more and slammed the bone back into place, not at all surprised when he didn't even feel the man wince. 3. Thanks. Percy tested the arm before pulling the riptide from his pocket. Sudden yowl broke through the air and they all watched as Garm suddenly exploded into dust. Cerberus was looking extremely pleased as he sat down and stared at Nico as if expecting a treat. Good boy, Nico muttered as he scrubbed dried blood from his face. As if pleased with the praise, Cerberus wagged his massive tail before melding into shadows. Steve blinked only for a moment before coming out of his stupor. What's our new plan of attack? Steve questioned as he watched Bruce race down from the top of the building and Natasha land the Twinjet. We need to keep the National Guard here. Percy pointed at the ground. Natasha can take to the air, be a lookout for monster attacks. We stay in our assigned trios and go to wherever Natasha says we're needed. At this rate we won't get anywhere. Bruce looked very out of place on the battlefield. We might spend days fighting all these monsters. We should go straight for the source. What do you mean? Hell can't leave Helheim, Nico pointed out, and we can't just leave the city to get trashed. She wants Styx water. We should converge around the entrance. With us being busy with all these monsters, it leads us to spread out. We won't be able to protect the entrance, Natasha said as she walked up to the group. Keeping perimeter is important, Steve pointed out as he slung his shield over his back. Every perimeter can be breached, Percy added in. We leave the National Guard, Shield and Tony's group on perimeter. We move into DOA recording studios to keep an eye out for intruders. It's a win-win. Either way we'll catch the person trying to sneak through red-handed. The group of 6 keyed in the new plan before making their way to DOA. Unfortunately, it seemed like hell had things lying in wait for them. Percy was the first to spot that something was off. There was a slight chill in the air, as well as an odd sour odor. What is that? He turned to find himself face to face with Jason Grace. Though his image was faded slightly, Percy knew it was him. He didn't need the blonde hair, blue eyes, or even the purple shirt to identify the Roman. The small scar above his lip was key enough. Jason, Percy breathed. What? Nico spun around in surprise, eyes scanning the surrounding area, only to land on what Percy could see. That's not Jason, Percy, it's Malinois. I didn't deserve to die, Percy. The others seemed to be shocked into silence for a moment, watching the exchange between the shield agent and the strange female ghost. No, you didn't, Percy breathed as if in a trance. Nico attempted to slice through the ghost goddess, but she easily avoided the blow. But that doesn't mean I should feel guilty. The ghost goddess began to flicker at his lack. But that doesn't mean I should feel guilty. The ghost goddess began to flicker at his lack of guilt. You always were a hard one to keep track of, Malinois cooed in a voice as sweet as sugar, but her words were cut short by Nico, who had grown tired of being held up. The son of Hades stabbed forward in a very Roman-like manner, driving the sword straight through the ghost queen. Malinois just smirked, but it was wiped from her face as she began to flicker and fade, all the while turning into gray vapor. In the matter of a minute she was gone. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Bruce muttered as he began walking again. Nico just smirked. What was that? Steve asked, watching as Percy took the lead. Malinois, the shield agent, commented, voice solid and unwavering as ever, goddess of ghosts. She can take on the appearance of the dead people in a person's life, using guilt and anger from the person as an ally or as an advantage in battle. She then uses this to destroy them. Cheery, Bruce added in. She'll be back. Nico swung his sword at his side as they came to the street where DOA rested. Stygian iron can only disperse her momentarily. We'll tell the others to be on a lookout, Natasha nodded as she pressed into her earpiece. Nico reached the building first and he pushed open the door. As ever, the room was filled with the dead, who looked all rather grim, and the gray walls, carpet and black seats weren't doing anything to lift the mood. Mozart played overhead, clashing slightly with the words written on the doors: no solicitors, no loitering, no living. This is where you go when you die. At the moment Steve looked more grim than Hogun. Can nobody read the sign? The man who stood behind the raised podium asked, pointing at the sign on the door with a chocolate-colored finger. Well, I for one can't, Percy shrugged as he walked up to the desk. Nice suit. Flattery won't get you anywhere, demigod. Karen gazed down at him. Oh, it's you. Don't sound so disgusted. Percy smirked a little bit. Right. How many of you are dead? Karen pulled out an iPad mini from his suit pocket. That's new, Percy commented. Thanatos gave it to him. Nico folded his arms over his chest. They keep an updated list of the dead through iCloud. You've got to be kidding me, Natasha commented as she blew a piece of her hair out of her face. Right. Karen snapped the cover on the iPad shut. You were supposed to have died 70 years ago. He stared at Steve with his dead eyes. And you? He looked at Hogun. Are not even Greek. Go to Valhalla. Or Helheim, I don't care what one. Some of us need to go down, Nico commented dryly. What? Karen and the others all asked at the same time. There are 6 of us. We put 3 down there, 3 up here. Protect all borders, Nico explained swiftly. Can't do that. Karen shook his head. Your father will have my head if I let any more live ones down. He nearly blew a gasket after Heracles. Then I'll take them down myself. Nico turned to face everyone. Romanov and Banner are the best bets. Then go. Percy heard an explosion outside and saw Iron Man zoom past. Nah, little man. Karen shook his head. Boss is made enough as it is with all this going on. Nico had already shadow traveled through. He gripped Natasha's and Bruce's wrists tightly, focusing hard on his destination. They emerged in the underworld, the sounds of screams from the field of punishment shattering the air, along with the loud squawking of the Furies. The air smelled of dust, dirt and decaying flesh. It smelled like home to Nico. Never do that again. The watch on Bruce's wrist was beeping wildly. This is the underworld? From their position by the side of the river Styx they could only see the entrance and a part of the punishment fields. It did look a bit like the Christian representation of hell. The place gave Natasha the creeps, which was understandable, but it still unnerved her. It was cold, and it certainly didn't look like a cheery place. No pearly gates of clouds, just fire, stench and dirt. It really was hell. Yep, Nico drew his sword and cocked his head to the side, listening. The Furies aren't happy. Furies? Natasha questioned. Punisher of women. Bruce finally seemed to be under control, right? He asked Nico. More like my father's personal servants. Nico began walking the banks, the other two following behind him. At the back of the large space of land Hades' palace loomed over everything. I wouldn't be concerned though. There was a loud crash to the west and Nico turned to the field of punishments. A rather large plume of dust was building, but he didn't pay it any head. Shouldn't we go check that out? Bruce questioned as he continued to follow Nico, who was making his towards the entrance. Unless you want to lose your lunch and your sense of smell, I suggest not. Nico turned and flashed a bright white smile. That's the field of punishment.
There was another loud boom, this time from the east. Nico turned with wide eyes, instantly alerting the other two that something was wrong. A plume of fire filled the air over a set of beautiful-looking islands. They listened as loud footsteps came closer and closer towards them from behind the boundaries. Natasha nearly took a step back when a 10-foot-tall man jumped the fence, catching his orange jumpsuit pants on it, but easily pulling free. Bob, Nico actually took a step back this time. Good to see you, buddy. My name is Iapetus. The large man roared angrily.
Not good. Nico eyed the large and sharp sword, not the Titan's original but none less deadly. How'd you get your memories back? A more merciful goddess gave them back. Iapetus gave them an evil grin. All I have to do is pierce a couple people. Natasha suddenly fired her gun, getting the Titan right between the eyes, but it just made him annoyed. I think I'm going to get you first, Iapetus growled at Natasha, beginning to advance forward. Now would be a good time to get angry, Natasha yelled at Bruce. Right, Bruce muttered. Nico drew his sword and the dagger he kept in always on him. It wouldn't do much, but it would help. He threw the dagger to Natasha, who caught it nimbly. Don't cut yourself, he muttered as he took a step back and watched as the timid doctor suddenly began crowing and expanding, turning large and green. It seemed the large Hulk didn't have any fear as he rushed forward to meet the Titan. Iapetus looked extremely confused and bewildered before he finally gained some common sense. Hulk can't beat that. Nico watched the battle go on. Iapetus is a Titan. What do we do then? Natasha tested the weight of the dagger in her hand. She wasn't surprised to find that it was perfectly balanced. The sticks, Nico gestured to the river that was filled with broken toys, slips of papers, and nearly everything you could imagine. It should burn him up. High above, the Furies cried out in the horrible voices. Hey, Iapetus! Nico shouted loudly to be heard over the fight between Hulk and the Titan. Iapetus seemed a little worse for wear, but already Nico could see his wounds healing. Hulk, however, still wasn't slowing. You're next, son of Hades! Iapetus roared. Why don't you just take care of me first? Nico rested the point of his sword in the ground. You're a Titan. I'm in my home field. I'd say it would be a fair fight. What are you doing? Natasha hissed at him, holding the dagger defensively. Gods and Titans can't fight demigods unless demigods make the first move. Nico pulled his sword out of the ground again. Inside the field of punishments, there was a huge explosions. People in the fields of Asphodel were stirring. It didn't look good, Hulk. Go smash anything that's alive in there. Nico pointed to the fields on punishment. For a moment Hulk didn't seem ready to abandon his fight, but a second later the large green thing jumped easily over the fence, leaving Nico to face Iapetus. Just you and me. Iapetus clasped his sharp weapon and Nico shuddered at the thought of being run through with that. With certain allowances, Nico clicked his fingers and Natasha shuddered a little as warriors of bone armed with everything from bayonets to machine guns appeared. Romanov, go to the islands over there and look for someone named Beckendorf. Tell them to defend whatever area they can. I'm not leaving you. Natasha stood up tall. I can handle him. Nico smiled at the plan forming in his mind. Go. Natasha ran for her life, throwing a glance over her shoulder at Nico. Before looking ahead, she had to trust him. Shall we begin? Iapetus asked with a strange and disturbing smile. Bring it on, Bob, Nico taunted. That earned him an attempt at being pierced. The son of Hades slunk into the shroud WS that always filled the underworld, letting the skeleton soldiers distract the Titan for a moment. So, hell really gave you back your memories? You seemed like an okay guy without them. He taunted from the shadows. Even helped out my friend. Saved his life actually. His name's Percy Jackson, you might know him. I would never help Perseus Jackson. Iapetus growled. Stop hiding in the shadows, child, and come to fight me. Nico took a deep breath before emerging on the other side of the river Styx. The floor is yours, Nico gave a mocking bow, all the while gesturing for Iapetus to come and get him. The Titan swiped at the skeletons before advancing right up to the banks of the river. So, who's getting the water for hell? They'd have to pretty brave. This river can burn you up in a split second. No one of concern to you. Iapetus finished the last skeleton and seemed to ready himself for jumping over the river, taking precautions, despite his size. Well, yeah, they're kind of my concern. Nico gazed up at the rocky sky for a moment before smirking at Iapetus. Are you sure you can make it? That beer belly might weigh you down. Iapetus finally got the courage to jump. Nico waited, tense and coiled slightly. While the Titan was still midair, Nico acted quickly. He sprung up, and putting all the force he could into his legs. The two of them met in the middle. Nico thrust his sword out and caught the Titan in the shoulder, while Iapetus' blade brushed his side, making a pane of fire erupt. Their impact caused them to both to begin to drop towards the dark murky depths. Nico attempted to draw the shadows to him, but Iapetus gripped tightly onto Nico, not letting him go. It was unspoken. If I'm going down, you're going down with me. Percy, Steve and Hogun left DOA before Karen could blow a gasket. Outside the street was silent. A calm before a storm. Steve was looking grim, face covered in grime, shield looking rather depressing due to all the paint that had been scratched off it. Percy gripped his sword and gazed around, listening hard, trying to pinpoint a sound of some sort to let him know where the others were. Except he couldn't hear anything. The city was silent. You don't think they just gave up, do you? Steve asked in an attempt to lighten the mood. It is the calm before the battle. Hogun spoke for the first time, his voice wise and accented. A mixture of Asgardian and what sounded slightly like some form of Asian dialect. Prince Thor likes to reserve his strength before unleashing his fury. That's cheery, Percy commented as he swung his sword in anticipation. Hogun did not earn his title of Hogun the Grim for nothing. Fandral appeared on the scene, walking in the ruined street as if it was a grand ballroom, looking like he had not a care in the world. Following behind him was Sif and Volstagg, looking battle-worn but not ready to look up. Clint followed behind, cleaning off his arrows and returning them to his quiver. Up above, Iron Man appeared, suit dented and scratched. It's dead out there. Thor landed with a crash on the pavement. They're all gone. They're rallying, Tony said as he removed his helmet to reveal his sweaty face. Jarvis is picking up a large group of about 300 life forms at a car park 5 blocks away, obviously trying to reorganize. Then what are we waiting for? Sif questioned, eyes alight from the joy of battle. Let us go and face them. I don't think they're rallying, Steve said suddenly, removing his cowl and ruffling his hair. I think they're waiting for something. Steve's right. Clint put his last arrow back in his quiver. Those things are stupid. They're not smart enough to rally. They seem to be the kind to take orders and think of nothing else. They must be waiting for their leader or a signal of some sort. We need to secure this area. Percy fiddled with his earpiece for a moment. We need to get the National Guard to surround this place to a 3-mile radius. We can't have them as first defense. They have no effect on those monsters. They'll die, Steve argued against the son of Poseidon. Put them on the roofs. Their guns will slow them down and we'll have warriors 3 to lead them. Clint rubbed dry blood off his face. Catch strays that try to attack them. I see no problem with that, Sif agreed after a moment's contemplation. We get Fury to bring the helicarrier up above. Get some twin jets in the air. Get some good guns there, to watch the inner circle of defense, Percy continued to explain. And then we guard here, catch whatever survives, or whatever is uninjured enough to keep going. Our guns might not kill them, but they slow them down. I don't have a problem with that. Tony played with a clip on the side of his leg, obviously adjusting something with the suit. I'll call it in. Clint walked a little away while the Warriors 3 and Sif began to head out to command the guard. We got Nico, Natasha and Bruce down below. Percy caught everyone up, the absolute last line of defense. Above them there was a slight shudder in the sunlight. Percy gazed upwards to see the barely visible outline of the helicarrier. If he didn't know what to look for, he wouldn't have seen it. The piercing sound of jets taking off shattered the quiet of the day. We might need that last line. Tony put his helmet back on. Looks like the head of this whole mess has arrived. The monsters are surging. Get ready, Percy ordered. Thor, Tony up the air and relay everything you see. A loud explosion cut him off. 2 blocks away a plane had exploded in the sky. No one saw a parachute deploy. Gazes were exchanged before one dared to speak. I'll take the roof. Clint readjusted his grip on the bow. Tony takes the sky. Thor, stay down here with Percy. Clint and Tony took off. Clint took up purchase on the corner of a roof while Tony hovered in the air, relaying what he could see down. The monsters had hit the first line of defense. The soldiers were gunning down all they could, but at least 3/4 made it through undamaged. It will be an honor to fight besides you again, Agent Jackson, Thor said as he began to charge up his hammer. Let's hope we live to fight together a many more years. Hey, keep your head up, you're beginning to sound like Hogun, Percy joked lightly as he gained a ready stance. Turning his head slightly he smiled at Thor. Besides, I have someone worth surviving for now, and I'm not going to let her down. This is a line break. If Natasha wasn't so close to a battlefield she would have taken a moment to appreciate the area. It was certainly gorgeous, filled with parks, old-fashioned houses, little quaint cottages, and marvelous modern homes that marveled that of Stark's Malibu home. Everything seemed so peaceful. If she listened hard enough she could even hear birds. No one was in sight. It was a ghost town, no pun intended. Her pace increased up until the point where she was running as fast as her body would allow her through the haven. Her chest rose and fell and her feet smacked hard against the ground. Keeping her eyes and ears keen she tried to spot anyone at all. When she rounded the corner around what seemed to an old playground, she was suddenly hit by a large amount of slightly see-through people, a familiar voice filling her ears. We don't know who, or what's out there, or what they want, but I know this much, they can't come and take this all away from us. Coulson? Natasha questioned. The suited man turned around, a beaming smile spreading across his face. Dressed in his shield suit, Natasha never would have guessed he was dead. He looked as alive as any other man, except for the pale hue that covered him head to toe. Agent Romanoff, just in time, he said, laugh lines around his eyes crinkling. Romanoff, meet our fighters. Fighter, meet Romanoff. A couple of the ghosts waved. As Natasha looked at them, she realized none could have been over 25. Some were dressed in modern clothes, jeans, movie t-shirts, and sundresses, while others had earlier period clothes more akin to that of the 40s. Nonetheless, all looked ready to fight. This is nothing I was ever trained for, was all she could manage to say. Yes, well, it's not something you'll find in the Shield Standard Handbook, Coulson replied, but don't worry. These ones have been trained for it. Demigods. They all had to be demigods, Natasha realized. Percy had once told her about the wars the gods had been involved in. The Second World War between the sons of the Big Three. Then the Second Titan War. These must have been the causalities. I'm looking someone called Charles Beckendorf. Natasha stood next to Coulson, pushing down the joy she felt inside, keeping her face stoic. A man stepped forward. He seemed to be about college age, tall, hulking and intimidating. As Natasha had to fight him she knew he certainly wouldn't go down without a fight. Call me Beckendorf, ma'am, he said with a smile that could melt a girl's heart. Did Percy send for you? It was Nico D'Angelo, Natasha said instead before turning to Coulson. We've got hell attacking up above, trying to get water from the Styx. Hulk's handling the mess to the east. We need as many fighters on the banks as we can manage. We're up to it, miss, don't you worry. A rather beautiful girl walked up and gripped Beckendorf's arm, and afterwards you can tell me how you get your hair to stay like that. It's such a gorgeous color as well. Later, Ms. Beauregard, we have greater things to attend to. Coulson shook his head as if he had been expecting a comment like that. You heard Agent Romanoff. Spread out and hit the banks, no mercy. Yes, sir, she responded immediately. Move out, Natasha said with a wave as she turned around. She fell back a little bit, planning on talking about some form of strategy with Coulson, but it seemed Beauregard was still puzzled by the color of her hair and felt the need to touch a lock as she passed. Such a nice color, it didn't take long for their foe to appear. It looked like Malinois, with its half-gruesome face, mangy clothing and limp hair, but the form flickered. One moment it was Malinois, the next it was a woman so ghostly beautiful that Percy had to do a double take. Beautiful pin-curled hair, a colorless dress that mirrored those of the North Pantheon, and gray eyes that pierced whatever they decided to gaze at. "A ghost of yours?" Percy questioned as he readied his sword. She was alone. No monsters. They were all being taken care of by the others some streets down. The explosions could be heard loud and clear. Not that the women seemed to care. "Hell," Thor rumbled as he readied his hammer. "Hell can't leave Helheim," Percy argued as he watched the lady materialize a black staff out of thin air. "My body can't," the lady laughed in amusement. "It's a hindrance. It's so hard to find something strong enough to hold my power." "So you chose Malinoe?" Percy felt the water beneath the ground churn with his command. She was available. Hel shrugged as she turned her attention to Thor. "I must say, Prince Thor, you have grown attractive over the centuries." "I am not here to play folly with you, Hel." Thor stepped forward, thunder rumbling ominously above. "You have broken the law of the All-Father by attacking a planet under his jurisdiction. You are to face judgment in the halls of Asgard. How do you expect to do that when I can't leave my lovely home?" She too stepped forward and barred her staff ready. "This Midgardian peasant can hardly contain me as it is. Asgard is out of the question. Then under the law of Odin I am permitted to place my own punishment." The hammer crackled with electricity. "For your crimes against Midgard and those under my protection I sentence you to death. If you could carry out that punish." The water Percy had been churning beneath the ground shot up in a geyser below the goddess's feet. It rocketed her into the air. Thor acted on instinct and shot lightning up at the now flying target, but in the flash of light created by the electricity she disappeared. "You must be Perseus." Hel giggled with glee from behind him, and Percy ducked in time to miss to the butt of the staff hitting his head. "I hear your cousin had a right old time with my associates." Percy swung low with his sword, but Hel dissipated, appearing behind him. Picking him up by the scruff of his neck, she leant in and whispered in his ear. "I can't wait to see what fun I can have with him when he's in my grasp." Thor went on offense and attempted to swipe her head off with his hammer. In turn Hel threw Percy away like a rag doll. He landed hard against on the ground, but got back to his feet, not willing to let this goddess beat him. With the help of Thor, they attacked from both sides. Hel was quick. Though her image flickered between the ghastly Malinoe and her lovely self, her attacks never faltered. Pathetic, she swung wide with the staff, hitting Percy straight in the chest, sending him flying yet again. He more heard than felt his ribs crack. Wincing in pain he pushed himself to his feet and grasped his ribs. Perhaps too broken, more cracked. Pain was something he could handle though. Being beaten though, he couldn't handle that. Pulling his gun out he knelt down and took steady aim. With Hel in control of the body, it had become solid enough to hit. The bullet was aimed at the head, but it hit the left shoulder. Hel whirled around to face him, face contorting in pain, and Thor took the opportunity to kick her so hard that she flew into a building and broke the brick walls. "How can she be here?" Percy stepped up and raced towards where Hel had landed under the rubble of the building. Using his sword to shift the rubble he kept his guard up. Some Asgardians have the ability to possess others. It's dark magic, forbidden, and it is hard to find one able to contain their power. It is bad news indeed if she had. Legs kicked out of the rubble, pushing Percy backwards and into the close by Thor. He ducked just in time to avoid the staff, but the butt off it hit Thor in the chest plate, a blast radiating off it so strong that it blew Percy away. "You can't beat me that easy." Hel grinned as blackened blood dripped from her mouth. "This form doesn't render me that weak." "I wouldn't be too sure of that," Percy said as he commanded a torrent of water to hit Hel square in the face, pushing her backwards with the force. "Thor, shock it." It was a good thing Thor had fast reflexes. Just as Hel seemed to gather the strength to escape the stream, Thor shot electricity straight at it, creating a supercharged voltage of energy. A scream of pain could be heard echoing throughout the street, but it died as suddenly as it started. Percy stopped the flow and found himself gazing at a sizzling Malinoe. Thor didn't hesitate in his attack. With one swift blow of his mighty hammer, he hit Malinoe so hard that her body instantly dispersed into the bronze dust of monsters. "Good battle, friend Jackson, party ain't over yet," Tony shouted from above him. "These things don't know what to do without a leader. They're rampaging. Let's finish this." Percy grinned through the pain in his ribs as he readied his sword. "This is a line break." It was Beckendorf that saw what was happening first. He gestured for everyone to stop, and Natasha was surprised when everyone did without question. Her keen eyes followed his gaze and saw Nico collide midair with the Titan. In a split second she realized that their descent leads straight to the swirling river below. Maya. A voice cracked the silence as someone rocketed overhead, bronze sword shining dully in the dark area. Natasha readied her gun, but Coulson pushed the barrel down, watching as Blur headed towards the fighting couple. In one bright flash of bronze and a cry of pain, something dropped into the river with a sizzle and a splash a moment before something much heavier followed, splashing into the river, creating a wave with it. Nico. A girl, dressed much as Talia Grace dressed, stepped forward and yelled. Luke has him. Beckendorf rumbled, pointing to the other side of the bank where Natasha could see two figures entangling themselves. The group raced forward until they were on the very banks of the river, so close that they could see the rancid forgotten dreams swirling around. Natasha stepped back a couple meters before jumping forward with great speed, springing on her legs, and easily clearing the river, catching the landing on her shoulder. Straightening herself, she looked at the scene. Nico seemed fine, brushing himself off and pushing his sword into the dirt so he didn't have to hold it anymore. He wasn't alone. A blonde teen nearing manhood, perhaps around 19, stood bent over slightly, hands against knees and breathing heavily. Natasha wondered why. He looked to be above normal stamina levels, judging by the defined muscles, and the way he held a sword easily in one hand like it weighed nothing. He was obviously a healthy teen. On his feet were what seemed to be Converse-style shoes, except for the wings that flapped weakly on the side of them. I got Beckendorf. Natasha decided that the teen could be trusted. And a few others, I can see. Nico didn't hide his slightly cutting gaze that was aimed towards the blonde man. I wasn't going to leave the fighting to everyone else. The man offered a hand to shake. My name's Luke. Calmly her eyes searched him over once more. Percy had once told her about Luke, the main feature being a scar across his face, but now it was gone. Everything else matched. If she didn't know any better, she'd have to guess the shoes were the ones Percy described from a quest many years ago before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, she replied evenly. Swords ready. Someone shouted from the other side as the ground began to shake. Some of us have bows. No, a pudgy boy shouted in annoyance. Not now, Castor. Someone shouted back. Luke gave them a lift back with his magic shoes. Natasha readied her gun next to Coulson, who was holding his loosely in his hands, prepared for whatever was coming. It's an honor to be fighting by your side again, Coulson. Natasha smiled at her former superior. The honor's all mine, Natasha. Coulson smiled at her. I don't think this forced retirement is working for me. I'm not surprised, Natasha replied. Whatever it was came within sight. The demigods called out in shock, but Natasha lowered her weapon. Don't attack. He's on our side, Natasha shouted loudly. That thing's a monster. Someone down the line of defense shouted. He's on our side, Nico reiterated as he watched Hulk lumber towards them, fists stained with blood and hair singed. Everyone, meet the Hulk. Experiment gone wrong? Luke questioned uneasily. Experiment gone right, Coulson corrected as he stepped forward to address Hulk. Did you smash them good, buddy? Hulk smash. The green giant nodded as he lumbered closer. Hulk smash all of them. Good job. Nico slapped the man's giant green leg. Now if only we knew what else might be coming. I'm going to check above. As Nico traveled away, Hulk huffed and stared at everyone in the line, who seemed to shrink away, apart from Beckendorf, who stepped forward and smiled a beaming smile. My name's Beckendorf, he offered. Me Hulk, Hulk replied with a much louder huff. Nice to meet you. Nico returned straight after. We need to get up there, they're getting hammered. This is a line break. I leave you alone for a year and this is what happened. Coulson's form flickered dangerously in the sunlight as he approached Percy. Sometimes I wonder how S.H.I.E.L.D. even stays afloat without me. Normally I would disagree. Percy sliced down a Helheim hound in a single stroke, wincing as his ribs pulled and twinged, but I'm a little busy. It took 2 hours. With the combined force of the National Guard, S.H.I.E.L.D. jets, the few ghost demigods who agreed to fight above ground, and the Avengers to round up every single one of the monsters and send them back to where they came from. The 2 grueling hours left them tired and injured. Broken bones weren't uncommon. Tony's suit was totaled. The Hulk was so tired that as soon as the fight was over he transformed back into Bruce and slept. Even Thor showed signs of wear. I don't get paid enough for this. Tony chucked his helmet away into the debris and wiped grime from his face. Don't make me laugh. Percy gripped his ribs hard and breathed in haggard breaths. Is that all of them? Clint gazed dejectedly at his empty quiver. Jarvis can't pick up anything more. I sure as hell hope it is. Nico cradled a broken wrist. Maybe next time, Thor, you could keep all the loonies locked away. Natasha stemmed the bleeding of a cut on her arm with her hand. Earth has enough problems without people coming and wrecking it every other week. I shall try to achieve that, Thor nodded. I think we are all in need of a good feast, some healers, and perhaps some strong mead, Sif said to the group. The thought of mead is making my mouth water, Fandral sighed with happiness. We don't have mead here, Percy smiled tiredly, but we have vodka and that's 10 times as good. It took 3 months for general repairs to be completed citywide in LA. 2 for the media to stop reporting stories on it. A month for the hate mail and pointless lawsuits to stop coming in from business owners. Life returned to normal. Or as normal as it could get. Percy supposed a wedding was the epitome of normal. The venue was beautiful, and Percy knew he shouldn't have expected any less from Annabeth. After all, she did aim to do things better than the gods. The reception was in an old warehouse, renovated into a function hall by the bride herself. Columns of marble decorated the wall periodically. Paintings littered the roof depicting Eros and Aphrodite, the epitome of love. The floor was hardwood, and resting on it were tables filled with guests invited by the happy couple. Percy had been seated at a table close to the main table of the couple and family. Close enough to see the way Talia would beam at her best friend, and the way Annabeth would nuzzle into her husband's neck, smiling as if she had just received the best gift in the world. For once Percy let himself smile at Annabeth's happiness. He hadn't been able to make it in time for the wedding itself, but he had somehow managed to arrive in time for the reception. Darcy was waiting for him, as usual, sitting at the table, already happily having a conversation with Travis, who had been placed at the table also. It's a wedding, not the Oscars, Connor had commented as Percy sat down at the table. The spy touched his gray tie as if uncomfortable with it. He had worn his best suit, created by some designer he couldn't remember, because the others all had various singes and holes. Kissing Darcy on the cheek, he smiled at her before responding to Connor. Only one available at the time, Percy replied as he politely offered his hand to the twins' respective wives. You have more than one? Travis's wife elbowed her husband. It's hard enough to get this one to contemplate wearing one. Grabbing a champagne flute off a passing waiter, he turned to Darcy, who was watching him with keen, kind eyes. Offering her a lopsided smile, he couldn't help but feel a bit lighter. Why were you late? Darcy questioned him. Got a bit held up down at Stark Industries. Percy rubbed her arm. Nothing to worry about. As the night carried on, the mood began to grow happier. After the meal, the bride and groom began making their way around tables as everyone else began to mingle. Percy stayed at the table with Darcy, who seemed content on sitting and observing, while Percy rubbed circle on her hand with his thumb. I'm so glad you could make it. Annabeth appeared at their table, a little out of breath, holding a fizzy flute, her husband close at her side. I didn't see you at the ceremony. Percy stood up, Darcy following, and answered happily, got held up at work. He shrugged before sticking out a hand. You must to Harry. Indeed I am. Annabeth's new husband was about Percy's height, with sandy blonde hair, vivid blue eyes, and a strong but understated appearance. He looked like a Californian beach boy. He matched Annabeth's look perfectly. And you must be Percy, I've heard a lot about you. Plastering on a smile, Percy replied, I'm sure you have. Releasing the man's hand, he wrapped his arm around Darcy's waist. This is my girlfriend, Darcy Lewis. Nice to meet you. Annabeth beamed. Do you work with Percy? No, we met through friends. Darcy smiled a little bit as she said it. Congratulations, by the way. Thank you. Harry smiled brightly and wrapped an arm around Annabeth's waist. I'm just going to duck to the ladies' room. Annabeth broke away. I won't be a moment. Do you mind if I go with you? Darcy questioned. No problem. You can tell me more about how you met Percy on the way. Annabeth smiled warmly and led Darcy away. A silence remained between the two men as they stood next to the table. Percy sipped his wine and watched as Travis and Connor chatted with Malcolm a couple of tables away. The room was filled with demigods. Percy could even see Chiron up at the head table next to Annabeth's father. So, Shield? Harry questioned as he stuck one hand in his pocket. That's a pretty important gig. Percy did a re-evaluation of Harry. He looked normal enough. His suit shirt was a bit big though. Annabeth wouldn't have allowed that unless it was for a reason. A weapon perhaps? What are you? CIA? FBI? Percy questioned conversationally. CIA. Harry smiled a little bit. Looked up your name. Fairly classified in the database. Couldn't even get a date of birth. I don't like surprise parties, Percy joked lightly, happy to meet a fellow agent. Same here. Harry's smile seemed genuine. We should catch up for drinks sometimes. Share national secrets. I might be able to schedule it in. The son of Poseidon laughed, but you never know when you'll be called to duty. Tell me about it, Harry chuckled. They wanted me to work today, even though I scheduled it off 6 months in advance. Percy talked with Harry until Annabeth and Darcy returned. They offered their goodbyes before going off to start the first dance of the night. Slow music began to play through the speakers and the married couple danced beneath the lights. Slowly others began to dance and Percy led Darcy to the dance floor. Placing a hand on her waist, he pulled her close. Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? She questioned as she leant against him. Percy nearly blushed as he let go of her waist and moved his gun further around the waistband of his pants. You're adorable when you're embarrassed, Darcy chuckled lightly as they began to dance again. And you're the only one who can make me embarrassed, Percy pulled her closer. A wonderful gift you have, Miss Lewis. And I'm very proud of it, Agent Jackson. Darcy laughed lightly, a smile gracing her face. Where would I be without you? Probably in a dusty studio in New Mexico. Percy swayed in time with the music. Sadly, it's true. The brunette gazed up at him. If it weren't for a brave man in a suit, I would be slaving over research papers right now. You're welcome, Percy said affectionately as he kissed her lightly. I hope this never ends, Darcy whispered so softly that Percy nearly didn't catch it. Me too, was all he managed to say. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.